A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Illustrious Chief Guest Dr. Neeraj Mittal, Secretary Telecom. Guest of Honor, Professor Ranjan Banerjee, IIT Delhi. Shri Ajay Kumar Sahu, Member Services. Srimati Gunjan Dave, Member Technology. And all dignitaries are guests from the industry and startups, academia, and enthusiasts from various fields. A very good morning to all of you. I am Kumud Jindal, Assistant Director General from Department of Telecom. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a warm welcome to you all to the very first of its kind outreach program for Sangam Digital Twin Initiative with AI-driven insights. The Department of Telecom has unveiled the Sangam Digital Twin Initiative, an unparalleled venture inviting expressions of interest from industry pioneers, startups, MSMEs, academia, innovators, and forward thinkers. This initiative comes in the backdrop of the past decade's breakthroughs in communication, computation, and sensing. In the era of what we call as the Techade, striving for the Honorable Prime Minister's Vision 2047 of a Vikasit Bharat, Sangam brings all stakeholders on one platform, aiming to transform innovative ideas into tangible solutions, bridging the gap between conceptualization and realization, ultimately paving the way for groundbreaking infrastructure advancements. Sangam champions a holistic approach to innovation, urging stakeholders to transcend traditional boundaries and harness unified data and collective intelligence. May I now request our esteemed dignitaries, Dr. Neeraj Mittal, Chairman DCC and Secretary Telecom, Professor Rangan Banerjee, Director IIT Delhi, and Shri A.K. Sahu, Member Services, for your esteemed presence on the dais for the commencement of the event. Thank you, sirs. Now I would like to invite Shri Naveen Jakhad, ADG DOT, to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Neeraj Mittal, Secretary Telecom, by presenting sir a plant. Now I request Naveen sir to welcome our guest of honor, Professor Rangan Banerjee, Director IIT Delhi. Now I request sir to welcome Shri A.K. Sahu, Member Services, Department of Telecom. Deep is the symbol of knowledge and enlightenment. It drives away the darkness of ignorance from the mind and illuminates it with knowledge. In the presence of such an enlightened audience, I request our dignitaries on and off the dais to please come up to the stage for lighting the lamp and marking the beginning of the Sangam Delhi outreach program. Shubham karoti kalyanam, arogyam dhan sampada. Shatru buddhi vinashaya, deep jyotir namostute. I pay my salutation to the light of the lamp, which brings auspiciousness, prosperity, good health, abundance of money and wealth, and destruction of the intellect's enemy.
Shubham kurutvam kalyanam, arogyam dhana sampada, shatru buddhi vinashaya, deepat jyotir namostute. त्वं कुरु त्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Moving ahead, I would like to invite Shri Asit Kadyan, Deputy Director General in Department of Telecom, for setting the context for Sangam Delhi Outreach Program and for his welcome address.
So, I will give a short brief.
So, we will have the welcome address after the keynote address. So, Dr. Neeraj Mittal is serving as the Secretary Telecom and Chairman DCC. Sir is an Indian Administrative Service Officer belonging to the 1992 Tamil Nadu cadre. Sir has served as the Principal Secretary, Government of Tamil Nadu, and also served as Senior Advisor at World Bank Group. Sir's deep passion and experience in technology has led to the conception of Sangam initiative. I request Sir for his keynote address.
Fine, no? It's okay. Thank you so much, friends. Dr. Rangan was graciously agreed to host this event here. First event in a series of lot of initiatives. I will not take too much time. I had planned to be here for longer, but unfortunately have something which is, they've pulled me back to DOT, so I will need to rush there. I want to just set the context for this initiative. As far as Government of India is concerned, the Prime Minister has, laid the vision for a really developed India between now and 2047. And of course, for that, one of the major requirements is to build world-class infrastructure that is futuristic in nature. The Prime Minister himself said this in 2023. And this kind of laid the foundation and seeded the idea as to how can we use the technologies which have developed, how can we use the data which is now feasible to be sensed all around us, how can we use tools which can crunch such large, massive data, convert data into knowledge, not just in silos, but across various silos which are typically evident in any government. I will only take a few, pictures to just show how, how do we plan today, right? I mean, so we lay a road, then we lay a water pipeline, dig it, then we repair the road, then we again lay the fiber, then, we again lay the road. This is all what we do today. And this is essentially because, one, we are disjointed. There are different departments. Telecom department is laying fiber. Some local municipal corporation is laying the water. They are constructing the road. The data is not shared across the departments. The timings are not shared across who will do what. What if we could really, for example, if MORTH and Department of Telecom and the Ministry of Road Transport jointly put a utility duct, you lay the pipeline in the duct and then the fiber is, laid in the duct. Now, obviously it is a no-brainer, right? I'm not saying something which is very, very revolutionary, but it does not happen this way, right? And the idea is, how do we, and this is one of the aims of, trying to do everything together. Now, the current model of, so for example, if we take a metro transport network, right? So how do we do the traffic demand estimation? It is manual. You do traffic counts. You possibly take some data from cameras and tolls. You use GIS. You might use household surveys which are in some other silo. You might do some interview surveys. You can use some demographic data. Again, that is quite dated. And this shows what are the data gaps, right? So we have siloed data. It is dated. It is incomplete. It is physical in nature. The data generation is fixed. Suppose you wanted to know today what is happening there, you will not know. If it is there 5 years ago, that is what is available. And of course, this presents a lot of challenges in terms of iterations of planning required, delay in obtaining clearances, cost and time overruns, inconvenience to the public. There are no synergies. And of course, a lot of problems are when you try to do the feasibility studies, you don't know whether you got it right or wrong. And this is what has happened in the last decade, right? We have a massive cloud capacity, data analytics, edge and quantum computing. So on the computing is one aspect where we have really moved forward. On sensing, the IoT's price have gone down, varieties have improved a lot, and there are massive numbers. Speed of generation of data is almost near real time. You have space tech to generate the data. As microsatellites are being launched every day. I mean, even from India, who can look at ground level data. And then, of course, you have 5G. You have ubiquitous mobile. You have features of 5G which involve MMTC, eMMBB, and basically low latency speeds and reliability. India is already having all this, right? So we have shown progress in identity, commerce, logistics, health, mobility. All of these are platforms where integrative approach of data has happened. We have been able to integrate data. So what is the next idea? And this is where this Sangam initiative has come. So if we have digital data, we can share it across departments, right? That is, again, a no-brainer. How can we, what are the kinds of data? We have telecom, transport, business, geospatial, beneficiary, socio-economic. And if you see, the top three are nearly real time. And of course, the ones which are at the bottom are kind of, dated. They are either yearly or, and then you see this data. So much data is available, right? Transport, power, health, census, power generation, geospatial, consumption, tax, rural roads, rainfall, weather. This is all with central government. Then you have a host of data with the state government. Then you have a host of data with local government. Then you have a host of data with public and private sector data. Now, all of them are sitting in silos, in respective databases. Nobody is able to make head or tail of it. So how can we, so this is one example, and this is where this particular slide actually encapsulates the Sangam initiative. That if we have TSP's data, origin to, anonymized destination to origin data, can we use it to plan better? Transportation routes, metro planning. Can we do all this, right? And then, so that is level one of kind of integration, right? Now, you see in the Sangam initiative, the word digital twin is also there. Why, what can digital twin do, right? So we can replicate, so this is the next advancement which we can do easily. You can create digital replica of physical assets. You can collect data in real time. You can collect data from diverse sources and aggregate them. And then you can obviously model, process relations, behaviors. If you take, for example, a real-time feedback for a digital twin of a rail track, you can actually see that the blue from left to right shows the physical, essentially the track. And you can see where the track is safe, where the track is unsafe. And of course, everybody I think here knows why digital twins are better, because they can create new knowledge, they can help in operational efficiency, and then obviously they can help us look into the future. Suppose I wanted to make a road from A to B, and I had 3 possible alignments. Which one is the optimal if I wanted to, say, optimize my ESG, my carbon dioxide emissions? Now, this answer is not there with anybody today. Nobody can give this answer. It's a very complex question to answer. But possibly with large language models, with AI, with all sorts of technologies at hand, we can have an attempt with supercomputers, with massive computing capacity, with climate models around us. We can possibly think of integrating it. Nobody knows whether it is. Has anybody done this before? And that is the reason why we are doing this exploratory workshop with all of you, to help us decode these smaller pieces of these puzzles. So with it's one of the most interdisciplinary, largest exercise which we might be doing to help you, do that. And this is what we want to do. We take new data, we kind of enable sharing, and we create digital twins out of it. So on the left-hand side, if you see, I just mentioned it, all the databases are separate. I want to bring all of them together in the right-hand side. Just a transportation planning, I just mentioned this to you. Lot of data is available in terms of, if you look at the users at the top, the planning at the center, and then of course the underlying data. And on the right hand side are the agencies who are actually using it today, but all of them is not together. How can we bring all of this together? So you can do a lot of, we have a lot of efforts at Government of India, for example, the Gati Shakti portal, which the Honorable Prime Minister has envisioned, and that has brought in a lot of efficiencies in terms of bringing all the GIS layers together, and has massively revolutionized planning. What is the next level of, how can we do better than what we are already doing today? So this is what, so I'm not going to go on examples where Australia has done something, UK has done something, Singapore has done something, Ireland has done something. Of course, one of the biggest things which can be done if we are able to succeed in this is to make massive savings. Even if we save 10%, we spend, several lakh crores of funding is there which we spend. We can, in a 10 lakh crore budget, even if we say 10%, 1 lakh crore is what we might save in planning, right? So I will stop here. I'm not going to, go further with this. But the idea is, this is a subset. The Sangam initiative is a subset of all of this. That is the large picture, what we aspire to do. But that is not what we are trying to do today. This is an exploratory exercise where we want to collaborate with all of you, see what is feasible, see how we can do it, and then go and take measured steps so that the government can actually come as a coordinator between various departments, various planning exercises, use the technology at its best, along with people from academia, people from industry. If you see the list of speakers today, we have a very, very rich list of people from Microsoft, from IIT Delhi, from abroad, we have somebody from Carnegie Mellon speaking today. So we have a massive interest in this exercise. Let's do it together. Let's see what we can do, and make the dream of the Prime Minister of making India, Viksit Bharat by 2047. So thank you so much for giving this time. My sincere apologies that I'm not, I have to leave now, but I will try to come back sometime during the day to be with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for eloquently capturing the essence of Sangam Digital Twins initiative and its importance in building the future of India. So taking the show further, Professor Rangan Banerjee is the director of IIT Delhi. Under his leadership, IIT Delhi has expanded its research portfolio across diverse fields, including engineering, science, technology, and humanities. Professor Banerjee has played a pivotal role in strengthening interdisciplinary research initiatives, encouraging faculty and students to explore innovative solutions to real-world challenges. These steps are in perfect sync with the goals of Sangam initiative. With these words, I request Sir for his special address.
Good morning, and it's indeed a pleasure and a privilege for me on behalf of the Institute to be a part of this initiative, this Sangam initiative. And we are actually delighted that the Department of Telecommunications is launching the initiative, the first interaction, the first workshop, the brainstorming session. We are happy to be a co-host of that. And we are looking to be not just a physical co-host, but we are hoping to be an active partner in this initiative. For us, the idea of a Sangam, where you bring together government, industry, academia, to work together to create something which is going to be useful for society, is music to our ears. This is part of our main function, where we are creating excellence in education and research. We are trying to see that our knowledge, the knowledge that we create, actually has a social impact. Just to tell you a little bit about our initiatives in related domains, we have the Bharati School of Telecom Technology and Management, and this was one of the earliest initiatives where an industry is funding an academic entity for education and research. This was done almost 20 years back. And now, of course, it is reasonably common in many places where industry comes together and you have centers, you have things. But the Bharati School of Telecom is actually a trailblazer in that. We've been involved with the other IITs and ISC in building an indigenous 5G test bed. And there are colleagues who are working in the 6G and beyond. We are also looking at use cases. We have a School of Artificial Intelligence, which is funded by one of our alumnus, Anant Yardi, where we bring together faculty members across various departments working in the area of AI and looking at AI and AI applications. We also have a center called Transportation Research and Injury Prevention Center. And transport is one of the domains where we are looking at potentially use cases of this Sangam. We have colleagues working in the area of water and water networks, and with the Delhi Jal Board, we've actually created a digital twin of the Delhi water supply network. Colleagues work on various aspects. There is a center for research on air quality, and we are looking at integration where we have the different sensors, we look at source apportionment, we look at models, we try to see how we can solve the air quality problem. So, unfortunately, when we think in terms of knowledge and implementation, it all happens in various silos, and these silos, for functionality, you have different ministries, you have different organizations. If we want to break the silos and we want to look at ways in which we create a system-wide understanding and an overall integrated planning, this is easier said than done, and I think the initiative is welcome to look at Sangam, to get industry, government, and academia to work together so that we can do integrated planning. And many of the systems, and the telecom networks is one of them, it's a very complex system with a whole set of sensors, monitoring, controllers. Often we have a lot of data, but that data does not translate into information. That information does not translate into decisions. And there is so much potential of use of the data for intelligent, evidence-based decision making. And in the academia, we do large-scale models. We will use the latest AI tools. We'll do optimal things, but then they are often based on assumptions and hypotheses, and they are not really based on large-scale systems and actual data. So there is really, for us, a challenge and an opportunity if we can work with real systems, if we can work with things where we take all of this together and come together so that we can create. Since these systems are so large and complicated, obviously you can't experiment directly with the systems. And that is why we need to have simulators or digital twins, which replicate the reality, where we can actually tweak it and see what ifs. If you do this, what would happen? So that we can have. So the plan is interesting, it has appeal, it has potential, but it's also challenging. And it can only be done if there is a Sangam of industry, government, policymakers, academia, so that we can work together, set common goals, and then work. We at IIT Delhi are extremely enthusiastic about this, and we would be happy to work along with the Ministry of the Department of Telecommunications and the government and the industry, and so that we can together identify the problems, look at creating these digital twins, and have a new way of integrated operation, integrated decision making, integrated planning. This is, I hope this is the beginning of much better integrated working amongst all of us. And I'm delighted to be here, and I would like to say that IIT Delhi is extremely committed and willing to work in Sangam to provide the needs so that we can actually improve our systems and go towards the Viksit Bharat plan that our Prime Minister has set for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightening and insightful words. Your words have not only inspired us, but have also provided valuable perspectives on the importance of interdisciplinary and collaborative research. Now, I request Shri Hemendra Kumar Sharma, Director AI and DIU from DOT, for the vote of thanks.
Respected Professor Rangan Banerjee, Director IIT Delhi, Shri A.K. Sahu, Member Digital Communication Commission, Department of Telecommunication, illustrious industry leaders, esteemed entrepreneurs, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Department of Telecommunication, I extend a formal vote of thanks for gracing the inaugural session of the Sangam Digital Twin Outreach Program. So with your esteemed presence here at IIT Delhi, today marks the commencement of a remarkable journey, one that embodies the spirit of innovation, collaboration, and technological advancement. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Neeraj Mittal, Secretary Telecom, who had to leave due to some exigency of work. His leadership and vision have been instrumental in shaping the vision of Sangam Digital Twin Initiative and bringing it to the life. Sir, I express my sincere gratitude to our guest of honor, Professor Rangan Banerjee, Director IIT Delhi, for sparing his valuable time and vision from this program and being a part of this inaugural session. Sir, I also thank IIT for being a perfect partner for this program, sir. We are deeply honored to have among us esteemed dignitaries and senior officers from Department of Telecommunications. Your unwavering support and guidance have laid the groundwork for a transformative initiative like Sangam. I also extend heartfelt appreciation to each of our industry experts and entrepreneurs. Your presence here today serves as a testament to your dedication toward fostering growth and progress in our society. Your dedication and commitment towards this initiative will be driving force behind the realization of our collective goals. Last but not the least, our sincere thanks to TCOE, IIT administration, volunteers, and everyone who is involved in this meticulous planning and execution of this event. Your attention to detail and tireless effort are greatly appreciated. In closing, I once again extend my deepest thanks to all the enthusiastic participants present here. I firmly believe that your unwavering enthusiasm towards this initiative of DOT will lead to success of Sangam. Your participation and presence here today signifies the beginning of a new chapter in our collective pursuit of excellence and progress. Thank you once again. And I also...
Thank you, sir. I request you all to proceed for engaging into fruitful discussions at high tea. We will be getting back after 25 minutes with our first session. Thank you.
Welcome back after the post-inauguration session. I'm Pranay Divakar, EDG from Department of Telecommunication. And as we had the inauguration, we had the concept from Secretary Telecom regarding the Sangam and the broader concept of Unnati. So now we'll be, as the day progress, we'll be dwelling more and more towards the concept, towards the deeper insights, how we'll be going forward with this concept. So the first thing that we'll be having overview of Sangam Digital Initiative, Digital Twin Initiative that DOT has floated on 15th of February. So first we'll be having a presentation from Mr. Asit Kadian, Deputy Director General, Department of Telecommunication. I would request sir to please come for the presentation. To give the brief about Mr. Asit Kadian, sir has spent 30 years in telecom sector, working in the standardization, in the regulatory part. Sir has spent last 6 years as advisor in Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, where sir has taken the quality of services issues, the cases of spam calls, unsolicited commercial communication, wherein he have used the statistics models for the telecom sector, how to improve the quality of service. After that, 2 years back, sir has joined back Department of Telecommunication after the deputation, and sir has started the work on the AI and the big data analytics in the telecom sector, how to identify the data insights of the telecom sector and how to utilize that for the other sectors. So now I would invite sir to give his presentation on the overview.
अभी कहाँ था वो कन्वर्टर दिया हुआ तो है एक कन्वर्टर दिया हुआ था ना पहले किसको दिया था नहीं वो किसके साथ लगाया था अभी हाँ हाँ लेकिन अभी उसमें वो पूरी स्लाइड्स नहीं है ये कन्वर्टर पहले किसको दिया था एडाप्टर एडाप्टर लिया था ना पहले तो किसी को दिया था क्या हमने अभी उनका लगाने के लिए कर रहे थे ना टेस्ट ये रोज वाला नहीं उनके साथ नहीं यार वो वाला कहाँ गया मुझे वही लगता है कि वो एडेप्टर जो है ना वो तो रिस्क रहती है एडेप्टर पहले जो गया हुआ था वो कहाँ है अरे नहीं अभी जो दे रखा था ना वो इम्पोर्टेंट है एडेप्टर एक वाइट वाला यहाँ पर एडेप्टर है वाइट वाला अभी बात करेंगे अभी बाद में बात करेंगे Good morning. Now I will give a brief about the Sangam Digital Twin Initiative. and then we will start the first theme of this outreach program. So this initiative, Sangam Digital Twin Initiative, was announced on February 15, and submission deadline is March 15, which is very close. And today, first outreach program is there. And the agenda, the main purpose of this outreach program is to unveil the Sangam vision, and also to highlight the ongoing activities being done by the industry leaders. So many of the things which we have placed in this Sangam Digital Twin, in a part manner or in a different manner, it is already being done. So those pieces exist, but in a different form or for a different purposes. How we can understand that what is already being done, how we can leverage that, and how we can get connected with those people, and we can think of new use cases. And during these presentations, we will also see that what are the technological foundation capabilities available with the industry players, which can be leveraged to implement the specific use cases which we are planning in the this Sangam Digital Twin Initiative. So call for action is to seize this movement for innovation. So why this initiative was taken? So what are the core challenges if we don't implement digital world or a virtual world and we continue to work with the physical world? There are three things which are important. First thing, what Secretary Sir already mentioned when he was setting the context, that data are siloed and data are outdated. So what limitation it puts in terms of the planning and designing of the infrastructure? When you have a limited data, you have a limited imagination. So imaginations are constrained because of non-availability of the data. Second means whenever we want to do anything, experimentation, and we want to consider a particular scenario, we are very risk averse. Why people are risk averse? Because costs are too heavy if we want to experiment with too many ideas. So we are constrained by the time, we are constrained with the bandwidth and the resources to test the different ideas. So it restricts, it puts the limit in terms of the frequency and breadth of the experimentative iterations what we want to consider. So that is a hindrance to the innovations or the advancements. And third, and the most important thing, is that there is an absence of a feedback loops. Means we make a claim that if we will construct this infrastructure or we will bring this infrastructure, then there will be a huge gain to the society. But whenever that infrastructure comes in, we are not sure whether it has delivered what was envisioned or no. So whether outcomes are being measured or not, whether these can be measured. So how to give the feedback and how to improve the planning and designing processes. So what is the solution? So in this tech era, what solutions exist and how those solutions can help us in a better planning or a better future-ready world. So first thing is that we need to have an enabling framework, and that framework should serve to integrate the diverse source of data. How we can integrate? So data exists, and data custodians are different, and data is in a different form, and there is too much effort to bring it in or to make it accessible and to see this data in a unified manner. And there are three more important issues when we talk about the sharing of the data. First is privacy concerns. That you have a good data that is useful for the planning and design purposes, but there are privacy concerns. Second is that it is a commercially sensitive data. Means people have data, but companies don't want to share with the other companies, the rival companies, because they are afraid it can be misused or it will be competitively disadvantageous for them. And third thing, that is also most important thing, is that incentives are not aligned. So if you are forcing people to share the data, that data is either a poor quality data or it is an incomplete data. Because they are not putting too much efforts to enrich the data or that process that data in a form that it is useful for the other sectors. So they are doing for their own purposes, but they are not doing good to make it good for other sectors. So how technology can help in this that we will discuss. And what is the solution of the risk-averse experimentation is that if virtual world is created, then there is almost zero cost of doing experiments or evaluate the scenarios. And there is no risk because even if your hypothesis is wrong, there is no risk. You can immediately evaluate that whether it is of worth or not. And we will see in upcoming presentations that how we can engage with the public and engage with them in a meaningful way. So it is not just a collection of the feedbacks, but we can collect that information and collect it from thousands and lakhs of conversations, not limited to few hundreds. And how we can map them to the digital twin and understand that what people want to say. If they want to suggest what improvements are required in the daily city, you can quickly understand and you can quickly convey to the planners and designers in a way that it is not burdensome to him to understand or to go through the thousands or lakhs of voice conversations or the messages or the emails. How that can be done. But whether the suggestions are useful or have some worth or not, that hypothesis testing can be done if you have a data and AI model in place. So if somebody has suggested something and you can test it, that hypothesis, and that you can do quickly, and the experts or the planners and designers can consider with due weightage. So what is the journey? What we have planned is that a foundational layer is a geospatial digital twin, and that is to construct the replica of physical world. And when we are constructing replica, it should be accurate and it should be comprehensive. So already digital twins are being constructed in some form or the other for many years. The thing which is improving is that level of details are improving, precision is improving, and the cities which are getting covered are increasing. So we are covering more and more, and we are getting in more and more details, and we are becoming more accurate. So speakers, our esteemed speakers will be presenting that what work they have done and how it is going to help in this Sangam Digital Initiative. Second thing is that to give life to the digital twin, how this digital twin can breathe, how we can infuse the real-time data. And for that purpose, a dynamic data integration is required. So today we will find that a lot of reactive digital twins are there which are being used for the operation and maintenance purposes. But how we can make the predictive digital twins? So how that can be done, and how the historical data and other things can be accounted for while we are predicting. So when we are working on this dynamic data integration, so it leverages data. What is the most important part of this Sangam initiative is that we are not limiting to the IoT. So IoT is helping to collect data from the buildings or from the area to the people who are managing that building. So the person who is managing the building, they are doing something to collect the data. But there is a data which is collected by somebody else. Like telcos are generating a data which is useful for the transport sector. So here custodian of the data is different, and they are not primarily for this purpose, but the data is useful for the other sectors. How can we facilitate telcos and other sectors, transport sectors, to come together and leverage the data? And the beauty of that data is, telecom data, is that it is recent. And it can be processed quickly, and you can get a more accurate picture from that data as far as transportation designing is concerned. And it is not limited to the telco data, means there may be many other sectors and many other organizations where data, useful data is getting generated for the other sectors. So how to see the opportunity during this exploration exercise, that we can see that there is a value in this data, and now how we can collect the data and how we can process in that manner. The issue which is to be dealt means it is not simple collection. It requires a fusion of data. When you are collecting data from variety of sources, you have to fuse it. And that data is not same in the quality and the quantity. When you are collecting from two sources, their quality and quantity may be different. How to fuse it and how to enrich it and marry these two data so that it becomes more useful. It hits on the purpose what we are planning. And as far as privacy is concerned, people talk about the privacy, and the common solutions they cite is the anonymization and aggregation. The typical answer from any AI person or data person comes that you anonymize it, you aggregate it, and there is a solution of the sharing. But we have done studies and we have examined that it doesn't solve completely. It is a partial solution. Aggregation and anonymization is a partial solution, and in some of the cases it is counterproductive. Means if you aggregate and anonymize, you lose the intelligence hidden in that data. But how to achieve the dual objectives? You want to extract the intelligence, and at the same time you want to protect the privacy, and you want to assure that the other parties that their data will not be revealed. So we have speakers in the afternoon session, and they will be presenting that how today's advanced computational technologies help in this field, that inputs can be considered and output can be computed, but input from one organization will not be revealed to the other organizations, and that assurance is given by design, and that assurance is maybe given by technology, that it is not revealed to other parties. So it is not about the law, it is about the technology, and it is about the processes which guarantees that it is not revealed. And the third stage, which is the culmination stage, is an interactive virtual world. You can do many things in the digital world, but first, and whenever decision makers are concerned, they have a limited time, and even the imaginations may be limited with the data or digital world. So graphical models are important. And with the graphical models, it helps that even the people who are not from IT background and they are not tech savvy, they can also interact, because it behaves in a manner that a common man can also help in a planning and design. So digital twin, journey from digital twin to the virtual world helps to render the content and render the suggestions in a manner that it is easy to perceive by the decision makers. And it allows to do scenario thinking. So you need not to go into the detail. You can drag and drop, and you can play like you play the video games, that how the scenario thinking can be done. And it allows to consider and evaluate inputs from public. So public wants to give input. I will give two examples which I used to give. There was a Rautularam Marg flyover in Delhi. First, when it was constructed, it worsened the situation. Means it didn't solve the intersection problem. It worsened the situation. And the better design came via public, and it was published in a national daily newspaper. And then it was considered. So sometimes the experts and who are involved in this exercise don't know the best output or best design. Sometimes people in the crowd helps to design it in a better way. After this, I will just give a glimpse that how we are planning these two-stage UI. This is a two-stage UI. And first stage, and the last date, deadline of 15th March is for this stage 1, and it is exploratory. So we will, after outreach program, when stage 1 is announced, then we will go for a networking events, There will be 4 networking events at least. There may be more than this, depends upon the response and the requirement. And during this, we will try to bring more clarity about the horizon of the proof of concept, and we will do the creative exploration, and people or participants become confident to enter into the stage 2. Stage 2 will be narrower. We will be selecting specific use cases, and it will be a collaborative development. So sometimes people ask that what are the use cases? So what we have planned is that there is a living list of the use cases. You can find on our website that you can submit the use case at any stage. And that use case will be evaluated by other participants, by the people and other players, that how useful it is. So that bucket of the use cases will be developed during stage 1, and people will comment or do some sort of a star rating, that which is the powerful and which is the feasible use case. Out of that bucket, people can pick use cases what they would like to implement. So they can pick and proceed for the stage 2. So we have not finalized use case as such, but we have created a platform and created a process that how use cases will be filtered and use cases will be picked out. Then stage 2 requirements, specific requirements we have not announced yet. Those will emerge during stage 1. So we will discuss with you in more detail and deep manner, and then understand what are the pain points and what are the things to be considered to make this POC successful. Then we will announce the stage 2. And this stage 1 is non-committal. Means it doesn't guarantee anything and from any side. So you are free to exit, and the entry point is not difficult in this stage 1, but people can be delisted. So we can delist the people if we will find that they don't have a competence and they are not sincere, or they are sabotaging activities, or means it is not good for the success of the POC. So easy to enter, no financials involved in the stage 1. So we will invite you, then you can come, you can join, you can discuss with the other participants. And this discussion is not limited to with DOT. Peers can also interact and decide that what is useful. They can suggest us that how we should proceed. The today's program, outreach program, is divided into 4 themes. There is a typo error. Last one is theme 4. First is constructing the future, and where digital twins and blueprints of the tomorrow will be presented by various eminent speakers. And next theme is breathing life into digital twins, where people will be showcasing their work, that how they are integrating the data, how they are collecting the data, which is required to give the life to the digital twins. And next, the post-lunch theme is innovative frontiers, where people from virtual world and people from the computational world will present how this world can be created and how the future can be shaped, and advanced technologies can be used to address the concerns and to enhance the utility value. And last one is about the international best practices, where a speaker from abroad will be joining and giving a presentation, and he has a rich experience in the implementation, and then we will close with the interactive dialogue. So it reminds me the quote from the Henry Ford, the famous quote: "Coming together is a beginning, staying together is a progress, and working together is a success." So Sangam is about coming together, staying together, and work together. So we need to unite, collaborate, and innovate, leveraging the united data, unified data, and collective intelligence at our disposal. So I believe that this outreach program will help to people to deliberate and excite them to join the EOI. And you are free to ask any questions related to EI, or you can ask questions from others. So I am open that if you have any queries related to the EOI, you can ask. Either we can answer right now, or we will answer during the this other events or the last session on the interactive dialogue. Has anybody any question? Yes, please. Speaker. Alice, microphone. Please provide microphone.
Thank you, sir. Two questions. One was wondering what are the timelines post stage 1 and what timelines would be there for stage 2? That's one part. Second, when you mention use cases, I would imagine these would be proof of concepts, but are there any initial thoughts about the scale of the POCs? Are you looking at city-wide, locale-wide POCs or digital twins? What is the thought on that?
Please, I will request you to introduce yourself.
Sorry, my name is Kirti. I'm founder of a startup which is building virtual twins from an environmental perspective for industry currently.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. 2 months is the timeline for the stage 1, and 6 months is the timeline for the stage 2. So these 2 stages we plan that we will complete by end of December of this year. And then how to take it forward, we will think during stage 2 that what should be done. So primarily the demonstration of the use cases is planned by the end of this year. As use cases are concerned, just I will share some of the thoughts during the discussions. So suppose somebody asks the question that why DigiYatra is limited to the airport terminals. Why DigiYatra cannot start from the IIT Delhi itself? Why I cannot get my baggage X-rayed at IIT and I should be allowed to enter only 1 hour before the scheduled time? I should not be asked to report 3 hours prior to the scheduled time. Whether that is possible through the digital twin? That is one of the use cases we are exploring. How we can unbundle the processes of the airports and take those processes to the other parts or the geographies and reduce the travel time. So instead of making aircraft faster or train faster, one approach may be that you utilize time in a better way. So digital twin is also about the trust. Whether I should be, somebody can trust me that I have not inserted anything into my baggage. Can you trust me? So I got it X-rayed at the IIT and I carried on my own through a bus or through a public transport bus or a public transport train, and I did in the presence of a digital twin building or digital twin enabled kiosk, whether that is achievable. So when we talk to the people, they say, yes, it is achievable. Whether it is useful, yes, it is useful because it cuts the travel time and it cuts substantially. Door to door 4-hour journey can be reduced to 2 hours. That is a substantial gain. So why these use cases cannot be demonstrated and when it can be demonstrated and when it can be deployed? Second, suppose we want to claim that plastic packaged water should not be carried. We should discourage it. And people should use public water distribution, water taps. Whether people will believe that the water from the public distribution network is as safe, as clean as the packaged water bottle. how digital twin can help. How digital twin can provide me the evidence that the water from the water tap, a public water tap, is as good as clean. If I ask a question and system gives me an answer, system gives me the evidence that you should believe us. This is the state of the water tank. This is the quality of the water tank at the moment. This is the state of the pipes, whether leakage is there or not. This is the quality of the cleaning of the tap. And this is the quality of the water which is coming out of from the tap. I can give the digital evidence. So whether the digital twin can digitally nudge the people to behave in a manner which is useful for the infrastructure, which is useful to achieve the sustainable development goals. So when we discussed with the people and developers and who are involved in the digital twin, they say, yes, it is achievable. So it is not only about the digital twin of the water distribution network. We have to connect with the people. It is only giving life to the buildings. How it is to connect to the people and how to change the behavior. Whether digital twin can help to change the behavior of the people when they are driving in a roundabout. You will find the people's behavior in the roundabout is not same. And they are clashing. Their algorithms of driving are clashing. They are not behaving in a manner which they are supposed to do. When people are trapped inside a building and there is a fire, how quickly you can discover that who are trapped? How quickly you can give them contextual instructions for the evacuation. So people think that building is designed for the emergency. There are balconies, there are earmarked places where people can come. But you will find that those assumptions may go wrong. Because when fire is there, it is not about fire. It is also about the smoke. So it affects the other areas, other parts of the building where there is no fire. So it is a poisonous. So people is standing in their area and you have planned that we may rescue from that place. That goes wrong. So how to understand the context? So digital twin is about the understanding the context. It is not only about the information. So how we can understand the context and we can bring together the telcos who can discover who is trapped. We can bring the building property managers who has a digital twin of the building. We can bring the disaster or rescue agencies onboarded, that their rescue plans are integrated with the current situation and contextual instructions can be passed to them. So there are numerous use cases, and those are all use cases what we have tried to discover so far. They are powerful and those are feasible, but they are not implemented so far. And we don't want to limit the use cases what comes to our mind. We want to make it wider and more improvised, and for that purpose we have created this concept of living use cases, and over a period that we'll do. I hope that I have answered your question. Any other question? Yes, yes, sir.
Hello. Good morning. I'm Rajesh Pathak from Bharat 6G Alliance. In fact, we have a lot of startups here. So my question may be slightly different. Digital twin, as we know, that is, I think you covered infrastructure part. Even that is applicable for network itself. So I think even for telcos also. So a lot of startups are there. Can they do certain innovations maybe after proof of concept? So do DOT has any plan, or not DOT or anyone from any source to startups? How can we fund them as well? Maybe subsequent stages, not right now. And because it's all about innovations. So perhaps DOT has to think about funding them also. Let it be in the consortium mode or whatever you say, but at appropriate time, because I think our strength has been the startups, and I think we have to nurture them. So this is just advice. And we should not limit with the just infrastructure. Let them do certain things for the network also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the question. And as I mentioned earlier, that about funding and other things we will discuss during stage 1. And before stage 2, we will decide that what we should do to make it successful. What we have discussed so far with many persons, and what we have found that funding is not the biggest pain. There are some other issues which are required to support the startups and to do the innovation. But we will discuss during this, and we will consider what you have suggested, sir, and then we will come out with the specific requirements during stage 2. So now, just I scrolled some of the slides which are related to this, but that will be used subsequently. Thank you. I should take over.
Thank you so much, sir, for the brief and the overview about digital twin. So as we have suggested that as we will be progressing for the day, we'll be dwelling more and more. So as sir has mentioned that we'll be having the discussions around the themes. So the first theme will be constructing the replica of physical world. And we'll be having certain partners for this to discuss about this. So we'll be having Bentley, ISRI, Arrows, and the first presentation will be from the Arrows. I'll be requesting the presenters from Arrows. So we'll be having Mr. Vikram Tana and Mr. Chandrasekhar, who will be delivering their presentation on this. Mr. Vikram has a career spanning over 2 decades across technologies, media, gaming, and brings a wealth of experience to his role as a CEO of leading OTT platforms, Mazzalo and Eros, now both owned by Xfinite now, an innovative blockchain and AI-powered global entertainment ecosystem. Prior to joining Xfinite, Vikram held leadership positions with global consumer-centric organizations like Discovery, Disney Star, and Viacom, where he has played a pivotal role in crafting user brand experiences. He brings with him a remarkable track record of developing and scaling digital gaming, broadcast, and music venture driven by a combination of curiosity and creativity.
A very good morning to all of you. It's my absolute pleasure to be a part of this prestigious forum. Like Asit in the previous discussion said, this is about seizing the innovation moment. And it's a very precious moment. I come from a media and entertainment background working on product and technology. And we believe moments are something which really make a difference. Look at how the world is moved. Let's take a simple example of what this country loves. Cricket. You've got test matches. How many of you all watch test matches full, ball to ball? Can anybody raise their hands? Ball to ball. Not now? Okay. Let's move to the next version. One days. How many of you all watch 50 overs plus 50 overs, 1 day matches? Hands up. Anybody? Nice. We've got some great cricket fans. Abhi T20 ka zamana hai. How many of us watch T20? I watch them. You can see a lot of hands. People have stopped watching T20 now. First 10 overs, last 10 overs, power play dekh lo, enough highlights dekh lo. So that's where Asit said, and it really caught my attention, seizing the innovation moment. It's so very important, right? We've moved from large form content to short form content. And that's what's happening with the power of technology. Technology is now looking at leaps and bounds, saying, how do we use data? Gone are the days of saying, this is my data. Never say that. And that's where collaboration comes in. Sum of the parts is always going to accelerate and create that snowball effect and create this city, create smart cities, and through collaboration in the physical and digital world, have a better place for the human race. This will be a human race which will be well informed, very, very self-responsible, because we are capturing identities here. It's very important to say that I am a responsible citizen sitting in the physical state. I am one in the digital state, but am I getting the benefit of it? Right now, no. And that's how smart cities will evolve. It is with the power of the human race. It is the power of good governance. And it's going to be along with the power of saying, hey, can I make the world a different place to live in? Let's have a look at how things are evolving as we speak. Where are we currently and how are we going to move going forward? We've all seen a lot happening with Google Maps. We've seen a lot happening about looking at Google Earth, looking at how geographies are evolving, looking at how you can create digital twins in this space. Digital twins cannot be just restricted to a physical space. You start going and mapping individual geographies, map the entire Earth, map locations, but what are the effects around it? How is the human population going to be synergistic with this? What are the current issues? Listing them down step by step. I think Asit covered it brilliantly by taking various examples, saying, can we drink water from the tap? When? Where? There has to be a starting point. Data will show that. Where will the data come from? Multiple sources. How do we look at safety? How do we look at security? In my mind, there are three important things here when we start looking at digital twins, and those will be the pillars, and not all the pillars, but the key pillars. It's going to be transparency, trust, and data privacy. If we can, as a industry, collaborate and ensure and provide that trust to the citizens, saying, hey, these private companies, these government organizations are working together for the benefit, it's going to go a long, long way. This indeed is going to be a journey of saying, how do we enter the fourth industrial revolution with the next generation planning going on? How will smart cities be built? Smart cities indeed are going to be the heartbeat of human tribes. It is going to make a huge difference saying, hey, there is a government entity, there is good governance, there is citizen responsibility, and at the intersection of technology, how can you create almost like a double leap to create a structure which is so true to the culture, which is so true and close to nature, and most importantly, driven by technology. It's almost like three of them working in tandem to say, can we make this a more socio-economic political system which can continue to thrive and accelerate? Over a period of time, with the invention of internet, the industrial revolution, so on and so forth, machines have helped us live better. We've got more comfort, we've got more safety as human beings. We are right now looking at the next giant leap, saying, can this really be true? Is it going to be true now, or is it going to take 5 years? It all depends on how different companies come together and work together in this sphere. Now, if we start looking at various things to do, it will be a long list. But what is the outcome? What are the key outcomes of any smart city? Well, first of all, it creates a kind of narrative. The narrative is going to be quite different in terms of what the city is set out to do. We've got some global examples coming in. You look at Neom as a city. Most of you guys may be following it. If not, just Google it out and check it. It's a city which promises to be the smartest city in the world. How much time will it take? They're talking about several years, maybe 2030. Rome is not built in a day. But does that mean it's going to be the smartest city? No. The world is looking at it and saying, no, we can move faster. You can see a lot which is already happening in that space, in that region right now. But there are a lot of other countries, including ourselves here, really trying to move the needle way, way hard. It's going to be a space which will have skilled professionals, which will create a new era of working together in collaborative way. It's going to create an ecosystem where talent can be retained easily. Who would want to get out of that place? It's going to be a space where investment is going to be attracted in leaps and bounds. It's really going to be a space where inter-collaboration with other smart cities will make it grow even more powerful. It's not going to be a space which is going to be isolated. And how are we going to do this? It's important to understand how does one create this so-called ESG ecosystem. There are going to be at least 4 verticals which are going to play a very important role here. Number 1, how is the government or the city going to work around? There are many, many triggers over here at a larger outer level, saying how is waste management going to occur? Is every citizen going to be monitored in terms of how it's going? Reward those citizens who are contributing. Let's look at highlighting almost a gamification, like integrated game engine kind of a space in terms of how do we kind of bring about these small changes. Waste management is just one. Sustainability is important. The second is, how does the corporate sector come in? Not just the telcos. How do we get a whole host of corporates coming in and owning data to say at the enterprise level we work together with the government to bring in this change? How does the community get affected? When we say community, there are a lot of spaces which are like office spaces, parks, buildings, etc. And then last but not the least, the individual play coming in from the citizens. How do these all come together and bring about better health and wellness? How do these work together and bring about better sustainability? There have been so many experiments about going to space and talking about staying in Mars. Are we already giving up the fact that this space cannot be a better space? Definitely, let's do something now for the smart cities to create that habitat which we are all looking at from a space perspective. Well, how is all this going to be possible? There are different verticals, right? So you've got AI, you've got IoT, you've got blockchain. From a blockchain perspective, it's very, very important to look at smart contracts. It's very important to look at digital identities for each individual. So you have your own individual self in the physical space, provided gamification in the form of avatars, get rewards, build trust. With trust, you can gain a lot of things. You can gain access to things which others don't. We've seen here how things like Aadhaar, how things like UPI have changed the whole gamut of making life easier for all of us. Put this in the digital space, it'll give you more freedom in the physical space. It buys you more time. That is what machines did early on to us. And that is what this whole ecosystem with AI and blockchain promises us to be. Let's look at some live examples. These are some videos in terms of how the ecosystem has evolved and some kind of use cases which are actually being worked upon at this point of time. Let's look at a city like London itself, right? Let's say the use case may be, how do you increase efficiency in looking at solar power? As simple as that. Live data will showcase you a lot of things, saying how is the energy usage happening in different parts of a city. What are the so-called green zones, which means they're adhering to what is required in today's requirement. Obviously, the bar needs to keep going up, it can't stop there. The red zones are something which are creating a lot of stress in the ecosystem and affecting sustainability. Suppose you use simple solar powers through blockchain. You are able to figure out what each home, each office, or each factory or industrial area is able to generate and consume for itself. If it has excess, it can provide it to other areas which require it so. And that's where incentivization comes in. You can make money. Now, all of this data is being exchanged across various partners. There are various levels of exchanges which are happening to kind of, make this efficiency go on. And that's how you get rewards. And that's how you get penalized as well going forward. So several use cases can make it possible. Of course, what is important is good level of dashboarding, coming in and making it simple. Let's look at a simple example of tourism. Look at Eiffel Towers in Paris. It's more than 1,000 feet long. It's got 3 stories plus one, which is not used very effectively right now. It has huge number of visitors. From a tourism perspective, it's the epicenter for the country. But what is happening is not really creating a snowball effect for the country otherwise, right? If you look at numbers, it's 5 million, 6 million tourists coming in regularly, spending money in different parts of the country. But the kind of data intelligence which can be leveraged from here to say that, can it be passed on to other parts of the country? Can other parts of the country pass on data? Can it look at revenue trends? Can it look at footfalls? Can it look at what is working? How can historical data help you create a spike in predictive data? Not just with basic projections which people do or marketing campaigns, but can you understand and absorb what each individual is kind of contributing? Is that individual also contributing to neighboring areas in addition to this particular one as well? And then there could be case studies in Saudi Arabia, for example, which has got to do with sports city. When you get into a sports city in the physical world, there is a large adrenaline rush. Can that be there outside the stadium as well? How do you kind of transmit various kinds of data, historical as well as predictive, also live, to kind of influence people who are sitting outside to participate as much as they would probably be doing if they could make it over there? Very, very interactive example. And then you've got cities like, Ras Al Khaimah, which are now trying to get into the edge of tourism. It helps ecotourism. ESG is at the peak over there. There are 2 sides of it, the east part of the city and the west part of the city. How do you bring alive a lot of this data for tourism? How do you bring alive a lot of this data for people to come and invest? How do you come alive and say, this is the space which is there for humans to look at for a sustainable future? All of this is going to be possible, first of all, with step 1. Step 1 is going to be about creating a framework. Creating a framework starts with a simple blueprint. You have to go back to the blank canvas board, start with data analysis, move into features which are saying, hey, how can I look at different models, 2D, 3D, 4D models coming in? How do I look at the accuracy and the precision of the data which is currently sitting in the physical world? How can it be replicated with live data in the real world as well? And then most importantly, how does your data architecture fit in? How does IoT give you live data in terms of what's happening to keep upgrading it? So it's not just about picking data. It's also about saying, can I innovate real time with the data which is flowing in? Can it be more interactive? Can it be more immersive? How do I kind of keep going the flow with the change? Second step, after creating the framework, is going to be about building your digital twin metaverse infrastructure. What is really important over here is the 4 pillars. It's very important at the initial stage to say, what is the SWOT for the current project? Business goals need to be realistic. They need to be driven by innovation. But at the same time, one also needs to understand that I don't want to make it complex. The system is not getting created purely for tech. This system is getting created for customers. They need better UI, UX. How are you going to solve those problems? We've seen a lot that the biggest disruption which has happened recently is a lot of things in and around the mobile phone. It's changed the world, right? It started with music long back, saying I can have music on my phone. And it's almost like a magnet. Whenever I see a mobile phone, it reminds me of a magnet. It's a magnet. Any innovation, it just kind of attracts and puts in over there, right? You name it and it's there. But you can't make it complicated. We've seen a lot of people trying to use blockchain technology for various places by saying there has to be a wallet, etc. It doesn't work that way. You need to take care of consumer UI, UX. So it's very important to kind of, look at saying, once you've defined the goals, once you've started building it, how is your data architecture or ecosystem going to work? I would say, keep it simple but collaborative. There'll be 3 layers to it. First of all, you have your IoTs where a lot of input keeps coming live, and this is the most important part. It's almost like the depth of the ocean. It looks beautiful from here, but you need to really dive in to kind of get in there. And then data centers, which are very, very important, which will talk to you through your SDKs to the apps. So when it comes to data centers, you are looking at unit economics on a regular basis. You're looking at unit economics when it's utility, when it's energy, so on and so forth. And it's very important to have a collaboration when you look at the app ecosystem. There are so many apps with so much data which use only a certain miniature part of it for themselves. A lot of it goes wastage. Right? Simple example is you take the most sophisticated smartphone, ask yourselves, how many features do I use? And you ask the smartphone manufacturer, how many have you created? It's just going to be a fraction for most of us. I'm going to share a few slides and hand it over to my colleague Chandra after these few slides, where we'll talk about how dashboarding is very, very important for these services. You can create the best of services, you can get the best of data, you can create the best of compute, but without ensuring that it's all collated in a way that it helps you to create a real differentiation to make change in the human race is all going to be futile. So simple to use, good dashboarding coming in, saying how do you look at ESG index, and this can be compared across cities, countries, continents, regions, so on and so forth. So we started doing some early work on these. Also, it's very important as we progress in our journey to look at saying there are opportunities, there are challenges, there are limitations, which are going to be overcome with various modes of collaboration. So for example, precision and accuracy from the physical world to map it onto the digital twin is very important. It is going to be very important to say that the IoT-led sensor data has to be mapped through collaboration, through API calls on the websites. These are basics. Without these, it's not going to work. We can talk about people making infrastructure in different ways, making it complex, trying to integrate. But till you are able to reach the last mile, it's not going to kind of work around. Some more dashboards, which we've kind of started working in, works pretty well. When you start looking at geographies, it gives you options. For example, look at landscaping, look at interiors, look at the different ways the floors and the tiles are created. Helps you with a good jump start when you start looking at various cities and see various similarities and differences which I've been kind of using in. This also kind of helps you to kind of build cities the way they are. We saw examples of a few cities, but also kind of build interactivity with data coming in through different players as well. I'll request my colleague Chandra to kind of take everyone through the next few slides.
Thanks, Vikram. I think as Vikram spoke about the metaverse and creating a digital twin of the buildings and all of that, one of the essential utility to be able to deliver that are the networks, right? If you have a digital twin of a physical world without an overlay of the digital twin of the utility, decision making is not going to be comprehensive. So overlaying the digital twin of the utility network itself, in this case, we are focused very much on the telecom network as a utility, but it can apply to any other utility infrastructure also. And ultimately ensuring that the end user is getting the best digital experience possible to be able to access these high bandwidth metaverse apps, both on the consumer side, which is let's say you're using an app on a mobile or on a TV or increasingly on a VR headset, or on the producer side where your sensors and your cars and all the appliances are pushing data onto the cloud. So both on the producer side as well as on the consumer side, you need high quality networks, high bandwidth, high availability, low latency networks available. And what we have initially started working on is how do you measure across the geography, what is the quality of the digital experience delivered? And when you talk about digital experience, it's not just the quality of the networks, but it's also the quality of the apps. So if there is a payment app, the networks may be good, but if the payment app, when you're swiping the QR code, doesn't do the payment, ultimately the user doesn't get the value of that utility service. So one of the things that we have started doing is to monitor critical apps across a territory. This could be a city, this could be a country. In one particular case, we are going to talk about what we have done in Philippines, where across the city of Manila, we are monitoring the quality of government apps, payment apps, health apps, emergency services apps, disaster management apps, and so on, to ensure that those apps are accessible, those apps are continuously available, and those apps are delivering the right latency to the end user across the city. We did something similar with in Qatar when Qatar launched FIFA 2022, right? They had about 8 stadiums across the city of Doha. And the apps in 2022 FIFA were all AR apps, right? So you could point your mobile phone at any player on the ground, and you would get the entire details of that player, right? Who the player is, how many goals has he done, how many offsides has he done, and so on, right? So you'll get the whole detail of the player itself. Now, all of those require a high-quality network delivered within the stadium during the match with a density of 100,000 people sitting inside the stadium, right? So again, continuously monitoring, auditing, and ensuring that that stadium gets the best infrastructure, not just the infrastructure, but also the high availability apps is absolutely critical. So creating the, aggregating and collecting the data is one thing. The second thing is creating a digital twin of the digital experience itself and overlaying it on top of the BIM model that Vikram had talked about. And here I'm not just talking about outdoor, mapping it to the outdoor geospatial view, but also indoor, right? Even within this, seminar hall, for example, the networks, there's no 5G reception, right? So how do you ensure that, create the right incentives for the building or the property owner themselves to create maybe in-building systems so that the seminar hall gets the right level of connectivity. And this is not just crucial from a apps accessibility perspective, but it's also crucial from a public safety perspective, right? We're talking not just about commercial networks, but also public networks. Can we ensure that the police, for example, gets the best network across the city? Can we ensure that the ambulances get the best network across across the cities, including inside the buildings? Because if there is a disaster inside the building, networks are the first, port of call. So how do we bring all the different data sets available with the service providers, with the public safety agencies, with the DOT, as well as from other sources into one geospatial platform and map all the communications infrastructure available within a city. And then figure out where exactly those gaps are, where the infrastructure is not sufficiently available, and then incentivize to be able to put that infrastructure in those places. Incentivize not just the provider of the network, but also the owner of the infrastructure itself, owner of the building and owner of the property itself, to be able to invest in the infrastructure to be able to deliver it to his or her end user. So that's what we're looking to do. As a company, we're very focused on the telecom infrastructure, and we think that as part of this initiative, some kind of a initiative to augment the telecom infrastructure is absolutely essential. That's pretty much what I had. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team Heroes. We'll be having the question answer session for the theme 1 at the end of the 4 presentation of the theme 1. So going ahead in the theme 1, we'll be having the next presentation from Genesis. I invite Dr. Anirudh Roy to give the presentation from Genesis. Dr. Anirudh Roy has spearheaded Delhi State Spatial Data Infrastructure and National Spatial Data Infrastructure projects. He also served as technical head of ASRI India and project scientist at IIT Bombay. He has got his PhD in environmental sciences engineering. He is currently volunteering as a member in FICCI, National Space and Geospatial Committee, and as a technical member of Geospatial Committee in BIS. So over to you.
Thank you so much, and good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank Department of Telecom to give us an opportunity and creating this excellent environment of this brainstorming session to knowing each other, what each individual or the stakeholders are bringing the value. Can you just put this? I have to put it here. Okay, so the topic that we have been given, I think very creatively the thought leaders at Department of Telecom has given the theme and the titles. So Geospatial Mastery, the bedrock of future planning. Of course, indeed it is there because the foundation is what you actually create, the how strong this structure is all about. So if you actually see the broad agenda, and it's very briefly I'll be covering that who are we. We do have a program what we call Genesis Constellation. I'll explain very briefly about that. The definition of digital twin worldwide is evolving. And it's not like that we are happy and we are very pleased that as a country we have taken a very early adoption mechanism and we are at par with many of the international companies as well as the developed countries, what they have done, we are at par of that. So there is a maturity model that we have decided and we have devised it, and we felt this is the way of aligning the entire framework for the nation. We have gone through the UISR and we found it's very creative, very visionary, and how this alignment of the digital twin can be done with the existing work that as an industry we have done. We have tried to focus very briefly on that. Of course, we'll summarize after that. So very, at a high level, I would like to say we are a geospatial company operating in India for last 25 years. We have specialized in terrestrial and aerial LiDAR. We have introduced LiDAR in this country. The objective is very clear that whatever we do, we should do it accurately and we should do at scale. It's very, very important. We have been doing and mapping the entire globe. You will be in a position to find that all across the world we have been doing mapping, but there have been restrictions for doing the surveys within the country because of the lack of policy. Thanks to the government that there has been a reform which has been brought. So last year, November, we felt that as an industry, when we work in this country, 250 years old almost, Survey of India, we have had an MOU with them that how together along with the National Mapping Agency, we can create the digital twin cities of this internation. So as you could see, we have been doing this 3D, whether it is for the Microsoft, whether it is for the digital globe, now the Maxar, we have been flying. We have mapped whole of Europe, we have mapped whole of US, Africa, all the continents. And in 3D, but in India itself, we were not kind of, because of the lack of policy, the 3D part was not being allowed to do that. February 2021, government has brought a geospatial guidelines, wherein they have made it very clear what is that the individual companies or the industry or the government, the do's and don'ts should be doing, what is the domestic companies can do, what is the foreign companies can do. And that has brought a lot of impetus, followed by a gadget which has been published in 2022, December 28th. So during this framework of 15th of February 2021 till 28th of December 2022, we as a company, we have geared up to do these things at scale. Our definition, and this is the definition which is adopted worldwide with so many other international government bodies as well as in the industry, the digital twin is a virtual, accurate geometric representation of the real world. We have been brought up by seeing the maps in 2D. But in reality, when you see the 3D, and the real world is in 3D, the whole objective is all about scaling. How accurately are we depicting it? We can see it something from the satellite, we can actually see it something from the drone. But what is the application that are we addressing that decides the scale of mapping and the accuracy that we are actually gearing for? So we felt it's very important that we should have the right infrastructure in terms of surveying, whether it is a DGPS, whether it is a terrestrial LiDAR, whether it is a mobile mapping system, whether it is a drone, whether it is the aerial or a satellite. We have got a constellation, and that is what we felt that we should be gearing up with the adequate infrastructure to map the whole nation very fast. Can you just help us to run the video? The video. Oh, it's not coming.
The Genesis constellation. All set to create modern India's 3D digital twin. A revolutionary way to plan modern cities. With India's largest collection of sensors, remote sensing experts, comprising AI ML technologies, powered by a massive computing infrastructure, and with patented proprietary tools. Genesis has created India's most modern mapping platform, encompassing unique data layers. The 3D digital twin will be powering the next generation utilities such as telecom infrastructure, improving network coverage, and better analytics for users. Solar applications, enabling renewable energy development. EV charging stations, helping citizens get access to low-cost charging. Genesis's advanced driver assistance systems, helping in bringing in the automated driving revolution to India. E-commerce, improving the speed of product deliveries. We are on a smart cities mission with new infrastructure planning, identification and inspection of road distress, green coverage assessment, emergency response, assessment of street vending activities, water conservation and flood management, property tax valuations and collections. An unprecedented platform with its exceptional functionalities. Accelerating innovation in urban service delivery in Indian cities. Making lives better for citizens. For the first time, a 3D digital twin of entire urban India is in the making, with a month-on-month increasing data capture capability. Using the Genesis constellation, a platform taking forward the PM's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, a new India, a well-planned India.
So the journey that we started Now we have covered more than 33 cities of this country. We have also started, as I told you, that the process, the definition of digital twin. So when we actually acquire the real world features, there are two ways, what we call the God view, what you capture from the top, and there is a man view, what you see around. So one aspect is that we capture from the nadir, which is the vertical part, the oblique, and also the other part, which is the 360-degree view. And that is how we are actually covering the entire city from all the dimensions. So as a company, what we have done, we do have a specific maturity model, the framework that we have been talking about. And it goes from geometric twin to informative twin to interactive twin, autonomous twin, and predictive twin. The foundation is the geometric twin, and more information you try to put on those buildings and the physical assets is actually all about the attributes that you create is the informative twin. You do have so many IoT devices which are giving the feedbacks, which are installed in various objects in the real world. They give the interactive twin, and you try to automate the process then, that how it can be done, the training of the individual models, and finally you try to predict it. So it's a journey, and it depends from one application use case to another application use case. The fundamental aspect of geometric twin is that it's a fusion of what you see as a 3D model from the top and the oblique and the 360-degree view around. And as a process, we have almost covered 1 million light kilometers of street imaging. Many of the Google Street imagery that you see today in your mobile phones or maybe in other apps are actually been licensed to Google by Genesis. And what you actually see, around 3,500 cities of this country are already been mapped. Navigable roads are already been done. So the journey has already begun. We do have this following very rich stack of data layers which are available as a part of the data product. I'm not going to just read that out. So our combination of technologies are actually helping us to achieve the goal of digital twin. These are some of the products that you can see. And these are the various cities. Each city has got a very unique challenge. Somewhere we are trying to help out with the ecotourism. Somewhere we are trying to restore the flood management problem. There is a building deviation issues for revenue generation. Dharavi, we have been now started the work for whole of Dharavi 3D digital twin that has been done in consortium with Adani. And also we do have this Jaipur 3D city, it is for the heritage part of it. So different, Ayodhya, we have been now an official map authority for Ayodhya development, and so on and so forth. Recently, and we are very proud to say that we have been awarded Varanasi Smart City for creating the digital twin of Varanasi, which has been lately in news. Ayodhya, we have been chosen as a digital mapping platform, and interestingly, international way, the very famous and holy Makkah, we have been awarded that you create the digital twin for Makkah. When we talked about the indoors, specifically the earlier speaker, very interestingly, all the airports, exterior and interior of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we have actually finished the work. Attribute information is actually you add more and more information on top of that, and that is how we create, and with the street imagery that brings more information on top of it. All the sensors, and we have already done that, it gives the feedback whether it is automatic weather stations, whether it is the temperature, whether it is you are getting for the energy meters, you get a live feedback, and then it becomes an interactive twin. Training of the models, very important, that dynamically how the machine can be trained and which can be a faster route is something what we have achieved through the autonomous twin. And lastly, very importantly, is the futuristic part of it, that how can you predict? The city is waterlogged. How much rain will be there so that there will be modeling that this much of city will be inundated. This is the pollution level today. How much of the pollution is predicted in this next month or next week. I'm very pleased to also tell you, we do have also one of our partners, Professor Chandan Ghosh, who is sitting right there. We have partnered with them for this predictive twin analysis. It's all about physics of how. This is all about computational fluid dynamics. They have a very specialized company doing these activities of how you do these predictions and the modeling. And whether it is for the air quality or whether it is for any other simulation, we work very closely with them to do that. And we also look for other partners also to come together. So the journey is there. The aspect which is the beginning as a country is the geometric twin of it. So if you see real world visual replica, the most important part is interoperability. So whether you are using open source cesium, which we have seen, whether you're using Esri, which is a market leader in GIS, when you see the Bentley, which is the infrastructure leader in terms of engineering CAD, or whether it is Unreal Engine or Autodesk or any other sources, we have done all the test bed and we have seen the data that we create is platform agnostic, and so on and so forth, right from the entire journey. Now, very quickly, I'll touch upon the last part, which is the EUI that has been published, how we are augmenting to that. One aspect, and there was a query also which has come now from the digital twin of the telco network in the event area. So there are many facets to it, whether it is a site selection or propagation modeling, network capacity, which is the line of sight. There are n number of functionalities which can be done for any event area. And what we felt that the platform that we are having, which we call Oyster Maps platform, we do have all these capabilities inbuilt. So once the geometric twin is there, the functionalities are there. It is all a matter of you can jumpstart the project right from day one to get the desired results. Other part is the drishti. Very interestingly, we found that it's very categorically written that generating insights about the visitors' movement and arrival and departures. This is very important and very interesting. If you actually see, I'll try to, in fact, we do have the live demo also, but somehow this is not operational. Yeah. Okay. Very simple application, very simple dashboard. We do have multiple polygon of interest. These are what we call polygon of interest. So there is a place name. We would like to put the place name. Maybe we'll take just Bangalore International Airport. So you see the Bangalore International Airport has come up. And then you also tell, okay, I would like to know the specific dates. So maybe from 25th of May till 12th of June, I just given two arbitrary figures, a specific duration. What is the footfall in Bangalore International Airport? And this is the data we are gathering. And from there we found this is the high-level dashboard and the statistics, very simplistic manner. One place, 4.04 million footfalls has happened. Total minutes, the people who have stayed is 89.7. Average distance they have covered is 12.19. This is the number of kilometers. More interestingly, how long those visitors have stayed there. 0 to 5 minutes, this is the total number. If you see the counts are also written. This is self-explanatory. So there are visitors who have stayed more than 60 to 90 minutes, and this is the number. But more interestingly, the drishti part of it is that these are the census zones and the tracks which we have provided. So majority of the people have actually come from Devanhalli, very categorically. So from Devanhalli, 24.51% has come, traveling a distance of 8 points. This will give a plethora of information and insight. This is what we called very creatively, the name of drishti has been there because this is the real insight of the data. Where from this data is coming? We don't have an access to this data from Department of Telecom or any of the, but there are probe data which are available. There are mobile apps which are available through which this data can be sourced. N number of this kind of data sets, when you aggregate, bring out, this will open immense opportunities for the businesses, whether it is a B2B or it is a B2C. And we as Genesis, we are geared towards giving this kind of solutions very cost effectively, and we have got majority of the POIs which are already there. So coming back, very other two things, last part. This is Spurti. I've taken just one example, that this is a Worli, and we have got a road which is congested. There is a planned flyover. We see it in 2D, but when we created the 3D, then we know actually how much of the displacement of the assets is required to be done. But very quickly, with the help of Bentley engineers, we have created this 3D model of the bridges. On the fly, it just took 2 hours for them to create these bridges and then see that what should be the right gradient and the ramp and what should be the alignment so that the best alignment. So 2 of the designs have been chosen. And this is the beauty, and only possible if you do have the LiDAR data, because the accuracy matters. Every 1 centimeter matters here. So it's not a joke. When you try to do a serious business, you need to have the accuracy, you need to have the engineering level precision, and that is how this kind of agility or the Spurti can be brought in. As far as the Sahyog, yes, we invite you all to come to our SIPS center. We are based out of Mumbai. We are in SIPS in Andheri East. In our place, we do have our experience centers. So those who are interested can contact us. We can arrange a very good demo to see how we actually create the work, how we facilitate this entire program. So we spoke about the metaverse, the internet, the hologram, the 3D hologram. Everything that we have created can be actually be shown and demonstrated. Time is less, but precision is actually training the models. As an in-house R&D center of Genesis, we have been doing a lot of work during these COVID times. So when we captured from the site-specific drone, the towerscape, telco towers, manual work is there to repair the things and do the AMC. We flew the drone in a spiral manner. We got the images. We found which are the areas which are actually rusted, how the operations can be automated, how it can be detected. So if you can see, based on our own computer vision algorithms, we are in a position to detect the percentage. The shop names are detected, electric poles are detected, and then it has to be brought into the database to ingest that in a vernacular language. These are the kind of work which are actually in play. Best part is that we have already filed 3 patents out of this work that we have been doing. Other aspect is the emergency, though in the UI it has been specifically written about the ambulance and the health. But the work that we have done immediately after Joshimath incident, our team went there with the drones. We have collected, worked very closely with the local authority, told very specifically where the cracks are. And we brought out a map telling that this is the crack maps and this is high priority, low priority. Immediately we could able to assess an hazard zonation for this whole area. And the fire brigade example, which I also heard, that majority of the roads, if you see, and if you use any traditional apps which is giving you the navigation, they do not give the width of the road. So whether a 2-wheeler or a 4-wheeler, if the fire brigade is there, are they in a position to enter that road? So that is the kind of intelligence. This is the first level. Sounds very, very simplistic, but the fact is that many of you would have ended up in a very rural area by looking into the app, because probably that is the shortest route, but your vehicle cannot enter. So the fact is that when we do the things intelligently, what is the height, what is the depth, what is the dimension, what is the width of the road, these are all important considerations when you try to help or do the sahayata for somebody. In summary, Genesis, we are an Indian company and we do a fine-grained surveys as per the gadget of National Geospatial Policy. We do have our own content program. So whether it is a pan-India 2D maps or whether it is a map which is on 3D digital twin, we create that. We create platform agnostic data services and solutions, as you have seen, and there are multiple things. Because of paucity of time, I could not able to talk about all those. We do have two platforms. One is Wonobo, which is World with No Boundaries, which is all about immersive views of the street imagery. We do have Oyster Maps, which is about the 3D digital twin, ready-to-use platform. And we are very eager and ready to partner with any solution provider with whom we can co-create value on merit. Thank you so much. Thank you for your patience listening.
Thank you so much, sir. So in a theme 1, we are having the third presentation, and that would be regarding the geospatial mastery. And we'll be having the speaker from Esri India, Shri Vibhu Sinha, who's senior manager there. So Mr. Vibhu Sinha is leading the pre-sales function for North and Eastern regions of Esri India. With an impressive experience of 15 years of track record in the field of GIS and remote sensing, he comes with a strong background in customer advising and executive enterprise level digital transformation programs through GIS and location intelligence.
Yep, thanks. And a very good morning to all of you. And thank you for having me here. All the esteemed dignitaries from Department of Telecommunication, all the peers and colleagues from various industry peers, industry partners, and all the audience. So I must thank Mr. Tanna and Dr. Roy for setting the context, and they have talked quite a bit about the vision part of what digital twin is going to do, what Sangam is all about. I represent Esri India, and I would be talking about how GIS or geospatial technologies are going to be a foundational, cornerstone, I would say, for a digital twin implementation. So we saw a couple of examples doing just that. And before getting into that, I'll quickly talk about what Esri is all about. So Esri is the global leader in GIS, Geographic Information Systems, software, location intelligence, and mapping. This is a quick purview of our footprint across the globe, and specifically about India. Okay, thank you. About India, we have been here, since 1996, headquartered of Noida, and delivering solutions to over 6,000 customers as we speak. Great place to work, and everything is there. Let's talk about who we work with. So this is, our extent of work. We have been working primarily with government agencies in education, utilities. So you name it, we have found a use case for a location enablement somewhere. And digital twin is just an extension to that. So what are the technologies which we offer? A comprehensive geospatial system supporting multiple communities. You can start with mapping, creation of basic data. How do you create that digital twin? How do you get those geometries out there? And once you have the data, how do you go about analyzing it? How do you bring imagery, wrap around imagery context to it? And how do these developers actually bring all those technologies together? So you have a digital twin data created, but how do you, link it with your, let's say, utility systems, metering systems, SCADA systems? So probably developers could find a solution which would give us a very nice UI, which would be easy enough for a user to understand, a user to operate. So these are some of the domains where we are spearheading: spatial analysis, data sciences, geospatial infrastructure, data management, and the software delivery as on-prem software. Either it would be as a SaaS, it could be as a PaaS. So we'll be talking about this, and some of these delivery modes we could actually use for Sangam, where we'd be collaborating with some of you for publishing the digital twins on this GIS platform. So the technology is scalable, integrative and flexible, fully interoperable with a very exhaustive support for most of the ISO and OGC standards. So whatever data you might be having, we should be able to read it, process it, analyze it, and publish it. A quick footprint across India. Some of the esteemed customers who have been working with in telecom, Airtel, Geo. We've been working with various smart cities. So we have one of the largest footprint in terms of smart cities, command control center implementations. In utilities, we have been there since the time of APDRP. National mapping agencies, we are the go-to mapping partners. So as this is just to elaborate on the kind of exposure and experience we have in dealing with various use cases, in dealing with various phenomena, and how do we bring those real-world phenomena into a digital world, and moving ahead into a digital twin. So what is a digital twin? So was defined by Dr. Roy. I will not get into it again. The GIS context to it is, it creates a digital twin of the social, natural, and built environment. So that is the, I would say, the human or the softer part of it, right? We got the geographies right, we got the geometries right, but geography is irrelevant without understanding of the demography, the population, the ecology surrounding it, right? So we try and bring that phenomena into the digital twin. And why do we need to do that? We need to do that because our world is transforming. So if we look at the landscapes, so if we go by the government data sets, we are like close to 35% of India is living in urban conglomerates. But our landscapes are changing rapidly to suggest otherwise. Probably by the time we have next census data available, this number would be vastly different. Probably would be having more than 50% of India living in urban conglomerates. So are we an agrarian society anymore? A question to ponder upon. Buildings and structures. So where is that urban India moving? We are moving into buildings which are, vertically expanding. Our infrastructure is growing to support that, growing population, and all that requires better understanding of infra. We need to have that information quickly on the fingertips, and we need to do, a quick visualization, quick analysis on top of that. And what helps us with that is understanding of networks. Which networks are supporting this kind of infra expansion, and then processes to make sure that whatever work we are doing, that work is being streamlined. There is a proper chain of commands established. There is a proper, workflow, a typical command control scenario. So digital twins do support that. So moving ahead, I'll be showing a couple of examples, and we'll just try and see how that works. So this is just an example where digital twin has been created using BIM data. So we will have another session on BIM. I'll not get into the detailed part of it, but BIM is Building Information Management System. You try and get that information, bundled with your GIS to understand a a combined picture of how GIS and various facility infrastructure components are working together. A real-time visualization of operations in a city. So this is bus routing in the city of New York. So you simply put a dashboard for the operators or for the citizens, and you can see where the buses are moving and how they are performing, where are the delays, where are the accidental points, where are the breakdowns. All that you can see, and you can quickly respond and reach there. So this is an example of modeling and analyzing the environment, shadow area analysis. So we all are listening about green buildings. So you would want to know which part of the building are, getting a lot of, getting a lot of exposure to sun, and which are the areas which are not getting any sun at all, right? So in our offices, I mean, the older offices we have seen, part of the offices are in Shimla zone and part of the offices are in Uti zone. So it depends, so we have seen that kind of differentiation everywhere. So you could analyze how much sunlight, how much air are we going to get. So we could bring in the environmental context to a digital twin. You could bring in an almanac, and the system is smart enough to change the extent of sunlight exposure according to the time and month of the year. This is another example. The city of Boston, reality capture, as we say. The data was captured using drone by one of our partners, Blue Sky. And here you can see the complete overview of Boston and the utilities and the road network surrounding it. Here you can see, amalgamation of data, which is GIS, imagery which has been captured. And here if you see in this building, we are zooming on to, we will be again be able to see GIS, BIM, and a contextual capture, all brought into one interface. So you reach to the building using GIS, but then you get into a BIM exploratory mode to see what all this building is comprised of. And then here you see skyline of Boston. Darker the color towards the red spectrum, nearer the building. And then we are able to bring in a couple of attributions, like the year when the completion certificate was awarded. So you could use this kind of data for compliances by the municipal or civic authorities. And then you had utilities being shown up. Here you can see in some of the buildings we are able to demonstrate vertical zonation, like part of the building which is being used for commercial, which part of the building is being used for hospitality or residential. And then you see a penthouse somewhere up here, and you move in further to understand how this data is being used for, let's say, emergency response systems. So you have a quick example of an assault being reported onto your emergency channels. So you try and identify which is the nearest responder to that particular incident, and then visualization of the city in a digital twin, how it looks like. Similar example for ports. So in ports, what happens if you have flooding, or how your cargo is being loaded and dispatched. So this particular example talks about data which was created using LiDAR. So we just talked about it in Dr. Roy's session, and a bit more value addition has been done by bringing in environmental context. So here we are seeing how a flood assessment can be carried out if you have a flooding of up to 10 feet being identified. So which parts of your godown or storage would be submerged underwater. So just a quick example of food for thought. Another example which can be used for digital twins, and that would be roads. So here we have hazard monitoring during road construction. So you have your teams deployed out there, and it could be due to allocation of men, allocation of material, how things are being positioned out. You collect that data from using some mobile devices with geotags, and you identify certain inaccuracies, certain deficiencies, you geotag that location, you have a pre-defined form which defines the criteria, the grade of hazard which is being perceived, and you put it across to an operational dashboard. And then you get to see a complete dashboard purview in a digital twin format where you can see which are the major locations where we are seeing breakdowns or structural issues. And you could then see how initial risk scores and residual risk scores are being compared together. So all this, helped us identify a digital twin to enhance sustainability. So a city in Sweden, they enabled a digital twin of their city for public to come and comment upon. So the underlying platform here was ArcGIS Urban, which is a SaaS offering. And once you provide this data onto ArcGIS Urban platform, you can also enable the participants to actually come and edit that particular information on the web. So you'll go there, you'll identify your particular building or your area of interest, you'll have editing tools, and these editing tools are pretty easy to operate. You don't need to be a GIS expert to carry that sort of editing out. So if you have a flair of dealing with mobile devices, laptops, and you are generally good with your mail writing and WhatsApping, so you should be able to edit this kind of information. So that is the power of GIS being put into hands of citizen participants. Another example, we just saw Boston. So Boston has also gone ahead and shared their 3D city model for download by architects. So creating a 3D city model of city itself was a mammoth task, and then they are also enabling the participants who are the architects and the urban planners by providing participatory action into creating and developing new infrastructure projects in the city of Boston. So all this is being supported by the platform which is provided by Esri. So we do support that kind of scale. We do support that kind of flexibility and I would say interoperability with various systems and various technology platforms to make it very easy for everyone to operate. So now coming to sum it up, I would say Esri's digital twins platform, you could segregate it into 4 parts. One would be your environmental twin, one would be your planning twin, it could be a design and construction twin, and operation twin. So the words themselves are self-explanatory. Environmental twin, it deals with the bare basic, the ecological construct of it. Once you have that under control, you move into the planning side of it. You understand your ecology, you understand your environment, what you have, what you don't, then you plan accordingly. So which are the areas where I can set up a go down, and which are the areas where I can actually go and set up a residential unit. For setting up a residential unit, probably I'll need softer soil type, availability of water, a good soil type, right? So all those things would be considered, but in wasteland, probably I can go and set up a go down. Once you have your planning worked out, you move into the design and construction part of it, where you bring in a CDM workflows, and then operation twin for operation of such infrastructure. So getting into it, Realty Capture is the platform which allows us to capture, or I would say process, all the data which has been captured using various platforms. It could be your drones, it could be your LiDAR platforms, it could be your satellite data which is coming in. So Realty Capture now supports that, starting right from drone up to satellite. So no matter at which scale and which type of data you're capturing, we would be able to process that to the finest degrees of accuracy and bring out a very usable and conceivable digital twin. For environmental twin, we do bring in lots of data. The corresponding technologies and corresponding capabilities are, your availability of voxel layers, which allow you to present data in a 3D paradigm. And we are offering planning twins. So we just saw what cities in Sweden were doing. They were using capabilities like ArcGIS Urban for planning, contributory planning. And here we can see that this technology is being supported by gaming engines like Unreal Engine. So we bring in this type of texture and outlay using gaming engine capabilities. So that is the kind of integration we have. Moving ahead, we have design and construction twins. So we saw one example using roads. And for this, for BIM integration, we have a very tight integration with Revit. So you can, if you have your BIM model in Revit or RCF format, we could simply bring it into ArcGIS. ArcGIS is the product name or system name, and we can work together using that. So, and this is the last part, the operation twin. So you think about a large hospital or a very large airport. We just talked about Bengaluru. So I am someone who has not been to the new terminal of Bengaluru airport yet. And I'm very sure when I'll go there for the first time, I'll definitely get lost. So an operation twin of a Bengaluru airport or a large airport complex like that, it could help a first timer like me to go there and find my way from the entry gate up to the boarding gate. Wouldn't that be easy? I wouldn't have to go and ask a couple of people like, where do I go? How do I find it? Right? So these kind of capabilities work, and it can also be integrated with platforms like ServiceNow to support maintenance and housekeeping activities in such premises. So just to sum it up, ultimately we are doing this to ensure that our world remains sustainable. So Mr. Tana, he talked about, we are planning about Mars, but have we given upon, this planet altogether? So I think sustainability is what we are planning about. Sustainability is what we are looking into. So we need to bring in social, economic, and environmental systems into our digital twin, and S3 platform would definitely support that. So this is all I had to share for now. And before moving ahead, I just wanted to probably show a couple of demonstrations. The 5G is not supporting, but this is just a quick example of how do you, bring in digital twin context into understanding, your availability of Wi-Fi spectrum while you're moving about somewhere in New York, and you have a start and end point. So you have WiMAX terminals. So while you're moving in that area, so simple line of sight using digital twin. So you can see all the green lines or the green connectors are the points which are actually providing WiMAX connectivity to this person who is moving across a road in the city of New York. And I'm seeing this on a web browser. So no explicit high-end technology required. Whatever is being done in the back end. I just provide the input and then see myself moving about and get in WiMAX. Another example of ecological visualization. So major earthquakes in 2019. So we keep on hearing these earthquakes, right? We have a ring of fire across the planet. So this is a true representation of earthquakes. So where actually was the epicenter identified? So this gives you context that earthquakes are actually much deeper than we thought or than we imagined. So this is how digital twins help you. So a very contextual, ecological or environmental representation of digital twin. And then consider this scenario, a building reach analysis. So if my, if fire departments had this kind of information where we had the height of building, so consider this building and there is a fire on the penthouse or the rooftop restaurant of this building. As we can see, this particular truck, if positioned here, it cannot really reach the rooftop. So my digital twin should have option to bring in context like I can bring a truck with a tandem rear axle with a higher or a longer stair, and using that they can probably reach the rooftop of this particular building. So these are some of the use cases which digital twin brings into our day-to-day lives. So that is all I wanted to share. Thank you for patient hearing, and we would be really looking forward to collaborate with all of you for this Sangam initiative, and we look forward for the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So in the theme 1, we'll be now moving to the fourth and the last presentation. And I would request the fellow presenters to please take the time and just please complete the presentation in the time. So for the next presentation, we are having the presentation regarding the topic BIM Brilliance, and that would be delivered by the representative from Bentley, Mr. Amish Srivastav. He is the senior director there. So Mr. Amish Srivastav leads the pre-sale consulting by offering business strategy and technical expertise to sales in the selection, implementation, and development of competitive products and service applications and the solution. His proactive approach involves monitoring competitors, analyzing business practices, and providing recommendation while staying informed about industry trends, market dynamics, and emerging technologies. Over to you, sir.
I'm good with this.
But it's not coming. Just a minute.
Good afternoon. So going last is always tricky, right? Because you're standing between the break and you've spent about an hour or so listening. And it becomes challenging for the last person, especially when you say, be on time, right? Yes, good. Okay. So I'll see how and what I do. So I can be somebody who you will kill me after this session if I take an hour, or otherwise. I hope it's working. Okay, so very delighted. I think great session as of now. We have been hearing a lot of value aspect in terms of how digital twin can bring to all of us. In this session, I'll focus on 3 major aspects. One, we'll talk through how Bentley technology can help the Sangam vision in terms of how digital twins can bring value. And I'll not talk too much in terms of technology platform, but we'll talk through case studies on how globally organizations, cities are deploying digital twin across it. So just to give an idea, just to get the juice flowing in terms of what's the possibility around it, something which is happening, something which has happened, and beyond. Okay, so let's see how we go forward. And I hope this works. Perfect. So let me start with about who we are. What is Bentley? I'm sure a lot of you know. A lot of you may be associating us with Bentley cars also. It's good to be associated, but we are not a car company. We are an infrastructure engineering software company. Our users design, build and operate infrastructure. So engineers and professionals who are involved in infrastructure design or operational use our solutions across it. So if you, and hopefully this video is playing, if you look at the snippet which is running across as I talk through are the projects which our users have been delivering. You'll see multiple infrastructures, both above and below ground on how technology can be used across it. And the reason I'm playing this video and showing multiple infrastructure or industry, because cities are ecosystem of multiple industry segments. You have road, bridges, telecom, buildings, and what is required is an ecosystem of twin. So there's no one twin, you will have an ecosystem or a convergence of multiple twins which will be used across that. We are a 40-year-old company. We have about 5,200 employees across globally. And if you look at where our users are, what industry they come across, our users use our solution from 196 countries globally around it. 90% of the top engineering ENR 250 companies use Bentley softwares, especially, and then you look at a view of how owner-operators, people who operate these facilities, these cities, 75% of the top 500 owner-operator across multiple industries use Bentley technology. And as we talk about Sangam, right, I think the great aspect, or I think one important aspect, is when we are looking at it, we are looking at it as a technology-first view of information. We all talk about sustainability, we all talk about resiliency, and everything which you heard from morning till now was all about how can I make my cities more resilient? How can I make it more future ready, if I can use that word as such? And this is where what we do. We help our users, and you will see examples that how cities are using our technology, how they're using digital twins to make our society sustainable and comply to the SDG goals, because that's something which we all look at, and you'll see examples of it. What are we talking about digital twins, right? If we take a pause and think about what digital twins are bringing value, what are we actually leveraging out of it? It's all about generating infrastructure intelligence, create that intelligence aspect which can be used across my operations, which can help me in planning my future forward. That's what infrastructure intelligence is all about. And the foundation of it is data, right? Everybody knows that. We all have heard about how data becomes an important aspect, whether it's infrastructure intelligence, or even if we talk about AI, right? We all about the aspect of data in terms of what and where it brings value to all of us. And how do we generate data when we're talking from a city level aspect of it? Sensors. Industry tells us, industry analysts tell us, there are 1.2 billion sensors across the globe, right? Everybody wearing a smartwatch, everybody creating a mobile is creating a data point. We heard about how we are leveraging those data points in various use cases, which you heard through the morning aspect of it. So sensors bring data. We have crowdsource information, how people are engaging. And we saw, I think, Sir gave an example about the bridge in Delhi, right? Where crowdsourcing platform actually provided us a solution rather than just a planner aspect in terms of how we can optimize it. So crowdsourcing is another aspect of a data which we are generating back. So the digital twin is all about how do I converge this information, converge these sources of information together. Today we have silos of these informations. You will have a reality data. You may have an engineering data, a BIM model which is coming up. You will have an IoT platform which is analyzing this information to give you insights. But the goal is how do we align these information together? How can I contextualize this information as a part of the platform? Digital twin is not supposed to be static. It has to be evergreen, right? We talk about digital twin definition that it has to be a digital representation of your asset. It should not be an outdated or a dated view of my asset. It should tell me how my asset is performing today, how it will perform in future. Typically, when we talk about digital twins, we talk about three major use cases. Able to give you situational awareness in terms of how my asset is performing today, and we'll talk about examples there. Then, how do I use it from an analytical aspects of it? How can I do what-if scenarios using digital twin? Can I have a predictive model on top of it to understand how my asset will perform on it? Also from a planning aspect, if I'm looking at expansion, how does it help me in planning my infrastructure better? That's the second aspect of it. The third aspect of digital twin is all about how can I create something autonomous? How can I make it that it can look at data, review it, and help to automate that processes around it? And that's what the digital twin use cases will be. Everything which you heard today in the morning session, everything which you will hear and through the use cases, categorically you can classify in these three levels in my mind. everything which you heard will be. And why it's important is we need a platform. You cannot have silos of these solutions working independently. They give a lot of logical values when we work independently. But again, digital twin will be an ecosystem of multiple systems. It will be a single pane of view, as I call it, right? Where you will be able to go to these silos of information, able to generate analytics out of it. So you need a platform which is open, a platform which will contextualize information, a platform which can provide you visualization based on your persona by the way the role you play in that city level aspect of it. So it should be all persona based aspect around it. And what we have done in Bentley is built upon a platform, we call it iTwin, which is open. If you go today even on a website and you look at, you will be able to download our APIs. You will be able to use it to develop your own applications. So what we have done is leveraging platform, we have created some build to purpose application, and we have opened up our APIs to system integrators, OEMs, who can develop their own solution on top of it. And you'll hear examples, companies like Tech Mahindra, Wipros of the world, they have built up application on top of our platform, which are being used in airports, which are being used in building designs, etc. Water management is another piece. The other thing which is important when we're looking at as a platform is how do I enhance and provide a platform which will give me immersive visualization? If you think about immersive visualization, and I saw the gamification of digital twin, right? In a way which we were talking about, where we are looking at Unity, we are looking at Unreal, on how do I make this information available, and that's where we also have taken care of. The platform allows you to export the data, and we are just not talking graphics, we are talking about information which we are federating and contextualizing to be taken to an Unreal and Unity platform to create a unified experience, create a digital twin experience. And I'll show that, I'll not just talk about. This is Singapore. And recently we actually worked with SLA, Singapore Land Authority. Singapore Land Authority has built up a complete experience leveraging our platform. I'll let it play and then I'll continue.
We're here in Singapore at the Year in Infrastructure Going Digital Award, and the iLab has prepared a demonstration showing a digital twin vision of Singapore. And in this digital twin, we've been able to overlay a whole series of different information about Singapore in the categories of energy, transportation, and construction. We start this whole journey, in fact, on top of the Marina Bay Sands Hotel, where we're hosting this event. And on top of the hotel, we show the Green Plan 2030, which is Singapore's vision for the future of achieving UN sustainability goals. And from there, we launch off into different scenarios that look at sustainable living, energy reset, and resilient future. We think a digital twin is a very nice way to actually contextualize and make understandable different strategies towards sustainability, because you can see practically where interventions need to take place in the context of your city, whether that's adding new parks and nature, adding new solar capacity, detecting where the network is maybe in need of maintenance and repair. You can easily visualize it and see it in a very interactive, three-dimensional way. Another interesting thing we've been able to do is connect with the Google Solar API and data collected around Singapore. And what that allows you to do is actually see where is the total solar potential, solar gain, solar flux available if you were to deploy solar panels across the entire island. Not that you would put solar panels everywhere, but it indicates just the sheer amount of solar potential that is on offer for Singapore. Surbana Jurong just recently completed a new headquarters for their campus here in Singapore, designed by Moshe Safdie architects, the same architect who did the Marina Bay Sands. And they've really instrumented an incredible piece of architecture here with like a commitment to sustainability goals, reducing carbon, reducing the use of like water in the facility. They've added solar panels, they've retained a lot of the nature, in fact, a banyan tree. And they've outfitted the entire facility with a series of sensors to control and manage the building throughout its operations. Another great example, we got to work with the SMRT on a data set. This was information that was collected by scanning the actual conditions of the rail track. And so rather than just a traditional graphic view of this like on a bar chart, we were able to geolocate the location of all that scan data in the digital twin and then color code that. So we've got a great visualization of the data inside the digital twin of Singapore. So this interactive 3D medium, I think, is a great way to understand data in a totally new medium, which is geospatial in nature. Some people might call it the infrastructure metaverse.
So there were 2 or 3 things which were interesting when you saw this video. One, there were data coming from multiple organizations, multiple authorities. And a single platform was able to ingest this information and make it available to users seamlessly based on the persona they are looking at. We have been working with SLA. We have been working with PUB, who provide water in Singapore. And one of the aspects which we were talking in the morning about was how do we ensure the water quality aspects around it. So that's something which we have been working very closely. We have created AI modules along with PUB, which are in real time looking at water quality, looking at leaks, looking at how do I reduce NRW, the non-revenue water, which is one of the biggest challenge for all of us, right, from a city level in India. So leveraging district twins, you could build use cases, you could look at how and what value we are looking at from it. Let's move forward. And I'll take you back 10 years as such, just to show a project which was done, not a proof of concept. This was a People's Visit in Philadelphia in 2015. And this was an event which was, very important in that time frame where Pope was visiting Philadelphia. There was about 70 or 700 acres of land where various events were happening. There were 100,000 of people which were expected to come to attend that event. And how technology helped them to deliver that event, how it was helped them for planning, is something which this project talks about.
A 3D model of the city of Philadelphia. By the way, in a what we call a reality mesh, the format that can be used by every engineer of infrastructure in the city, had never been accomplished at all, let alone to accomplish it from scratch in such a short time frame.
Context Capture is an amazing piece of software. For this particular project, we're capturing about a detailed square mile. Most of the photography we're capturing is going to be from the helicopter, but of course, there's only so close we can get to the objects, the buildings, the important structures. So what we're also supplementing all this aerial photography with is going to be some ground-based photography. So that involves getting very close to the buildings and reconstructing 3D models back from ground-level imagery, which will add great fidelity and detail.
The World Meeting of Families 2015 was the first time that this event has ever been held in the United States. In fact, it was the whole purpose of the Pope's apostolic journey to the United States. So this was a very large-scale event. And what we typically have done in the past is we will utilize 2D CAD drawings and do lots and lots of site surveys. But the ability to leverage this 3D reality modeling was absolutely a game changer for us.
Right. Taking you from, and Anirudh did talk about a similar case studies in creating 3D cities, right, for India. I'll take you back from 2015 to now. And this is a project where we are working with Siemens very closely. This is Siemens Stat Square. If you are not aware about This is in Berlin. It's 70 hectare of land which Siemens bought about 150 years or 125 years back and was more of an industrial complex. And now they are reworking on it. They're creating a hub where you will have industries, businesses, education, all coming in together. And one of the challenges where digital twin is helping in this project is while they're doing construction, while they're doing planning, they have these factories, these various operations which are still alive, working, still active. They are on steady state. So how do we align and leverage digital twin to ensure that we are not creating a bottleneck, we are not reducing the efficiency of people who are being and working there? Have a look at this.
Welcome to Siemensstadt Square, a 1 million square meter future city district featuring a complete digital city twin. In partnership with the City of Berlin and District of Spandau, Siemens is developing Siemensstadt, one of the oldest and most famous industrial sites in the region, into a state-of-the-art open urban district. With each of Siemensstadt Square zones having different themes and designs, some areas will be demolished and rebuilt, while many will be retained and restored. All can be accessed through its digital twin. From existing site data, through planned developments to ongoing projects, Bentley's digital twin solution will help teams to connect and collaborate on data regardless of source, format, or complexity. With game-like navigation, intuitive tools enable team members to locate buildings by name or number and access key information on usage, materials, or year of construction. Overlay 2D information like parking areas, street names, and building boundaries, or review existing utility information across the site or within buildings one at a time or in any combination. Review asset performance data from IoT-connected sensors and devices, plus surveys and inspection data on the condition of existing utilities. As Siemensstadt Square projects progress, the digital twin provides transparency for all, helping to optimize every aspect of design, construction, operations, and management. Urban planners have access to street layouts and landscaping information, helping to improve decision-making and enable clearer communication with different stakeholders. Architects can explore open spaces, parks and plazas, review designs, overlaying master plans and zoning maps to better understand proposals. Project managers can visualize construction sequences or access dashboards to understand building use, where live links provide up-to-date information on key performance indicators. As the urban transformation of Siemensstadt continues in the real world, additional layers of data will be captured and reflected in the digital world, increasing the benefits of Siemensstadt's digital twin further still. Our Siemensstadt twin will give us the opportunity to simulate and significantly optimize the planning and operations of our district. The digital twin technology will serve one purpose: to be a unique blueprint for a sustainable and inclusive urban district where life, work, research, and industry happen side by side. Come, co-create the digital mind shift with us. Siemensstadt Square.
Another example of a city-level digital twin is City of Dublin. I think today in the morning you heard about it, where the platform has to leverage and engage, do citizen engagement in terms of understanding, proposing the plan in terms of how the city should be developed, what needs to be done, and the same platform which is being used here on Siemensstadt is used in City of Dublin. We are working in partnership with Microsoft there, so we'll be happy to share more details on it if that's of an interest. Another aspect when we talk about digital twin is mobility, right? How do I use digital twin from a simulation aspect? Whether I'm doing a complete new project, doing a large scale development, or I'm hosting an event. How do I actually are able to make a right decision in terms of, is my current infrastructure enough to help me host that event? What new infrastructure, temporary or permanent, which I should be building up within my system? Able to make that right decision, able to understand, and able to do it in our early planning stage has a lot of value for all of us. And this is what our mobility simulation solution allow you to do that. You can basically look at various scenarios, do what-if analysis, compare various options to identify and define what your workflow would be as we move forward on it. So mobility simulation can help you in answering multiple questions, right? In terms of, is my current infrastructure good enough? One. If not, if I'm building up a new infrastructure, are my transportation, does my mobility scenarios today good enough for that aspect? If I'm doing a construction, am I have to create a bypass road? How do I manage traffic on these roads around it? If I'm building up a new large-scale development, we have to look at aspects in terms of what will be the load on my infrastructure. Do I need to introduce a new network of transportation into the systems? Able to answer that questions, able to use that is something which is important. That's on the transportation, right, aspect of it. But again, pedestrian simulation is also important. Able to look at how do I plan for my pedestrians for a confined space, for an environment. This is an example from New York substation, where you could basically model, you could simulate and analyze the movement of pedestrian within a confined environment. And this environment could be a railway station, an airport, arena where you're hosting an event, a river sites where you have events which are happening around. So able to simulate, able to plan, able to look at how do I handle emergencies are important, and that's what our platform will allow you to do that. Another aspect when we talk about digital twin is go from a macro level to a micro level. Look at your bridges, look at your various roads and understand, are they actually sustainable? How can I basically look at from an aspect of maintenance around it? And this is a project which we did in Denver along with Stantec, where it started with putting instruments on the bridges. It's an existing bridge where we started putting in sensors with a goal to understand the deflection. When I have an event, when people are using that bridge, how can I understand the structural movement? Because it was designed years away, right? And we have to understand what's your current performance, how is it performing today? So able to understand deflection, able to understand the structural movement, and able to create that insight which can help my structural team, which can help my maintenance teams to understand the anomalies, able to trigger work orders into my EM systems. To create that insight is another value which digital twin brings in. That's just not limited in terms of bridges. You heard about how AI and ML bring value. And this is an example of a user of ours who used drones to capture the runway. Typically, the workflow would have been, you would take a timeout, you would do manual inspection. But in this case, they flew drone and then leveraged our platform's AI and ML modules to understand the cracks, classify those cracks, and more importantly, to look at the false positive, because that's the biggest aspect. The joints on these cracks are important, and these are false positive, and able to identify them, able to capture and reduce that time of inspection, able to predict over the timeline that this crack A, about 6 months back, was of this severity level, and now it has moved to a severity level B. And do that corrective action is something about digital twin brings value, and that's what our platform does. So I've been pushed to close things, and I'm doing that in a minute. 3 takeaways which I want to close up on, which you want to take. We help you build that infrastructure intelligence. We have a platform which is open, which allows system integrators, OEMs, startup to leverage a platform, develop your applications, bring value to your customers aspect of it. And third, if you have questions, comments, reach out to me. The barcode defines my contact details. And thank you for your time. I took 28 minutes and 10 seconds.
Thank you so much. So I'll request you to please stay here, and I would request the speakers from the past sessions of the theme 1 to please come on the stage. So we'll be having a group photographs, and we can have quick 2-3 questions. So our TCO representative, do we have the mics in the audience? So anybody from the audience, if we are having any questions from the theme 1 speakers, they can raise their hands. So we will deliver the mics to that side.
Hello, I am Shubham from Care for You. I have a couple of questions, one out of curiosity and one a bit more serious oriented, I suppose. The first question to both the people who gave us information about GIS and the technology they're using for creating digital twins of cities. How long does it take you to create one for an entire city, the environmental twin, the informational twin, all of that? Just to see the time scale for, let's say, a semi-large city like Pune or maybe Bhubaneswar or going ahead, right? And the second question, from the first talk, the digital twin and all of this seems to depend a lot on the data we receive from IoT devices and all, especially, let's say, our sensors, our watches, our mobiles and all that. So at what stage does the customer privacy, at what stage does the data belong to the customer? So belong to the end user, right? We have monitoring, we have data from lots of different stuff, but at what stage is it too much? At what stage do you say, okay, maybe we shouldn't get too much data in? This is a question I had in mind because, again, I work with AI systems and the ethical questions come up a lot there. So this is kind of an ethical question to the panel.
Which was the serious question?
So,
Okay, so how much time does it take to build the city? So, as I told you in my presentation very categorically, the modality and the mechanism of creating the city, okay? The way we are talking about, that we are going to create the real replica of the real world. So one aspect is that you fly the aircraft in the aerial system. Number one, the definition is that whether are you using the orthometric way of doing the things, whether you are using the LiDAR way of doing the things, what is the accuracy parameters are you looking for, which applications are you going to target. Data acquisition typically depends on 3-4 factors. Number one, and I'm getting into very quickly, I know time is passing out, getting the permission from the authorities to fly. This is one very tedious, these are the hindrances I'm trying to talk about, okay? So one should know the things in perspective. Once you get the permission, then you set up the control points and then you see to that you fly in a clear weather. You get the required permissions. Once you do that, that is a very quick job that if everything goes well, then 3 to 4 days is more than enough for 100 square kilometer of city. You take the data to your secured place. And now the objective is that how do you process that data? It's a huge data, right? If you're using LiDAR, if you're using optical sensor, if you're using multiple terrestrial imagery and the mobile mapping vans, how much is the automation which is at the background? What is your level of preparedness? Are you using the cloud infrastructure to scale up and scale down based on the data which is actually getting ingested? This is quite a variable. For a novice player, it may take several months. For an experienced player, this may take several weeks, depending upon the usages. And once you create the geometric twin, this is again an autonomous part of it. How much it is your preparedness at the back end to ready-madely create the data. So typically, in a city where you want to put it across and then the ground truth checks and then revisits again. So this is only the geometric part of it. Then you have got the relevant information coming from the various line departments. Then you have to integrate with the IoT devices which are going to come. So typically, I must say, when we talk about city of Varanasi, which we have backed out, the time frame that has been estimated is around 9 months to have a complete end-to-end solution to make it happen, if that gives you some perspective.
Okay, the next question.
Hi, this is Manish from Power Profit Technologies. My question is related to, our cities are evolving. So when we create a 3D, digital twin, and how much efforts will be required, or, is there any statistics, right? After 6 months, if we do any delta, are platforms ready enough that, they will just sense what is the delta change, and then it can be accumulated, very fast.
Yeah, so it's a typically change detection analysis, which we are doing for Ayodhya. Every month we are doing that exercise, So it is again an algorithm. Platform is there, functionalities are there, features are there. Once you get the data, it is automated. So if time permits, maybe we can show that also. We do have the live data available, but because of the paucity time, we have not demonstrated. So my colleague Gurmeet is here. Those who are interested, Gurmeet, if you can raise your hand, so you can contact her. She can actually show you the time series analysis of Ayodhya, how the landscape is actually changing every month.
Okay, we are getting some more comments from...
I think just to answer the previous gentleman's question about data privacy, right? We are all in a world of problem of plenty, right? And the first thing which I said even in my talk was 3 things important, right? Trust, transparency, data privacy. So if you don't earn the trust of the citizen on data, it's not going to work. So you need to have parameters where the individual identity is protected, where the individual is pretty comfortable saying, okay, I don't mind going in this space because it's for my benefit, it's for the social well-being, etc. So yeah, data privacy comes first.
Also, just to add, many times synthetic data can also be quite useful, right? So not all the time you need to crowdsource from individual users. For example, in the example where we showed tracking of digital experience, we don't do any user data collection. We just purely do synthetic data collection, which sort of mitigates some of the problems that you mentioned.
Okay, we can have one more question if there's from audience. Okay, so thank you so much. With this, we are coming to the end of theme 1, and I would thank all of the speakers of the theme 1 for participating and for giving the insights. Thank you so much. With this, now we'll move to the theme 2. So since in the theme 1 we have understood how the physical world is being converted into the digital world, and now the second part in which we have to infuse the data into the digital world and how to utilize that. So for that, we are we had 4 participants. So basically the data from telcos, the environment, and the mobility planning was planned, but due to some medical emergency, our speaker who was going to deliver on the environment perspective, Miss Abhilasha, she have left, but now we'll be having the next presentation that will be from Mr. Jayant Ritti. He is CEO of Nayan. I would request him to please come forward. And just to give the brief about Mr. Jayant, he holds a PhD in robotics and intelligent machines and masters in electrical and computer engineering from Georgia Tech and bachelor's in EC from Delhi College of Engineering. He had more than 100 patents to his name, and he leads the council for various cities to help in the smartness as a service to support the India ecosystem. He had 2 successful companies in the US and worked with US government, DRPA, Google X, Boeing, among other organizations. So I'll hand over to Mr. Jain.
Do I get a clicker? So good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this generous hosting. It's a privilege to be back in IIT campus. We used to be rivals back in college days. IIT, I'm from Delhi College of Engineering. Just compete in robotics competitions. Always a good memory to come back here. So also thank you to the DOT. Asit ji has been very generous for this time. We've been discussing many ways on how we can improve digital cities and a lot of support from the department as well. So it's privileged to be here. Thank you everyone for being patiently present. And the last session was exemplary, all the 5 panelists. It was unique, very unique. I hope you captured it. There was a live link. My entire team is watching from our office as well. So thank you for sharing the YouTube live link also. Very quick background about myself. I am Jayant Rathi, a CEO and founder for Nayan Technologies. The focus for our talk is going to be today everything that we discussed just a while back about how to create that synthetic layer of data transformations from real to the augmented world and then portray that in front of the decision makers to get that data exact and live of how the city actually exists at the moment. So for us to make real-time decisions on what the status is, we have to ingest the data. So our background, and I'll give you a quick rundown. So everything that you see in front of you is on the left, there's a smartphone. So on the middle, there's a small camera. On the right side, there's a drone. We know all these 3 technologies, and how do we mix them all up? So Nayan's empowerment and enablement is to focus on data collection using edge-based computing. What that means is you don't have to collect videos from everywhere and send them to a standardized server at one place and then harvest the data. You can simply collect the data locally at different locations, process it on edge, means on remote locations. That smartphone is computing billboards. So a department of municipal corporations and billboards and everything. So it's collecting billboards to understand where all visibility is getting obstructed, or wherever advertising is a good avenue for city monetization. Because everything will need monetization. How do you monetize? In the center, there's a bike with a small dash cam that's running through the roads and finding defects on the roads. All distributed. How do you achieve that at a citywide level? On the right side, there's a drone flying in the air, collecting people movements, collecting safety records, road conditions, ingestion of traffic, so many other things. All distributed elements. How do you combine them in a singular framework? So the interesting thing about this, I'll give you a brief background about my journey. My journey became in Nayan as a Uber driver. So it's a funny story, but the fact that I was on the road, watching the city inside out, every lane, every gully mohalla, became a inspiration factor for ourselves. How does a common man contribute to the general scheme of things? Or do we live in an environment created by somebody else, managed by somebody else, and hoping for the best? And then we blame everything. कूड़ा है तो उसकी गलती, gutter है तो उसकी गलती, issue हुआ, violence हुआ तो पुलिस की गलती, any issue तो किसी और की गलती. It's always the same clause, like why should I care? It's the police responsibility. It's the municipal corporation responsibility. तो PWC का काम है. तो RW एक short रह गया. तो what's the end result? End result is ground zero. We are down to zero. It's just a circle. We complain, comes back to us. We want a new party. We want a new government. It's the same thing. Circle and circle. Let's exit that loop. How do we exit that loop? So if you're driving a car which enters every single locality, if you're driving a motorcycle or you're driving a scooter or a small cycle, and you have an IoT sensor that can detect bumps on the road, has an IoT sensor that can detect issues, gutter overflowing, nali, mohalle, etc. on the road. There's a violence on the road, some snatching is happening, some threat is happening, battery is happening, and you're able to detect it and report it while there's no one around. If there's a dark corridor, if there's a highway where there's an accident, a cow is walking on the road, you want to help it. But you cannot, you're rushing to your meeting in the next city or you're rushing across the city. You want to help it. How do you do it? You want to, all of us by default are built to help the city. We should all agree with this. I think we all agree with this. We want to help our city. So it is painful sometimes for us to see something is wrong and we cannot do anything about it. I think that's one of our biggest pains, and this was my biggest pain when I was driving that car. So driving the Uber, I learned that if I could capture, I as a single one small little human being can capture information on the roadways and send it to the right agencies all through the day. And I kept doing it all through the day because I'm anyways on the road. Then what extra effort do I need for this utilization? So I started doing it manually. Then came AI. So that little application that you see in my hand on the bottom, that's an AI application, first of its kind back in 2016. So that we started developing this. What if I don't have to put my hand anywhere and there's an IoT smart sensor in a car? And you drive and collect all this information across all the cities and you achieve all the KPIs for the government that they want to achieve, lowering the issues in the city, with lowering the maintenance schema of the city, lowering the traffic violations of a city, and do it without investing too much more capital expenditure into the city, which is already so much expensive, already empowered. So how do you tackle all of this with the crowdsourcing of information? So this is offloading information and responsibility of the government, pushing it upon all the little nuances in a city, bikers, buses, trucks, even a khada hua ped can help you. A shop running chole bhature can help you. How do you leverage so much distributed computing and reduce the cost of a net taxpayer? So that was the achievement that we wanted to achieve. So we started integrating with various city partners, Swiggy, Zomato. We started making these IoT cameras, very, very small, very high-powered IoT cameras. That's also my background, developing very micro-sized cameras with a lot of computing capabilities. So we started empowering smartphones. Today, we are supporting now 27 cities. So if you have a smartphone, you can type in Nayan on Play Store, download the app, put it facing the road, and you will automatically see it captures piece of information that that location's city government needs. 2 or 3, municipality, police, DOT, or someone else. So you keep patching information locally and keep sending it all the way to the ministry without changing your behavior, changing your life. You are going to school, dropping off your kids. You're coming back home to have dinner. You don't do anything except leave a smart IoT device to handle the issues, which next day morning or overnight emergency systems can handle. So there are teams for it. Let's take that a little step further. So a quick video. This is our life in the roads of Delhi. This is what we drive. Lights kai baar nahi hoti, issues nahi hote. Now you see a lot of these violations are getting picked up by a lot of people who are cutting the road. Violations, overlapping of goods, overloading of goods, wrong side driving, cattle on the road, municipal issues, safety issues, insurance issues, vehicular damage issues, IRDA issues, so many issues. In a single stretch of the road, we have just now, one stretch, 10 seconds, we just now saw nearly 50 issues on the roadway, 50. How do you tackle 50 issues all together in a single 10-second video? Imagine that for all the roads of the country, all the roads of the city, and expand that in global phenomena. What digital computing force on this planet can manage all of this and then get it to the right agency? It is not possible. We cannot be that fast. We cannot compute that fast. So the answer is digitize, decentralize. Collect the data decentralized, refine it decentralized, combine it all together, and display it to the right agencies to resolve. And then solve it in the order of merit. If the same issue gets factored and picked up by 10 people, is that more important than one getting picked up by 1,000 people? Prioritization. So prioritization of digital data. So all those layers have to be built in to monitor a whole city and maintain it. I'll skip the slide, but there's about 70 patents on this. There's a lot of reading material that we have pushed in the community to read and help improve and, of course, co-synthesize good solutions together. So you can read, there's about 70 patents that we have filed on the tech. So these are our partners. These are our partners. You and I, we are the partners. Bus drivers are the partners, auto rickshaw wale are the partners, subah kabadi wala aata hai, that is our partner, the sabzi wala is our partner. You have all people who are living in the city who want the city to be better. All of us want it. There's no denying the fact that we want it. Let's empower it. So we started distributing these cameras to these guys. And then we said, if you cannot buy the camera, the camera is 3,500, but if you cannot buy the camera, why don't we give you an application on your mobile phone? Why don't, whenever you are driving a bike, when your phone is already on the front of your bike to route yourself to point, why don't you turn the application on the background and let us get what we need to help you fix the city? So it's not what we are doing, it's what you are doing to support the city. It's one action, one gesture, and that gets you all the data back. And you get points in return, you get rewards and incentives and everything. So we started sweeping the roads for various cities with the power of local carriers. These guys, unfortunately, are also one of the lowest income groups in the country. We all agree there's a divide. And while we love to sit in cities and high offices, a lot of people are on the roads all day long, every day. So let's utilize them, get them a little bit extra, and then have them collect the data for us, crowdsourcing of information. One example of a city. We have around 23 cities that Nayan manages now, entire municipal corporation, orgs, road. We do it nearly 2 to 3 times every day. The frequency is so high, we can go up to hundreds of times a day. It is so high that the data gets collected, gets wiser and more refined every single day. It is unbelievable the amount of data that you can collect when the data points are reduced down to little macros that you can put on a map like this, and you can show the authority, cow authority, where are the cow hotspots? Where are they moving? The garbage authorities, कौन सा RW गंदा रखता है, कहाँ पे रखता है, कितना रखता है, कब जगह पे आपका waste disposal नहीं होता है. The guy doesn't show up. When did he not show up? The road issues, pothole बना, road बनी, कब वो फिर से खुल गई? अभी yesterday तो he did this, now it's open. How? So how do you know this? The timeline, the timescape of it cannot be done over months. We are billing the city and the taxpayers monthly, daily, weekly, hourly, every minute. So let's monitor the things every minute. If something is going wrong, let's report it then and there, so it doesn't happen again. So the power of these IoT deliveries are able to power infra monitoring. So power of digital cities can be super enhanced by super enhanced data collection as well. Let's enhance data collection. Let's take it a step further. So some of the cities, all of the cities actually, have cameras. So all these cameras are present at the various intersections. A quick no-brainer transfusion of that exact same camera is, let's empower them with some intelligence, IoT or otherwise, or centralized intelligence. Let's collect the data of these intersections and the roads and put it live on a map. Put it live on a map for us to see where are all the threat spots. इतने violations अगर निकल गए उस जगह में कोई तो problem होगी. How come that location has so many violations? Everyone is changing a lane at that location. Everyone is driving wrong side of the location. Why? So there has to be some issue with that location. So let's get that location put on a map. Let's do that at all the cameras, every camera that is available in a shop. These cameras, mind you, are under the National Highways pilot project, where crowd-sourced cameras, सबसे जो आपका दुकानदार है, जो HDFC बैंक है, and आपका mall है, the cameras that are waste lying outside, and the city wants to invest 100 crore rupees to install new camera. Wait, the camera is already there. You just need basic IoT computing. Let's compute it, send the data out, and finish. Let's not invest 100 crores of taxpayer money to build thousands of cameras and start tackling a city ground up. There's no need. Let the cameras be there. Let's put that in a framework, and then let's analyze the city directly. What's beautiful is, it's trans-city compatible. What I just showed you before is India. This is Dubai. Very same concept, utilize public-facing cameras. And utilize them, analyze them, and then send the data back to different authorities for different actions and sequences of data and take effect and charge. Very successful, very ubiquitous, lowest cost, 100 times lower cost to do it this way than all the competing bidders who were standing in front of us in the room. 100 times cost difference. It was not even a joke. It was the longest time to clear this project for us was because it took them a year to understand how are the costs so low. Why? Because we're not setting up the camera, sir. We're not even putting a massive server in the system. That's why the cost is low. All the cost is gone. IoT compute or centralized compute, but metadata ingest. And then you deliver the project, keep adding the cameras. Expanding the city vision. So since we are in so many cities, this is example of hotspots of a generalized city. So when you stand at the municipal commissioner level, and the person in charge is of the whole city, and he's managing a whole city, the burden of responsibility for every issue, every complaint falls upon this guy. The chief minister calls this guy. He's under so much pressure. What does he see? What does a top authority see in the city to solve? He does not want to hear us. He just wants to see what is the action. Can a municipal commissioner watching the city see where the action points are in a city? He can in a dashboard very similar like this. Now this is a 2D layout. 3D will give us more depth, of course. A digital twin will have the same features, but embedded at the right points and the right issue threat levels garnered on the same thing. But give the right authority the right means to make a decision. If you tell him this, does he not see on Jhansi side which ward in the whole city is the highest issue in the city? Is it not easy to see on the left when there is Amritsar that which ward is the biggest issue for me? What is my KPI getting hampered? Kahan se maximum complaints aayenge? So all of these things are very simple tools that we need to empower, and we can do that only with the help of distributed data points collected. Let's expand that thing. So this is Connaught Place. There are some parts of Delhi. So these are issues on the roadways, drainages, up, down. Now, traffic issues, log kehte hain log gaadi theek se nahi chalate. But road issues contribute to traffic issues. How are the road issues not getting reported? If the gaadi has a bump that particular location on the road, will he not slow down? Will the cars behind him not try to overtake this guy who just slowed down? And then we blame everyone is cutting lanes, there's no traffic. So there are some issues we can solve. How do we collect all of this data? We're walking in Connaught Place, the gem of our city, and these things are dirty. There's spitting, red spots, yellow spots. We see it and we want to report it. How do we do it? Because the bandwidth on the municipal corporation is limited, budgets are limited, understand. Let's solve the biggest of issues. Let's get the cyclic engine to keep capturing the data automatically. Cattle on the road, waterlogging on the road, garbage on the road, city maintenance issues, speed breakers, braking, not colored. These are issues that you and I face on a daily day. Now we have trained our brains to filter all of this out. Because अगर रहना है, शांति से रहना है, तो इन सबको हटा दो मन से. अपने काम पे ध्यान लगाओ. Is the basic philosophy. But it could not be. When I was driving an Uber, I was facing this because I had a good car. I loved my car. And the car was facing all of this all day long. So I could not. I felt energized to solve this. Let's just tackle it somehow. So damage to the roadways, damaged lights, traffic lights, poles, barriers, dividers, all of this data we are collecting continuously through the roadways using AI. Overloading of goods, uncovered debris, metallic goods, elements, increasing. All of this is illegal, by the way. This is happening. But we have trained our brains to filter it. Hence, it's not reported. Let's expand that thought to road monitoring and road survey. What just happened in the Bentley presentation as well. So did you just see what it just did? There was nothing in place. There was not a drone. It was a Ola guy driving and delivering from point A to point B. He had a camera on his application, company camera, of course. The application is called Nayan. And he was driving from point A to point B. The survey happened on the background without even him knowing what was happening on the compute engine. Survey happened, data reported to MCD. The Ola guy got few points. Thank you for your service to the city for helping our roads. And that's it. The results are in front of the municipality. This road, captured by 20 drivers in the same day, has issues. The other road has one guy driving it and there's not much issue. Let's solve what? Solve the 20 issues on the road. Very, very easy. So background computing, simple IoT operations, and we got so much data in. And it even computed the amount of debris and amount of malwa needed and all the tar needed to fix the road. So let the compute go to the MCD कि इतने का टेंडर निकालिए, 2 लाख रुपए इस पे लगेगा, ये रोड को साफ करा दीजिए. Done. It is as fast as that, so long as the execution power is available to the top authority. Uska cost aa gaya, let's release the tender, khatam karte hain is road ko. So it's very, very easy so long as the data is available, visibility is available. We had a Commonwealth recently, we had a G20 recently. India was the president, we took the presidency in the G20. Having the presidency, inviting all the global dignitaries on that very day, luckily Indra Devta had rain all over the city was shining, it was beautiful. So now the management said, what is the best way to get the dignitaries to Pragati Madan? Airport is near Gurgaon, all the way is our Delhi in the middle, and then there's Pragati Madan at the end. So all the routes are green. Are they going to be pleasant for the dignitaries? Do we send them through this way? Do we send them through this way? What is the way we send them so they have the best experience while they're here in Delhi? So a project was done for PWD subdivision. So we put same camera. The guy is driving a car, picking up something, and some of the drivers we hired also, you also do the same what other guys are doing. And these guys moved and we calculated the greenery indexes for each of these road locations. And we submitted the greenery indexes of each of the roads and sent them back to the city. The entire lane road map was given for all the intersections from Outer Ring Road all the way till Kotla Mubarakpur and beyond. So we did that and we gave that information back. And they planted trees after the survey was completed. This whole exercise took 3 days. Can you imagine a tender getting done in 3 days? There's no need. The data is there. There was no survey done physically. The data was there. They asked us for the data. We paid. We said, this is the cost for the data. And you pay this tiny little cost, and you get the tender out and the greenery done. So the power of data, because it's present, you have so much power to execute quickly. Traffic violations and safety. Same issue. A lot of traffic violations, issues on the roadway all the time. But there's no power for us to do anything. कि मेरा चलान कटा, उसका तो नहीं कटा. तो वो philosophy remains that there's a bias. Then we start fighting the system. All right, we've given you the tool to benefit the system. We've given you the tool to fight the system. Can you do it now? हमने औजार भी दे दिया, हथियार भी दे दिए. अब बताइए. अब आप कर पाओगे? आप हमें बता पाओगे? आपके क्या issues हैं? Itna sa effort. So let's distribute the crowdsourced collection of these issues as well. So how do you do it? Again, IoT devices collect the data, send it to MHA, send it to local police departments, send it to local areas where blocking the bus stops. So if you keep fighting BRTS corridor, if you keep fighting traffic, bus to middle lane mein chalati hai, kyun? The answer is in front of you. There's drive in the middle lane because the left lane is blocked. Either at the bus stop or by an auto wala or by a mandi wala or there's somebody else. So all these issues are present. It's just a unification of the data. When it's all present on the map, it's easy to make a decision. Ye kyun hua? Because there's a fault on the road. Not because the traffic is bad at that location. So all these are locations. The other part of digital economy is very simple. So if you're making a digital twin of the city and the smart city, what is the other part of it? The software is one, the drivers are one. The other part of the economy is empower the local people dwelling in the city. Give them the means and the ozar, give them the means and the weapons to go and tackle the city. So this is our crowdsourced fleet of women. Very proud of them, nearly 200 plus now. Their simple objective in life is to validate the false positives we just talked about in the last session. There will be false positives. How do you navigate and clean out the false positives? Answer is very simple. Let somebody else do it. Because like a city has to govern, it cannot also manage and also do it. It should be a partnership. Let's partner with people to validate all the different data points. So very, very simple, and we've done it very successfully. These women are managing 23 cities, around 200 odd women sitting at home. So it's a very powerful way to make sure the city's digital data is getting accurately given back. I think that's pretty much the bulk of our data. There's some articles we did. What's interesting with these articles is the feature point that you see a city wants to highlight because of the propaganda or the mission or the KPI for the city at the moment is always shown in the news article. Even though there are 100 things getting captured and reported, some departments is focused on cattle. We solved the cattle issue. Done, very good. But the other departments did not get a voice, did not get a chance. And the other, so we have these multiple articles. There's actually, I'm happy to share the links, but there's a lot of them. And what's interesting with Pradhan Mantri ji, so I was giving them a demo. There's a funny story in GPAI. So this is the same one happened, I think, in the Jan, I think, or December, I think. So this happened, and Pradhan Mantri ji came at our booth, and he asked, "Ye kya hai?" So there was a demonstration of a city and how we collect data and how do we monetize the data, how we regularize the data. His answers were, why not just put the cameras in every vehicle and allow the common man to collect the data? If the data is so powerful and it's available, why are we putting CCTVs everywhere? I raised my hands and I said, thank you, sir. You have just said exactly what we are aiming for. The CCTVs are good in their place. They are important silos of protection, safety, security, compliance. They're important. They're silos. What is the other part of it? Is still the people. All the cars, all the mobility, all the buses, all the trucks, all the gadiyan, they are still important. And this was his exact words. We were standing there and we thanked him that he told us this without even prompting anything. This is what he told us. So it was amazing that this is reflected in the management, government's mindset as well. So very happy to hear. In fact, today's government.ai has our little picture with Pradhan Mantri giving us more knowledge. There's a post on Instagram from PMO also. So that's my little talk. Sorry if I exceeded the time. I was not looking at the clock. But the last going away thoughts, there is a rural environment for our country. There's an urban environment for the country. The digital city concept is very important for urban environments, very, very important immediately, because we are dynamically changing. This environment is so dynamic, so under pressure, so under watch, that we need fast results. You need fast execution, you need fast data. Good data equals good output, good decision making. Fast data means fast decision making. It's very simple. So keeping both in mind, integrating various cameras is the means that our digital cities can be very co-affected, resolved, and taken care of faster. So thank you so much for the little talk, and I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone has.
Or we can take them with the team too. Would that be good? Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So now, although we have overshoot the time of the theme 2 and we are supposed to get lunch at 1:40, but I would request you to please hold on for some time so that we can complete the theme 2 here, and then after we can proceed for the lunch. I hope you will bear with us. So now, with this, we'll move to the data that is regarding the telcos. So we'll be moving now to the Airtel, and we'll be having Mr. Abhishek Singh. He is the head of customer intelligence in Airtel. He'll be presenting the mobility insights from the telecom. He basically owns the data platform and intelligence data product, which help the telco to cater to its large customer base of almost a third of Indian database, which Airtel is having. He is a graduate from IIT Guwahati, and he has more than 17 years of experience in the very domain of technology and data-driven intelligence and engineering.
All right. Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you for having us here. I've just been prompted, please be a little fast, so I'll try to be. Somebody just mentioned earlier that how hard it is to kind of be in between a break and a lot of people. Now I'm between lunch and a lot of people, so it's even harder, but I'll try to be a little fast. Last time I was here in IIT Delhi, I think I was here for my own counseling more than 20 years ago. Which college to go to? I tell you, much more tense scenario than it is today. So let me take you to a slightly tangential world of what we've been talking about till today, right? Since the morning, we've had so many informative sessions. We just got to know so much about digital twins. We got to know so much about how we as people can actually impact the government, impact the decision making, and so on. Really insightful sessions. Let me tell you a little bit about how as a telco what we do and how we think at least we can help you guys power some of it and collaborate with most or many of you hopefully. When I typically go to a college for recruitment, etc., and I ask, do you know what Airtel is? And people say, well, SIM wali company. They don't know what else do we do. While we are that SIM wali company and we are proud of that, we are also, apart from connectivity, we are cloud providers, we are security providers, we are communication platform providers, IoT providers. We have more than 120 data centers within India. And these are just some of the things that we do. And if you start thinking about it, the things that we have been talking since morning, right? The connectivity, the security, the data privacy, the compute even, right? While it's great, right? Some of you are actually doing it on the edge, really on the device, which minimizes the use of compute, minimizes the use of data transfer, but you still do need it. And we are some of the people who can help enable. And we can help enable in the right form, in the right fashion, so that you are able to bring your use cases to life. A little bit of context about Airtel. Obviously, we have a large number of customers. That's a fortunate part of being in a populous country like India. We have trillions of records flowing into us every day. We have thousands of CPU cores. We have millions of transactions per second going on every day, every second. The idea of just showing you this slide is not to tell you we are awesome in data processing, but to tell you that already we do handle or we are used to handling data at a very large scale. When we talk about digital twins, a lot of people were showing so nice graphs, so nice cities, a duplicate of 3D and so on and so forth. That requires compute. And that is the compute that you'll need either from hyperscalers, either from people like us, and not just the compute, but you'll need the right way to utilize that compute. What are the data platforms to use? What are the right toolings to use so that you are able to utilize it? I'll give you some analogy of a digital twin, at least in our world, right? If you think about Airtel as a telco, we obviously have a lot of data of our customers, our network. Those are our two very large assets, right? We have networks spread throughout the country. We have customers spread throughout the country. And we have got data of all of it. Now, how do we use that data, right? In a typical telco fashion, for the customer is very important. So we create a data product called Customer 360 that basically has all the attributes of the customers that we can think of. Some are demographic, some are sociographic, and so on and so forth. We create this Customer 360 to actually use it for all the use cases about the customers that we have. We do the same thing for our network or our sites, right? We want to know if a site is really going to be revenue generating or it is going to be loss making. Is it the right place to put in a site or is it the wrong place to put in a site? So we do the same thing for network, for product, and so on. And once we have this, then we try to power up the use cases. We power up recommendations for the customer. We power up next best actions. What is it that the customer wants to do next? How do we plan the sites? How do we promote something new to the customer? We're even doing credit scoring for our customers, right? So lots and lots of use cases. Now here the terms I used were very specific to a digital company, right? Customer 360, network 360, and so on. But let's take a pause and think about it a little bit. Aren't these really proxy digital twins? See, what we are trying to do is we are trying to emulate our customer in near real time and then understand what is the best for them and offer them that. That is because today our day job is actually doing what is best for the customer. We are meeting today to figure out what is best for our nation, and we'll get to that. But the idea is the technologies, the ideology, the tooling, it's very, very similar. So these are all at the end things that a telco, and not just a telco actually, a digital company really does day in, day out to understand the best of their customers or their assets and then drive use cases on top today we are doing for our customers, we obviously would love to collaborate and do it for our cities. We would love to do it for our towns. We would love it to do it for our government agencies and how we can help them in infrastructure planning or even other use cases. I'll take you through a very simple use case, right? What we do in a telco, and if any of you are prepaid or even postpaid subscribers, right? The moment you finish 80% of data or 100% of daily data, you get a message, very simple, right? You finish 100% of your data, something has happened, do buy a new data pack or maybe just a warning, whatever way you want it to be, right? Ideally, forget the digital twin for a moment, forget customer 360 for a moment. There was an event generated and somebody got a message, simple. But does it really serve our customers well? We don't think so, right? What would happen is customers would be doing something, they may want to treat the message differently for different use cases. Let's think of the customer context for a moment. Was the customer in international roaming? Was the customer in domestic region? Was the customer traveling or moving? What was really happening at that time? Now, if you join with this customer context, you actually get to know that the same event would be treated differently for different customers. Somebody in IR actually will not go and buy your daily pack again, perhaps. But somebody in a domestic region definitely will if they are watching something on YouTube, if they are playing a game, because that is now just interrupted. That brings us to the next part, the customer profile. Now, as a gamer, I have a very different profile. As a binge watcher, you have a very different profile. Again, the customer attribute determines how do I want that even messaging to be, right? Now, if I actually breach data once in a while, maybe I wouldn't even do anything with that message. I'll say, okay, I breached my data. Let me pause, wait for that 12 o'clock trigger of a reset, and then I'll start using it again. But if maybe I do it 3 times a week, it's time I buy a better pack, isn't it? And I would want to know which is that better pack for me. So the profile matters. Next, what matters is the preference. What language do I want it to be in? Is it vernacular because Abhishek understands only Hindi? Or I'm somewhere in a different state, I need a very different kind of a language? What way it is? And depending on the customer preferences, I would have to change how I articulate this message as well, right? Because I want this to be understood. And then, very important, obviously, there is governance, because if I send the message, maybe I have to scrub it with DLT. If I have to make it a push notification, I have to do different mechanisms. Maybe I don't want to send it if it is late at night. I only want to send it during the daytimes when the customer will really read it, and so on. And then there are different channels. My customer actually doesn't even read the messages, puts in Truecaller spam. But the customer, when the customer goes on the app, they definitely look at what is the offer, right? Now, this is a very simple use case if you think of, where a very simple event from the network triggered, which is something happened to the customers. And then based on the context, the profile and the preferences, we actually took some action which benefited the customer. Now, take a pause. And why is this not a digital twin, right? We were saying exactly the same things about a city. That we want to understand the context of a city. We want to understand what are the attributes that power the city. Where are the roads? Where are the bridges? Where is there some problem? Where is there no problem? How do we want to manage it? And then we want to do it in right now, because we don't want it to be dated. At the end of the day, this is a digital twin of my customer. Now, as a telco, this is what we do it day in, day out. What we would want to do, along with most of you and many of you hopefully, is do it for our cities. And rather than my customer context, I take in the city context, I take in the town context, and I ensure that all those attributes that I have of the customer actually are now driven by AI ML for the city. That hopefully helps us power so many use cases that it really benefits us as citizens and our country, of course. Just some generic knowledge on what kind of data sets. When I say we have a lot of data, what really do we have? When I want to scare the juniors in my team sometimes, I say that when you pay a bill, I get to know about it. When you do a recharge, I get to know about it. When you change your channel on TV, I maybe get to know about it. When you move around, I get to know about it. So as a customer, mobile phones are now very, very ubiquitous, whether it is a rural area, whether it is an urban area. So whatever you do, somewhere a mobile phone is used, right? even though you are using it for IoT devices in some cases, like our previous presenter just said, right? But some case, some way, either as a dumb pipe or as a very intelligent fraction of what you are doing, a telco gets to know. And those attributes can be used to further profile and bring in the socio-economic aspect of a city or a town. We know that there are areas where the socio-economic aspect is very different from different areas. Now, those aspects can and perhaps only be built in bulk by a telco. See, it's good to have different other modus of operandi. It's good to have crowdsourcing. But unfortunately or fortunately, the scale of that crowdsourcing can never match what the power of 350, 400 million customers brings in one go, right? We have kind of got to a state where we have 3, 4 major telcos now. And if we power all of it together rather than being in segments, there's no question that we can power the use cases for the next set of billions. And that is what I think should be the goal of such an event that we are having today. I'll just talk you through a use case we did. It was more of a POC, but it was in transport planning, right? A transport operator wanted us to figure out where do they put in more lines for trains, let's say. So in a particular city, there is obviously movement of people from point A to point B. Different people move during the day. How do we figure out where do we put a line so that it will really be utilized well? What we did was we figured out the movement data from the telco data. There was no survey, there was no crowdsourcing, nobody was asked anything. But we tried to use how from telco data of movement of customers, we can aggregate and figure out what are the hotspots of movement. Now, what you see here is a very simple graphic, which basically, and this is Chennai city, by the way, what you will see is the entire city moves from west to the east in the morning, and the entire city then moves back from east to the west in the evening. There are points of interest, obviously, throughout the city, but this is a very simplistic pattern that we could absorb just crunching 10, 15 days of data, that too at an aggregate level without figuring out or without worrying about any privacy issues, without worrying about any of the aspects that need to be when you deal with surveys or people and so on, right? It automates the process a lot. It ensures the accuracy is very, very high because this is real data. And now, at least at that time, what we did not have was an integration with any digital twin. But let's say some of you showed us digital twins, right? If we integrate with one of this, now we can do if then else, because if we put in the train line, actually the behavior of people will change. And today we have not been able to actually emulate that. It's all theoretical, it's all machine learning based. But if we integrate with one of your digital twins, you would I am sure that you'll be able to give us an idea that if you put a line here, actually the behavior will change. You may need less metros, more feeder lines, less metros, or many other insights, right? Plus, it gives a very nice visualization to it so that people would be able to actually, who are the decision makers, visualize and see what really they want to do and they need to do. So while this is a very simple data use case, it becomes an administrative use case when we power up with the digital twin and with all the technology that we've been speaking about today. I'm going to hurry through, by the way. In case anybody wants to interrupt, you should feel free. Let's talk a little bit about use cases because some of them we already do for ourselves as a telco. See, we want to install sites. That is infrastructural planning, right? Unfortunately, we don't use digital twins, but we do use machine learning algorithms to figure out where do we predict the next best site to be. Where is it that we want the site so that it actually gives us the largest revenue, relieves congestion the most, and actually is helpful for us and the users. We do retail planning. Where should the next Airtel store be? Do we put it in a crowded area, in which socio-economic zone, and so on? We've actually done such proof of concepts with other partners as well, where we have tried to predict where they should open an ATM, where they should open a retail store. Because see, an Armani store, you wouldn't want to put it where a socio-economic status is very low. At the same time, you wouldn't want to put DMart where the socio-economic status is so high that you won't be able to get any footfall there. All these use cases of footfall analysis, etc., all that telco data powers today, and it can power better with the help of a digital twin. Emergency procedures, obviously, we cater to all the regulatory requirements. So even when some cyclone happens, even when some disaster happens, it's the telco data which even today helps in near real time in figuring out who are the people latched in those sites. It doesn't matter where their Aadhaar was, it doesn't matter what is their registered address, but are they there now? And we are able to even send a message to them if needed. So the way to connect with the customer already exists with a telco. The way to determine who is where already exists with the telco. The way to figure out that what are the socio-economic aspects of the people who are there when they are there also exists with the telco. Now, if we join this with the infrastructural data that we have been talking about throughout the day, at least I believe it is a very, very strong, powerful use case creation that we can do here together. Some very simple points. Why use telco data at all, right? We can use different other aspects. So I think one is we obviously have one of the largest customer data sets that is possible to collect. Fortunately for us, the population is huge. Fortunately for us, we have telcos which are huge as well. Also the customer base as well as our deployments, and that is not just true for Airtel, but other telcos as well. If you see, most of us are pan-India, very well spread out. Most of us are actually cut across all the socio-economic spectrums, from very small feature phones, for example, to the highest end phones. We cater to all. There are 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. All the data that is with the telco, fortunately, resides within India and is highly regulated. Somebody spoke about data privacy earlier, right? When we are talking about all of this data, especially some of it really personal data, right? At least we believe regulation is good in these cases. And we as telcos have frankly gotten used to it, because over the several last years, right, we have developed data-driven use cases, we have developed data-driven decisioning, and regulation is usually which has helped us. If we collaborate more, if we figure out how to bring in the trust of the customers even more, this is going to help us even more. And finally, as I started in my earlier slide, right, we already have data processing capabilities at a very large scale in a telco. Every mobile station, actually every MSC is in itself an edge data center. It can be used to empower so many use cases that we frankly don't do today. It is with innovative startups, with innovative other companies that I think we can actually do something like that. We are, at least I believe, brilliant in data and data handling, but the use cases come from people who are very close to the problems. Some of the startups who are working very niche areas, some of the people, some of those you are in the room who are working on such niche areas, we as a telco won't be able to ever double down on our own. But if you partner with us, I'm pretty sure that we'll be able to take something very nice together. And with that, I'll close. I hope I was on time, and thanks a lot for listening. Any questions or anything else, I'm here. On time, sir? Yeah, sure.
I think we can have the questions after this presentation for the complete theme too. So with this, now we'll move to the another telecom service provider, Reliance Jio, and for this we'll be having Mr. Rahul Joshi with us. He's AVP and Lead Analytics and Automation. He leads transformative initiative within Jio's network functions, aligning closely with the digital twin concept. His role spans from curating diverse data into insights for innovative products. He spearheads automation initiative, ensuring seamless integration of data to enhance the efficiency and customer experience of India's telecom landscape. I welcome Mr. Rahul Joshi to deliver his presentation.
If you want to follow my, I can give you. You want to present from here, or you want to use a box?
Clicker.
Hi, good afternoon. Last session before the lunch, tends to be very heavy. Do not worry, we will make it light. Not the lunch, this session, okay? So, we have learned a lot about digital twin. I'm not going to showcase my company's products or beat the drum about Geo. We all know what Geo does, what Reliance does. And we have already gone through so many product use cases, so no demonstration, I think, needed. Let's go just on the surface of what is the telecom data and how we are going to participate together in the digital twin initiative, right? I'm sorry to start with the data point because we telcos like to brag about our data. We have loads and chunks of it always. So just like Abhishek did just now, the beauty of the telecom data, dear friends, mine will be the fastest presentation. So, it will be over in a flash. So just focus for 5 minutes. The beauty of telecom data is it's like a river that is always flowing. It never gets dry, As a telecom customer, if I move, I generate a data point, right? If I talk, I generate a data point. If I do not do anything, I just put my phone down, I generate a data point. So my telco data is not dependent upon an event or a registration or a transaction or a service request. It's just always present. It's always constantly flowing, ever present, reliable. We see this is I would rather do with a collar mic if you could hand me, because I would tend to look at that. Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Just see that. Yeah, just see that so many. See the plethora of network assets that we have got in the network that we are managing all the while. If you just imagine that how we are correlating each of this data stream. Sorry for that. On? Am I?
No, you have to on that.
No, is it? Oh, okay, it's okay. Sorry. So, we are correlating the network infrastructure data, the customer experience data, the utilities data, the radio data, the backhaul data. We are slicing them, scrubbing against each other, and then deriving actions, all of it. Now just imagine, this massive network asset database and all these multitude of data streams, how would we be correlating together? It's a mammoth task, and that's where data analytics comes into the picture. We have, I am quoting these, not officially, we have above 99.5% availability on the entire network asset database. How is it possible? Just like Abhishek explained, we have miniaturized versions of digital twins all across, in every bit and layer, in every kind of data stream, we have got something like a virtualization. We have scalable data models, we have predictive engines, we have algorithms, we have all of that integrated together in a common operational centric scenario. And not only we have the 100% network asset visibility, we have 3D maps, we have the network performance data, that how a node is performing, is it really performing well to what it was supposed to. Not only that, we also measure customer experience upwards. So it's like my node is working at 50%, but are my customers getting that much 50% available capacity or not? That is what we are looking at. So at one end is visualization layer, and I believe a lot other speakers actually mentioned the visualization layer amazingly well. We have beautiful 3D images, beautiful 3D maps. Oh, maybe better. Wonderful dashboards are available. What are we going to do with that? That is my point. So in Reliance, one thing that I have always learned is, do not go by the aesthetics, go by the actions. And for that, we have a lot of complex algorithms already implemented in place. The action layer is highly empowered. The action layer is really prolific, entered into every department, every nook and corner. And we are doing everything is designed through a platform. We have real-time analytics. Almost most of the data is captured in real time. We are using all that data, collating it on a slice across different domains, rolling it up to on a topology or a geography, and then driving actions in a simplified way and presenting it to the end user, right? So that's how we are ensuring 99.5% availability over entire asset portfolio. There was, I think Ero's team showed a customer experience heat map. Again, I am pointing to the actions. I took a map of a different country. See, what we are doing is, I mean, it's very easy to create such kind of map. I believe 4 to 5 developers, I think somebody like Jayant can do it individually as well. You correlate a GIS data over a location, you map the network asset list onto it, you load the network performance metrics onto it, and then you calculate how your customers are getting experienced, okay? The important point is, are you really generating enough actions out of this entire sequence? So what we are doing is, we are facing, realizing things on a customer experience heat map, and we are, every now and then we are recycling our experience thresholds, and we cap those locations that are crossing our thresholds. Those experience thresholds, whenever they are crossed, we are mapping those areas to our network assets. So now you see that from a location mapped to a customer experience, we are getting an output of our network assets. And now we see the performance of network assets, and we can easily come out with what is the root cause analysis? What could be the action that I can use to resolve this asset? It's not very easy. It looks simple actually in this data flow. For example, this hall, I've got 50% of you who are not getting a good coverage of geo, and 50% of you are getting a good coverage. What actions can I drive? It's a very difficult problem. Suppose I divert my network resources to those people who are not getting coverage, then what will happen to those who are receiving good coverage at the first place? Is it only about coverage, or is it also about capacity? Are the users have proper devices? Are their devices attuned to a particular spectrum more? Are they heavy data users? Are they heavy voice users? There are so many things in the puzzle. And all this actually is done through complex big data analytics, complex algorithms implemented at the back end to drive root cause analysis and actions, right? So that's one example. Another point. Again, bringing out, calling out the aesthetics versus usage point. Let's say we build a beautiful digital twin of IIT Delhi campus. Okay, amazing roads, colorful buildings, beautiful people walking by. Then what do we do about it? So it's just there as an informative repository. Other than that, I have a team of 2 engineers in the IIT campus. I give them, I do all the analysis at the back end. Every day, I give them top 10 priority actions that they have to do on a simple web page, on an app. That will do wonders for me. They know the corners, they know the roads. They don't need to have a full-fledged 3D data image. I'm not saying it's not useful, it could be. But we have to start from the action and then calculate what's the use coming out of it. Unless we have simplified actions, I think any initiative that we do in the digital twin landscape may not be that fruitful as we had intended. So this is, I mean, we are publishing actions to our field geography teams, simplified way, very simple, all the complexity at the back end. An engineer wakes up every day, he directly sees these are the actions that will improve my customer efficiency, my customer experience. These are the actions that will improve my network improvement, right? That's all. So without any beautiful design, without any big complex dashboards, simplified direct to user actions, I think that is the key of any digital initiative. That's what I have learned in Reliance. 2 more minutes. See, there is a symbiotic relationship in everything. We drive a car. A car is made up of so many different components. The tire manufacturers are different from a seat manufacturer. The seat belt is designed by another company. The headlights from a different company. Now, in the physical landscape, if so many organizations can work in a symbiotic way, why can't so many organizations like us integrate ourselves together in a virtual way to come up with the Sangam initiative, to come up with the digital twin as part of the Sangam initiative, right? So what is the symbiotic relationship here? There is a physical state of thing. Let's say we want a digital twin of a city, of a water, of a transport network, of a water irrigation network, whatever. The physical state of thing or the physical system is used and engaged by real users that produce data that is fed to the digital state. So the real usage, all that information flow goes to the digital state. What does the digital state do of it? The digital state actually uses that data to drive actions and priorities to maintain or improve the physical state. That's what we are trying to do. So the physical objects and users supply data to create and maintain digital twin. The digital twin supplies insights and prediction. That is the idea. So in the exploratory phase, as we are embarking on this journey together, I mean, my idea was that to Ashish sir and everybody who is participating, who is guiding us, that we start with actions, first of all. We look at what kind of operational efficiency we bring into the system. We need to focus on the right matrices. So I think the real matrix is the operational efficiency metric. All others are derived systems. Unless we get the operational part right, you cannot get the user experience improved, you cannot get the business value increase, you cannot get the larger society benefit as a whole. So we start from the right matrix, we select the right actions. What do we want to do? We want to improve transport, we want to improve our training mechanisms in the digital twin, we want to improve our congestion. Whatever we want to do, we start from there and then stitch backwards our actions. Then I think it will be a good way forward for all of us. So we focus on the right matrices, and again, I think traffic flow monitoring, Jayant has explained beautifully, others have also explained. Again, a very simple data point example. See, we can, whatever use cases, which we had seen, this is the first step, guys. If we don't get this step right, we cannot go to the higher level of those product cases. We have to get this data point right, that what is our aggregated demand. So the real-time vehicle tracking, it's generating some data stream. Telcos are generating data stream. Parking slots are generating a data stream. All these are aggregating your demand. And then there is a supply. What is the supply? Toll gate tracking, road stretch tracking. These are generating, these are your supply points. There would be a pivot somewhere which you would use to correlate these multiple streams. Unless we can't arrive at this pivot, we cannot go ahead. So this is the building block of the digital twin. In the exploratory phase, I believe we need to start from these things. That's all I had to say. I think a lot of discussion already happened. Thank you everybody.
Thank you so much. I would request our two speakers from the theme group, Mr. Jayant and Mr. Abhishek, also to please come on the stage so we can have a group photograph and we can take few quick questions if we are having from the audience. Can we have the hands if there's any question? Yeah, there's there. At the end, please just give the mic. Yes, please.
Thank you so much, sir. I am a PhD scholar at IIT Delhi from the Department of Management Studies. I am curious about two keywords which I have founded. One is reliability and another is scalability. So will you please focus on this too, because I'm curious, after adoption of any emerging technologies such as IoT or artificial intelligence, which are being discussed in the morning. So what exactly is reliability and scalability both are important for enhancing the operational efficiency or any other concept? It will be helpful for me to understand it.
You are asking from a telco perspective or a general perspective?
It's a service delivery perspective. Means telco also is they are delivering the services, and I think Jan sir is also talking about the delivery of services using the data. So I want to understand from the service delivery perspective.
I'll maybe start and you guys can add on. See, anything that we do, the words themselves kind of speak for themselves. If we are doing something, if you are finding a plumber for your home, he needs to be reliable, isn't it? Otherwise, you won't get him. And if you are handling a business of plumbers, it has to be scalable, otherwise you won't earn, isn't it? So at least in my book, it's same applies for systems as well. If we are delivering something to the customer, it has to be what my former boss used to call bulletproof. It cannot fail. And the second thing is that it's very easy to kind of buy something and sell for 100 rupees, do it 100,000 times, and then you've got something scalable. Same is with the scalability of data, same is with the scalability of a business. At least that is how I would put it.
This is again to answer your question. Scalability is very important for telcos. We have to be scalable because the traffic is ever increasing, users are always increasing. So scalability we see. Now how we ensure that we are scalable? The infrastructure must be at its place and it has to be built like it is scalable. So that there comes our tower infrastructure, there comes our utility or electricity infrastructure, there comes our data centers. We have to go on an ever in expansion mode. That is to answer your scalability point of view. Reliability, I look at it from the KPI perspective. What are my key performance indices for reliability? Network uptime, number one, 99.5% availability. My spectrum utilization, my physical resource block utilization in the radio, my transmission utilization. These are real-time KPI that we monitor on an hourly basis. So reliability from a real critical services like telco perspective is a very, very important factor. And we have very strict thresholds for that. So of course, these are key part and parcels of our operational complex.
So sir, one more question. If reliability and scalability both are important, so can we say that reliability and scalability both are linked toward enhancing the operational efficiency or enhancing the performance of any of the particular initiative? Can we say that?
They are building blocks, but there are many other paradigms also, like response time. There is a site outage. I am taking average 4 hours pan India, let's say, versus I am taking 1 hour per. What is my hardware availability? What is my spare availability? Do I have enough spares at hand? There are floods. Do I have disaster recovery mechanisms in place? So there are various other paradigms. These are two important pillars, scalability and reliability. Scalability would actually go into planning, not operations.
Okay.
Reliability is the founding pillar of operations.
Okay.
I think I would add just one in. Scalability and reliability, like every other metric, should have a threshold of compliance for now. So right now, what is the element of scalability for this system? How will it be scalable 5 years from now, 10 years from now? Tech advances, a new KPI should be in place. Right now, there should be at least a KPI for reliability. It will be up 80% of the time, 90% of the time. Will it be responded in 24 hours or in 48 hours or 1 hour? So those metrics define different things. So example, in our public works department, a road pothole, it does not happen immediately. It will at least take a day to 3 days before that pothole will be serviced, if it is on the right road with the right minister living right next to it.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So we can have two more questions from the back. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for this wonderful talk.
We can take it after that. We can take yours.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Hi. Good afternoon. Myself Kapil Parashar from Vyom Digital Services. My question is that we are providing an integrated centers in rural areas and tier 2 cities. In the Corona time, we have opened integrated call centers also for that, and there are so many MNCs who are using our call centers and other services for that. We are looking that the all telco partners, if provide the call centers, you will get the language, multilingual call centers and other data specific programs in our integrated centers, and the tier 2 cities and the rural students will be benefited for that. So I am looking at how can we go ahead for that perspective. Thank you.
We can have one more quick question from this side.
Should I answer that? You're looking for an answer, or that was your participation comment? You think that large telcos do not have multilingual capabilities? Right. Yeah, it's a great initiative. Call centers. We are trying to reduce our call centers. All telcos. I mean, not particular to Reliance. It's a great initiative. But there are many things actually to think of that. I mean, telcos have this very strong experience of responding and managing customer complaints. They have been doing this since when they were born. They are very proficient at that. And then Asit sir used a term in his speech, trust. So now the telco data is covered by this very strong, thick layer of information security. Can we trust our data to be handled by a third party? So these are the things that somebody would look into. But thank you and I'll keep that in mind. Thanks.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. My name is Savinder Singh and I'm from SUK, India. So we are into RTLS, real-time tracking solution. So my question is to Jayant. Jayant, you are, in a kind of service. How much is the hit ratio of a positive response for you?
Good question. So, again, answer is very vague always, and I feel sad about this, but it is always subjective to the environment. So if you have a fixed condition with a fixed issue, I'll give you an example. A traffic violation at the same location, different times of the day has different accuracies. There'll be false positives all the time. It depends on the time of the day, the shadow of the sun, the tree, or the dimness, the transition between day and night of the IR sensor. Same with the roadway, the camera that used to capture the pothole or the garbage. That hit ratio depends all through the day. There are many variables to it. It will get better, of course. It does get better. Most of the example models that we started with started at 20% or bare zero accuracy, went up to 80-85% accuracies within a matter of days. Then they struggle and near saturation, 85, 90, 95. Now there's a question. Either should we increase the cost of the modeling, which means the cost of the net infra for deployment increases, or should we deal with this 5-10% that's the last mile left? Should we increase it to 99% and leave it there and deal with that 1%? Or should we take it to 99.9% and deal with that 0.1%? Traffic violations are at 99.9%. We cannot send a wrong violation. So thresholds are different. Municipality, if it is 90% accurate, it's okay, we'll invalidate the ones that are incorrect and we'll send the data out. So there is a combination of supervised assessment and automated assessment, and this combination is flexible. Depends on the market, and you flex it based on acceptance. NDMC has lower tolerance than PWD, and MCD has lower tolerance than PWD. So it depends on where the tolerances are and who is acceptable at what. So you divide the thresholds and you handle the customer that.
Thank you for doing a lot of R&D.
Yeah.
So we can hand over the mics. Yeah, please. The gentleman who is having his hands raised. After that, we can take your question.
Thank you very much. Great talk from all of you. Just wanted to ask as a follow-up question from the gentleman there that one of you had stressed on partnering with startups, and I'm sure you'd agree that the crowd here, whether it's students, whether it's partners, they have that sort of innovation to probably solve your use cases the way your internal teams probably could not. So just wanting to know, what is the interface mechanism for any organization to get in touch with you for your problems? And second of all, do you think there is a part, I know it's proprietary data, but do you think there's a part of that data that can actually be used for analysis? Because as you know, unless we get that data, or at least a subset of it, how can we actually say that we are building those sort of solutions? We don't even know the internal problems unless we come to forums like this and understand that. So is there any mechanism for that, or are you thinking of building something like that?
We are speaking on as part of the Sangam initiative, and it will be governed through the Department of Communication. I think the stage 2, when we would be building some use cases, I believe we would be sharing some data in offline mode. I actually wanted to ask Asit sir and others, especially the Honorable Secretary, that have they planned how this data, the confluence of these data streams, how would they be stored? Like Abhishek pointed, telcos have large data centers. Geo has a data center in every major city in India. So storage of the data and usage of the data, for this forum, I would like to answer that it would be governed through the protocols that we build in the exploratory stage.
So I would want to comment on this. So post lunch, we'll be having the 3 and 4, and in which we'll be having panel discussions and the questionnaire. We'll be taking these things from the point of view of DOT. And
Just for today, you can expect a LinkedIn connect from me, and maybe we can interface there. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for this wonderful talk.
I want to thank you guys, because for the last 2 weeks, I have been hearing a lot of questions about the great Jamnagar wedding. Your technical questions are music to my ears. Thank you, guys.
So I'm a master's in public policy student here at School of Public Policy, IIT Delhi. My question is, how can we use digital twin for a more human-centric and people-centric purposes? Like you mentioned, bullock cart on the road. Yeah, we get it that those are violations, but what can we do about that? We can't just put aside those people from the road. And the most of the problems digital twins are solving are infrastructure or technical in nature. How can we make it more people-centric? For instance, I'm giving an example from Brazil, where they use real-time museum of the city, where they use some sensors and social media posts to express the feeling of the city in real time, so that people can think about how the city is feeling in real time and can move towards behavioral change. So digital twin, how it can go towards behavioral change? If you can put some...
closest to the human side, I think.
So, yes, so this is a valuable question. How do you make it accessible for the humans for people to use it? Like, we are troubled by issues on a daily basis. How do you add one more layer of a twin on top of the real thing which is already being seen? How does that twin help us? I would defer that question, a part of it, to the digital twin fellows, the one right before the session right before this. However, what I can tell you is the data points you collect, and again, you rightly said there's a cow on the road. Right? How do we help it? Like, it is transporting something, giving livelihood to someone, or solving a business problem for that local neighborhood. Well, how do we stop it? The answer is we don't. But we give the visibility available. You have the data points all over the city. If you have a twin or a real map of a city or something, with all the data points available for you to make a decision, is that better than not having those data points and making a decision? So the power of a digital twin, power of a digital map or an equivalent, and the whole Sangam initiative is to just simply make sure that the digital twin we are using to make a decision by the management of the whole cities is somewhat easier for them to do. So you and I see the issues, but how does the management see the issue? You have an issue, I have an issue. How does the management who will actually fix it, get it fixed, resolved in the right time, budget the right money, how do they see it? So the whole initiative is to allow the city makers, the city public policy changers and shifters to make the right decisions to navigate the whole city. How we can be part of it and how is it civic-centric? We can be part of the issues that are getting reflected in the maps for them to solve. So the more issues we resolve and the more issues we send, the easier it is for them to make a decision. All right, the whole city का map ये है, इसमें पकड़ना क्या क्या है? पहले क्या करें? First, what do we do first? Complaints तो आएंगी. Like there's no operation means complaints, the push and pull all day long. It's very I face it from 24 cities all day, every day. How do you do it? You just target the biggest problems first. For that, we'll be the ones contributing to the digital city twin.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Slight advertisement. We are doing an experiment kind of thing in digital placemaking, which is not exactly digital twin, but how we can use digital technology in public places for better community engagement and better and healthy city life. Thank you.
Thanks. I would just like to
Just
add
outside.
here. I would just like to add here. See, what he just spoke about giving visibility, right? And we were just talking a little bit earlier about reliability, scalability. At the end, before you improve, you need to measure. Today, the decisions that we are taking, are we even measuring? Somebody spoke about the Tularam flyover earlier, right? Did we measure what is the output of it? Or did we as public collectively just said, this is shit, right? It's not working out. First thing we need to do is measure, and I think this is an initiative in that direction, that do we measure and give the visibility to the right people of the right problems? As he said, I think at least I agree that it will help prioritize the right problems. And then once you prioritize and start solving, then you say that are you improving or not. But today, in many cases, without the digital information, I think we are not even measuring. So there is no point of change or improvement or anything of that sort.
So I think, can we have these questions in the proper questionnaire session after lunch? Will that be okay? Okay, so with this, we will be ending the theme 2 and we'll be proceeding for the lunch. I would thank you all the speakers from theme 2. So we'll be having a lunch in the lecture hall foyer area. So we have after this gate, we have to take the corridor and go straight, and there you will find the lecture hall where the lunch is arranged. So it's 2:45 since we are still running late. So we can have a quick lunch in 30 minutes and we can reassemble around 3:15. Thank you.
after lunch, after a good lunch rather, we are all tired and the dopamine is less. But however, I would like to give a quick recap of whatever has happened, as I could see that most of us were already here, so that recap has to be very short. So we actually understood what Sangam is at the first place and why we all have gathered here. And so there were two themes, and we got people from Eros, Genesis, S3, Bentley, NAN, Airtel, and Reliance that dwell on and had engaging presentations regarding the digital twins and how we replicate they gave us a perspective of digital twin and how these companies are actually utilizing it for greater good. So in continuation, and there was a question asked about the data sharing as well. So we told and we promised that in the upcoming themes, we'll take care of that. So beginning with the theme 3, which is shaping future with the assured outcome, I would request our first speaker. So our first speaker is Mr. Rajesh Ranjan. He's Director Government Relations, Microsoft India. So with over 18 years of experience in working with government and public sector, he's a Director of Government Affairs and Public Policy for India and South Asia at Microsoft, one of the most leading tech giants. His mission is to advance Microsoft policies, objectives, and foster strategic partnership with key stakeholders in the region, including ministers and all the government and the entire government sector. So without further ado, I would request Rajesh ji to just pitch whatever he has to give to the audience. Thank you.
Thanks. I think it is already up. So good afternoon, everyone present here. I see compared to the last sessions, the attendance has dwindled a little bit, but that's fine. I hope it will build up over the next few minutes because some of the sessions that come after this are very interesting. And as introduced rightly in terms of what we are going to discuss, while we are talking about collaboration and collaboration in technology, it's most about how you share data between organizations, how you look at the data of individuals, how you use the data. So I'll try to touch upon in terms of why we at all are discussing this aspect, that is first. And second, in terms of companies like us, how are we trying to overcome that barrier, that traditional barrier which was there? Because from, say, 10 years before to when we are here, there's a lot of change that has happened in terms of how technology handles data in all the states, while it is at rest in an encrypted format, when it is in transition, and when even today when it is getting processed. So just from the point of view of understanding that, I said that why at all we are discussing this aspect of sharing data, right? And suddenly we see that all over the world, this issue of privacy is becoming the foremost issue when the governments talk to organizations like us, that whatever you are building and top of the data that you're using, how are you ensuring that there is no risk to the privacy of the individual? And the DBDP Act is a testimony to that, that government is serious about it. And what are the risks? So I think you would all appreciate, read through the points and see the kind of risks that we see is because of the technology being so pervasive in our lives. Everything is technology, right? Any device that you use, it leaves all kind of imprints, right? It takes your biometrics, it knows your location, it knows your health history. Then, of course, it's not only about devices. If you go at what is emerging as the smart communities, there as well the kind of data that is being generated against you, your identity, is huge, and how that data is being first collected, processed, and then shared it should be a worry for everyone, right? But the good thing is that over a period of time, technology companies like us have realized that it is going to be a key play beginning from the requirements like the GDPR or the CCPA, the California Act that we are talking about, or the DPDP Act that is in picture. So almost every country has either come out with legislation to protect the privacy of individuals or is in the process of bringing out one such legislation. So, and the final risk in terms of emerging technologies, some new ways are coming, like I've mentioned the quantum computing, what it could do to the cryptography or the privacy that is being protected today. So while all these risks are there, what do they is create these kind of challenges in sharing data, right? So when the government asks us that how do you protect the individual's privacy or how do you ensure that despite data getting processed, there is no stage at which it could be eavesdropped or it could be shared in a way that is not protective of privacy, these all challenges come our way, right? Beginning from the legal angles, everybody knows, then the protection and privacy challenges, then the quality of the data. While you have to ensure the privacy, if you anonymize data previously, for example, then there were many challenges that when you anonymize data, then you lose a part of that data. How do you reconcile? If you encrypt data, when you decrypt data, whether it is the similar outcome that you're looking at. So all these challenges started cropping up while everybody tried to cope up with the asks of protecting privacy. Now, here we have gathered really to create that appreciation that while these challenges remain, it is still possible to come together, collaborate, and ensure that while data is being processed, it is still protected in a way that it is not violating your privacy. So that's what leads us to these new kind of technologies which we call privacy enhancing technologies. And that's where we as Microsoft are one of the leading organizations in the world who are coming with new kind of paradigms. And I'll go to the next few slides and let you see. So what essentially are these? So I've been mentioning already through my talk that these are kind of technologies which would ensure that you don't lose the capability of technology to process, analyze data, while at the same time, even when it is in a collaborative manner, multi-party, it is still secure. And secure in a way that it is not only secured in either of the states, in all of the states it is still possible to secure your data and still process it, analyze it, and still keep it protected at the same time. So there are, I've already mentioned multiple types of technologies which ensure that your privacy is protected or enhanced even today. That's why we are calling not just privacy protection, but we are using the term privacy enhancing technologies, right? So a few of the things, for example, I think at the scale maybe it is not visible clearly, the homomorphic example that I have given, that data, while it is getting processed, is in encrypted format, and when it is getting back to you, it is still under encrypted format, and during that phase it also got processed. So I'll give you an analogy. Analogy is like there is a box, and it has two holes where you can put your hand inside those boxes, and you can manipulate whatever is inside is there and not seeing what is there, right? You suppose there is flour inside, you need to knead that flour, you can go do whatever kind of, or there is a clay, you can give it a different kind of shape, and somebody has a key to that box, a key to the lock of that box. So when that person needs to see how the things inside have been processed, he can use that key and open that box and take out the processed data in that case. So that is how the homomorphic algorithms work. And to add to it, and I think I'll just give one of our examples. In the next one is that secure multi-party computations. So when we say secure computation, of course, today, till date, when the data is being processed in a local environment or over cloud, it was always possible to encrypt data and process it while at rest, while transitioning. But when the data went into the processing environment, then it became quite difficult. So one of the offerings that we have that is called Microsoft Cloud for Sovereignty ensures that your data, while it is, is still inside the processing environment, is encrypted even in that state, and then even despite being encrypted, can be processed in the same way that the normal environment can process the data. But I think it is evolving as on today. Thankfully for us, I think compared to any other offering, we may be about a year ahead in terms of this kind of offerings that is there, but I'm sure gradually everybody would come up to that level and start offering more and more of it and create confidence that you can go out and start using these kind of technologies. So, and then we also propagate a few of the principles. If you look at the term that we call differential privacy, it means that for everything, really, every kind of data, you don't need the same kind of protection, and for that we work with multiple kind of organizations. So if you look, one term that I mentioned there, that is smart noise. Smart noise is an initiative which is jointly done by Microsoft and Harvard, where we create these principles together with academia. And I think maybe IIT Delhi could be one of the contenders for such an initiatives where we could come together, think about localizing such concepts and taking it to the government. And then similar kind of things in terms of the zero knowledge proofs, right? Where we say that data need not be revealed actually for anybody's view to be made sure that it is the same data which was sent for processing. So these kind of technologies, what do they use? They use techniques like, the obfuscation, the pseudonymization, data minimization, communication. Data minimization, I would like to maybe touch upon this particularly. It is many times overlooked, the kind of role it can play in enhancing somebody's privacy. So why do you really need to keep certain kind of data or don't need to keep a certain kind of data? Suppose you are employed with an organization, and for payroll processing, that organization needs your bank account number. But sometimes organizations insist that even after an employee has left, for the record keeping purpose, we need certain kind of information to be maintained. But there's this opportunity of data minimization saying, why do we really need to still maintain the account number of that person? So these are very common, simple kind of steps that can be taken to minimize what kind of data is available with who and what is the kind of processing they are able to do on it. So I think these all you can read. That's why I think maybe these few of the things are a new term for you. Synthetic data generation, I think, would be known to many of you already, that sometimes for training models, etc., you really don't need to always go and collect data from individuals. Now there are models, in fact, which can generate data for other models, right? So that's where these kind of technologies can be very, very effective. And there are tools also specifically available to do these kind of data generations where it's not a real data, but it kind of mimics the real world data, and it would give you similar kind of trends and findings which a real world data would give. And for that, again, there are tools available which will help you counter plot that data and see the outcomes compared to the real world data versus the synthetic data. So let's go out and start using these kind of trends and techniques which are now available to us. And finally, one of the things that is now coming up, that you really don't need to concentrate all of the data at one place. The edge computing is now increasing day by day in terms of capacity, the kind of data it can process. So why bring everything together and again increase the risk of exposure, increase the risk of violating the privacy of the person or anything against which you have collected a data. So these are all helpful, and I think policymakers need to be made more and more aware in terms of what all combinations, permutations are possible. Now, why have they become important? So as we are sitting here together discussing about what could be done to use, say, digital twins in helping the organizations or the government in planning, all kinds of planning, be it infrastructure planning, any service delivery planning, any kind of education-related planning. For that, there would be huge amounts of data which would be required to be pulled together, to be processed together, and that data cannot be from a singular source. It has to be a multi-party data which needs to be brought together, of course cleaned and made usable, and then of course it has to be used. But it also runs that risk that I initially pointed out, that it would be either of these data. You would collect data from which kind of sources? It would be generated by a person himself, some device which the person is using. There might be a sensor which may not be on the body, which may be a camera or something like that. So all these kind of identifiable data, when they are getting aggregated together, present that risk of again exposing or breaching the privacy of the individual from which that data has been generated. So that's why it makes more and more imperative for us as organizations to really start using privacy enhancing technologies, because in a few of the later slides I will mention how regulation is also identifying that this could be one of the most harming use of technology in terms of how, compared to say 10 years and today, the privacy of individuals may be in much more in danger. So we are saying that you have to overcome the barriers which are present today, and that's why you need to use the PETs or the privacy enhancing technologies for data sharing, because what PETs can do for you is enable innovative use of data, but at the same time, and also multi-party, multi-collaborative environment where you want to come together as organizations, as regulators, as government, to pool in data, get the insights out of it, and still be sure that nothing is being shared in an inappropriate manner. Then I think till today, the way we have been sharing data, there is a big apprehension that suppose my data goes on cloud, that what is the kind of protection that is available, and again in all the three modes that I've been mentioning. And finally, in terms of the control that you have as the owner of the data or as the originator of the data, that needs to be there. And then finally, for the security purpose also, I think same thing applies in terms of the kind of transparency a person needs to know. These all laws mandate us, in fact, to now if you look at the India privacy law, it is so consent heavy that individual needs to know what kind of uses of the data that as an organization, as a data fiduciary or a processor, I would be doing for the data that is being given to me. So it has to be very, very transparent, and at the same time, the security is to be ensured by me. There are going to be heavy penalties for the breaches that happen on my side as the processor, as a fiduciary in the current act. And then, of course, worldwide, there are various kind of changing roles and responsibilities. GDPR looks at it in a different way. The California Privacy Act looks at that in a different way. But the gist is that as an organization, I have to make sure that any data that is entrusted with me is also secure at the same time, and PETs help you do that. So I think we have already touched this. I'll just skip. I will go to this next one. So how at Microsoft, as I earlier pointed out, that we are collaborating with wherever possible, whoever possible, including the governments, the academia, etc., and how we are looking at the angle of privacy protection. And we internally do all kind of modeling, simulations, etc., to understand what kind of threats may be there against the privacy when a data is being stored, processed with us. And then at the same time, we map that with the regulatory requirements. I'm not saying it may be the best approach, but what we have seen is the outcome of that overall learning that we have had globally, that these three, understand, measure, and mitigate, might be one of the better ways to handle the privacy aspects of data getting processed. So there we do the mapping also in terms of what the regulator wants when it comes to privacy protection. And then the vulnerabilities, basically we capture quantitatively, saying, okay, look, this is the kind of breach that looks possible in terms of, say, 100 simulations that we did. 2 or 3 scenarios were not found to be compatible. And then develop and apply these frameworks. So for example, when it comes to GDPR, there was a specific requirement of going back and saying, okay, we have developed a particular kind of framework for Europe, that would be applicable to any data under the purview of GDPR. So we then develop and apply those frameworks internally to our system, our clouds, our any tools or technologies that we have, and then finally apply those to anything that is going as an output to the user that is using our technology and tools. And finally, it helps us meet any kind of legal or obligatory requirements that is onto us. What I would suggest is, in terms of the way forward for everyone, is that while, of course, there is this effort to sensitize and make everybody aware of the technologies which are available to use, but at the same time, as governments, as regulators, there has to be some sort of incentivization of using such technologies, and it should be encouraged by the government that, and in some cases, as I say, maybe put even as a requirement, as a prerequisite to be really doing something of this sort of collaboration where people come together and do. Then, of course, as a government, you need to build controls which give confidence to the user, to the individual, and these are all examples of confidence building measures, all the laws that government passes, the GDPR, the CCPA or the DPDP Act, that yes, there is a rule which protects my privacy, and that truly basically empowers the individual in any way that you want to give it a consent mechanism or or the legitimate use purpose, anything that is built into these kind of acts, do that confidence building. And also, there are not only the modern ways of sharing data, whatever may there be a progress in the technology that is happening, both the ways will parallelly continue, right? In terms of the traditional and the new business models, for some time, of course, they'll run parallel. So we need to address both and use proper governance structure every time that we create anything that is data heavy, using a lot of data to produce outputs. We also, look at the harm angle, which I think Indian government has been harping again and again, that user harm is one of the most important aspects when it comes to any kind of technology use, be it data privacy, be it AI. So all regulation would be mostly dominated by user harm. So for that, basically, as you know, within that, there is a provision to build a data board, and that board would do that independent kind of monitoring and see what is to be done to be really up to there. I think the rules are still coming, so we really don't know how it will be implemented in India. But if you look at GDPR, there's a very detailed mechanism and the kind of structures that they have put in place for oversight and the practices that need to be followed by the organizations. And finally, there is also a legal angle to it. So for organizations, I would say you have to really develop that capacity to consume that act or legislation that is coming your way to factor in. And as I said, you cannot only look at what is going to come, but also what is there already with you. So you have to be innovative about it, how you balance it overall. And then you have to be sure that every time there is a legislation that has come out, it would not remain there forever in that way. A lot of iterations will keep happening with the kind of technologies which keep coming up. For example, as I mentioned that Microsoft Cloud for Sovereignty. So these kind of technologies will come up, and then again, there need to be some kind of adjustment which need to be made into any legislation that is outdated or anything that has been missed previously to be covered in that legislation. So I think with this, I would finish, and maybe I think later on we could take on question together. I think that is the format, if that is fine with all of you. So thank you.
Check. Thank you, Rajesh, for this insightful session, and especially about the synthetic data and federated learning that you talked about for PETs, for increasing the privacy. Thank you once again. And I would again request the audience to give a huge round of applause so that we have more energy. And also with this applause, I would like to call Kesari Asthana, CTO Government Business, again from Microsoft India. He's an experienced solution architect with a demonstrated history of working in the computer software industry. He's skilled in IT strategy, enterprise architecture, digital transformation, cloud adoption, pre-sales, business relationship management, and there are a lot more. I couldn't accommodate each and everything. So, with strong software architect professional with an MBA and a certified in TOGAF, Zachman, and various Microsoft certification. So, I mean, the session would obviously be more insightful, and I would request everybody to be engaged and note down the questions, because we'll definitely take all those questions at the end. So, sir, over to you.
Okay, hi everybody. Namaskar. I'll take you through. Sorry, mic name. Yeah, I'm audible. Fantastic. So I'll take you through use of AR, VR, and AI-enabled AI VR, AR VR, where in the designing and innovation that we'd really want to target using Project Sangam. So I think we'll start with what is normally a mixed reality. It's a combination of the physical world and the digital world. And it's kind of when you bring the physical world and the digital world together using the mechanisms of augmented reality and the virtual reality together. So it's a combination where the augmented reality matches and comes over and meets the virtual reality and the physical world. So which then becomes a metaverse for you guys. So it's a mixed augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, and the mixed reality with the physical world. We get into the metaverse of where it's all works together. This is what Gartner says about metaverse. It's a collective virtual space created by convergence of virtually enhanced physical and digital reality. And it's not visible, but yeah, here it's so the different elements of metaverse, where all they would be, it would be used in future from a perspective of, and you see they have online shopping, workplaces, social media. I don't know whether you have seen Myntra already has this capability in their app, where you can try their different dresses online. So lots of these are now we are already seeing in our life day in and out. And the whole metaverse is basically 4 things taken together: people, places, things, and process. It's about all the 4 items coming together. So for an example, we'll take a very although I have a video after in few slides later where you can bring in multiple things together. So suppose I want to try a dress. I will take the Myntra example, which is a very good example, where you take a dress, you take the person who's trying to test that dress, see how the dress looks on his body is, and that's where the virtual reality really comes into and the mixed reality with the metaverse. So, and you can actually go ahead and create virtual stalls of clothes in the offices of people. So we had actually done it in our office, where we had created virtual cloth shops in where we had in our cafeteria where we serve coffee. So people used to go and try the dresses over there and could buy it. So we did this pilot in our office. So that kind of world is where metaverse is really moving into. And so now, how is this relevant to us as Project Sangam, right? So using metaverse, you can actually simulate, predict, and automate. So the way I see it is, using metaverse, I will be able to get the data and simulate when I am doing a planning of a particular infrastructure. So for example, if I am planning a railway station, what is the proximity of that railway station? If I am planning a railway track, what would be the route of that railway track? If I am planning a road, where should the road be? What's the shortest route, or what is the best route where it will be utilized max? One of the biggest problems that we face today is traffic jams, right? I know all of you have come in the morning, and everybody would have spent more time in the traffic than having any useful discussion over here. So that's where we simulate. So simulation using the metaverse, simulation and predicting using AI plus metaverse, and then automating the whole stuff together is what really is where this metaverse is going to help in Project Sangam. And these are the use cases where metaverse use. Right on the top, if you see, it's running simulation, optimizing spaces, new product showcases, brand engagements, virtual tours, brainstorming, onboard, training, learning, remote assistance, and support. I'll give an example where one of the world's one of the largest windmill companies in the world, when they have their windmills in very remote areas, they don't have engineers near those windmills. While the engineers, the qualified engineers, are probably sitting in their head offices in some large cities. And if the windmill develops a problem, there are people who actually go climb the windmill and then try to find out the problems. How are they doing it today? They are actually doing it by transmitting the real image of the windmill, taking through the mixed reality glasses, and transmitting that online via either Teams or whichever communication mechanism they have to the engineer sitting in the head office. And the engineer actually pointing out the problem in the windmill, seeing the images, and the guy then solving. So the proxy guy actually solving. So that's the remote assistance that the mixed reality is enabling. So it's actually enabling operational efficiency when you are talking about the remote assistance. So kind of changed world. This will, I know it looks fascinating when we see, but the actual practical usages where people, even in India, we have organizations where, and it's one of the largest thermal power generation organizations in the world. They are using VRs and mixed reality glasses to really fix issues in their burners or in their boilers, which is not accessible by humans. And that's where the whole, and they use digital twins in the metaverse world, right? So that's the kind of usage that people have started using this. So those are the normal use cases that we are seeing in the metaverse. And this is the typical journey where you have software, where you have development, design and engineering, supply of material, and offsite. So if you see in each of these areas, I won't read all of them, in each of the areas, metaverse has a very important role to play. And if you see, the digital twin has a large role in the whole chain of your production life cycle or any of the
cycles that. So from a project Sangam perspective, digital twin with metaverse is what will really enable planning, simulation, and fixing issues. Now here is an example of, this is a digital twin of Ahmedabad city. I'll just play the video. And it talks about how the traffic is, first it shows about the traffic management. And it's actually the digital twin via the metaverse. So and you can just show it anywhere, keep it anywhere, and do it yourself wherever you want to. So this is the traffic overlay on top of the digital twin. And now it starts showing about what is the different areas, and it also talks about the metro operations. You can start seeing the whole details about the usage of the traffic, usage of the metro, and different. And it also talks about the parameters of AQI, etc. on using the whole digital twin here with the metaverse, because the reports are also coming up as additional data sources that are available. And this is the takeoff of the flight. So we'll move ahead on this. Now we'll talk about AI in mixed reality. What is now? We have been talking about mixed reality. We have been talking about data sharing. But AI is something that nobody can actually ignore anymore, right? There's nothing that AI and now Gen AI, both of them, nobody can actually ignore anymore. And wherever we go as Microsoft, the first question that we hear today, or first discussion that we get into, is AI. While we have been leading on the AI front, we are also very much, as Rajesh was mentioning, about the whole responsibility that we carry. We are very much aware about the data, the privacy, and how the data, if it goes out, if the AI models go out of control, what really is the negative impacts. We are very much aware of it. We are very much using this whole technology with a very responsible, in a very responsible way. So, and we are now bringing up our AI and merging it with our mixed reality and the metaverse that we are trying to build as a product. So, these are the different areas where AI gets integrated with mixed reality. So you can have AI insights into your data using mixed reality. And you can have AI embedded into mixed reality experience. At the same time, the AR platform is used to generate label data for ML creation. Now, Rajesh was talking about synthetic data. You can use the AR model to really create these the synthetic data for ML models. ML-driven simulation in mixed reality. Simulated environment for reinforcement learning and AI-generated MR experience. So, not only that the mixed reality helps you simulate, but it is now helping you predict also. So using AI, it's now helping us predict what and how the things will look like in future. So I would be able to simulate traffic. I would be able to simulate the traffic 5 years down the line. I would be able to simulate the growth of a city, I would be able to simulate the traffic on a particular railway track, or multiple, I would be able to simulate the type of buildings that would be required if there's an earthquake. I would be able to simulate the different tiering that we have today. What would be the kind of disaster and what would be the kind of disaster management that we have to bring in when we are doing when there is a earthquake or a tsunami kind of disaster. So I think lots of things that the metaverse and the AI together will be able to do. And this is the normal data flow, it's about how the spatial information, image, video, stream, audio, and the insights that comes out of that data is used by the mixed reality and the artificial intelligence. And these are the different areas, what real or simulated data we need to power AI, and what insights, inferences we need to power mixed reality. So from that perspective, this slide gives me a picture of where Sangam is today, right? And the whole vision of Sangam, I wanted to somehow summarize it in one slide, and this is what I could come up is the Sangam, the type of data that we can collaborate on as an industry. And then as one statement that Nayan's MD made was, we becoming the part of the solution, not part of the problem, right? So how could we do that? I think that's what will enable AI with mixed reality and Sangam together, all of them. This is another example of where natural resource mining, where a chief engineer is able to do the simulation of the land. If you see here, replica of the mine generate data on which is not generated too frequently, which is about the seismic activity. So again, simulating the details of the data there or the land there. Similarly here, the facilities manager is inspecting the building and trying to see the use of power, etc., using the MR. So it's not only about creating the digital twin, it's not only about bringing in the data, it's actually enabling the simulation, enabling the mixing of technologies, mixing of the physical world and the real world together. And this is a video that summarizes, actually this is my last slide, this summarizes my all the three topics together, which is the AR, VR, and the AI.
Connection is a spark that gives our lives meaning. It drives us to seek out others who feel the same way.
Okay, why don't you input the data and we'll take a look together. Hey, Mommy, what you got for me?
To find those who share our views and offer different perspectives.
So this next. Look over here.
Challenge us with new ways of seeing.
That I think we should.
Deepen our understanding. And enrich our lives.
最后一笔的时候，往前。
Great things happen when we commit to something bigger than ourselves.
Take a closer look at it.
Place this here. Let's see how we go from there, okay?
This sense of collaboration and the feelings of connection it brings excites us.
Hey, just in time. I'm gonna move it slightly, okay?
It's yours, take it.
We have two planes right now on the same trajectory.
As we put people first, technology fades into the background and feels like anything but.
Aisha, what do you think?
I think if we had 330, maintaining 2800, we'll be clear for approach.
Excellent.
This changes the way we see the world, and in turn, changes the world we see.
These numbers are looking great, actually.
There's promise in the possibilities, and what we see and create next will stretch the imagination.
Good morning, Sarah.
Morning.
Slowly coming towards the thumb.
A world without boundaries.
Good job. A lot better than yesterday.
Yeah.
Excellent. Slowly bring
A world where technology enhances, not limits, humanity. people front, center, and in the spotlight. The future is here, and here can be anywhere. Introducing Microsoft Mesh.
So that's what the last line says. Future is here and it can be anywhere. That's what it is. And Sangam is where we see and it can be anywhere. That's what the whole summary is. So thank you. As the format is, we'll take the questions at the end. I'll take the laptop.
Thank you so much, Mr. Asthana. There was one line in the video which said that technology changes how we see the world and in turn change the world we see. So this was a wonderful line that stuck to me. And just a recap of what Asthana said about the metaverse. And we are, as Indians, we are very used to acronyms. He used a term called PPTP. I would like to call it like that. People, place, things, and processes to describe a metaverse. So going ahead into the future, rather, just mentioned the future is here. So I would like to call Mr. Ojasvi Bhatia, who is a lead in AR and MR partnerships. And Mr. Asthana has already said the base, the launchpad for AI and mixed MR. So for AR and MR, we have Ojasvi Bhatia. He leads augmented reality and mixed reality partnerships for Meta in India. In his 6 years at Meta, he has worked on bringing the innovative, interactive, and experiential technologies like Meta Spark to India and building sustainable flywheel around the same. Prior to Meta, he had led ground transportation vertical at Go Vivo and also co-founded an edtech startup. So with this variety of experience, I would request Ojasvi to take over the stage. Thank you. Also request to please welcome these speakers with a round of applause. Thank you so much.
Audio भी
The screen is
on है इसका आउटपुट
Hi, good evening everyone. My name is Ojasvi and I lead the AR/MR partnerships for Meta in India. Before we deep dive into what Metaverse is, the digital twin that all of us are here to talk about, let me thank the Department of Telecommunications for giving us this opportunity to talk about this space, to talk about the applications, and to talk about the impact it is creating. And I would also love to thank Mr. Asthana because the stage that he has set up for me can't be a better stage to come and take it forward from there. And the kind of presentation and the work that you saw is actually the line that he ended with, that everyone feels metaverse is maybe it will happen, it's a buzzword. But what is happening is a lot of action is happening right now. And that is why when we were planning that how should we look at the session that we have 20, 25 odd minutes, we felt let's quickly give some of the use cases that we are seeing in India, across the world, the amazing work that startups, entrepreneurs and everyone is doing on our platform, but also showcase with the help of our esteemed partner, Parallax Lab, and Krupalu will come on stage after me, to show how digital twins are being used in the defense sector. And he has been doing some great work over there. But before we see what is actually happening, let's imagine a world where I traveled from Gurgaon to come to this place. Some of Krupalu came all the way from Bombay for this. But imagine if all of us could be present in this space, a virtual space, without the restriction of where you are, without the restriction of the technologies that we use, and can still be co-present over here. When I say co-presence, it means that if I'm speaking like this, you're hearing me like this. If you're sitting on my right, because of the spatial computing, spatial audio, you're able to understand me like that. I'm able to quickly bring a model of a heart or go into a planetarium, look at the planet and understand a lot of more information about it, rather than just reading a couple of lines in the books that a traditional mythology that probably all of us would have studied into. And rightly you covered, Mr. Asthana, about the metaverse and what the metaverse is, the different elements as per the Gartner. But what exactly is a metaverse? It's virtual spaces where the key element is presence. It should not be just a world where we don't even feel that we coexist into the same things. And then it's highly immersive, highly experiential. Of course, it will not replace a warm hug that Krupalu gave me as soon as he entered and said, hey, nice to meet you, but still it will give you a lot more things. We have a platform called Workrooms. We do a lot of calls internally on that, and you can just do a hi-fi and it actually feels that you're able to do it. And what metaverse or these platforms make you do is just not go and be at any place, anytime, anywhere, but maybe also travel back in time or travel in future. I'm recently exploring bunch of housing opportunities in Gurgaon, and back in those days when my dad went and bought a house, they used to show him sample flat. Now when I am going to buy the flat, they're like, hey, you know, the flat will come in 2028 or maybe 2029. Why don't you wear this and understand how this entire house will come up, how this entire apartment will look, and how will entire area around will also grow. So much of it is happening with the help of technology today. But even before we understand about these technology, let's take a step back at why and how we became so much advanced in terms of technology. How many of you still go to a PCO to make a call to a relative or a friend or a brother or a sister in any other city? Anyone? Exactly. This morning I was speaking to my brother and his 13-year-old son when I was putting these presentations together. He was like, Uncle, what are you talking about PCO? Is this some kind of a new PC game that has come out? And I was like, no, you know, back in those days we used to go and stand. So from those desktops to web to mobile to whatnot, the technology is progressing. It is evolving at such a fast pace. But what is also happening is our behaviors have evolved. We used to send text messages. Now we started sending emojis. Then we started sending emoticons. We started sending GIFs. And now people are leveraging augmented reality as a mechanism to communicate and express themselves. So everything around us is evolving. I was in a similar setting a couple of days back, and I was like, I'll take anyone who has a feature phone for a coffee out with me. And in a gathering of 100 people, nobody had, because the technology is evolving. This device, which is today in every one of our pocket, can do technically everything what a computer can do. And I'm pretty sure those companies are still evolving and evolving. And over the next couple of years or a decade, it will become a very, very strong device as well. Now what happens is when people talk about metaverse as a word, there are multiple technologies that form the base of the metaverse. And while we feel that it will take 5 to 10 years to bring it to reality and the true potential of it will start happening then, but there are still a lot of groundwork that is happening today. There are a lot of things which are happening today, and extended reality probably encompasses or an umbrella term that can solve everything for a real virtual worlds out there. And then you go deeper into it. And I'm quickly rushing to the slides because I want you to experience and I want to get Krupalu on stage as soon as possible and being mindful of the time. Augmented reality is where you're able to augment the world right here. Imagine if I was not here, but my avatar coming and talking to you. This would, for you, it's augmented reality. I want to place a chair right here and understand how this setup will look like for an event like this. You can do that with augmented reality. You go to a lot of e-commerce website, before making a decision of purchase, you are able to apply a lipstick, you are able to put furniture, you are able to try on clothes. All that is augmented reality. And the second is virtual reality, where you're able to go into a space, immerse into that space, and get yourself teleported somewhere, and then experience all that. So that is virtual reality. In today's age, probably you wear a device to experience virtual reality. In future, these devices will become much more powerful, much more lighter, much more easier, and we'll do a lot of more work with that. Now, quickly jumping into some of the use cases where we are seeing digital twins happening. We are seeing a lot of positive impact also happening, and some of the startups in India are doing. So one is immersive learning. As a kid, I remember our school had one lab. In that lab, whenever you used to go to the biology lab to understand human body, probably 2 or 3 of them who used to be the front benchers, or at least because of my height, I was always at the back. So I never even got a chance to experience the different parts of a human body. And the best case was, for me, was to see an image of human body and understand what are the different parts, or read some lines of text in a notebook to understand what are the different parts of the body. But because of this, you are able to create digital twins of not only body parts, but probably a physics concept, maybe a chemistry reaction, and then you are able to learn all those things as well. Digital twin campuses. Meta recently partnered with a company called Victory XR, where we are bringing 10 of the university campuses as a digital twin. As a student, you can go into that campus, you can collaborate, you can go to those labs and do everything without actually physically going into that campus. Imagining that happening at IIT Delhi as well, where you could be sitting in a city like Lucknow and still be part of the campus. A lot of organizations are building digital twins of their campuses where they are helping them onboard better for the first time when they are coming. And how many of you recently saw the Mumbai Tech Week that happened? Anyone? Yeah. There they announced the Mumbai Metaverse project, where they created a digital twin of the airport to understand different elements that will happen over there. So those are those digital twin spaces and everything that can be here. The next use case that we are seeing a lot of it is the emergency situation handling. Now, if you have to, in real time, do all kinds of these trainings, it is not only very expensive, but it is very hard to deliver. It is also very hard to deliver at scale. With the help of digital twins, not only you can do it at a much more cost-effective manner, but you will also be able to do it at a much, much larger scale. In fact, there is a company called Merkle Haptics, based out of Chennai, if I'm not wrong. And they are doing a lot of these stuff around emergency preparedness, where you can actually skill a lot of these people on this particular use case. The next use case that we are constantly seeing around is healthcare, medical trainings, where this is the example where we partnered with an organization to create the PPE usage kits when we were in the times of COVID. Nobody knew how to wear these PPE kits, because probably none of us would have ever worn those kits. So with the help of augmented reality, how we were able to give the training. There is another organization in India that is building medical simulators, even for surgeries like laparoscopy, and also that if you are a medical student or a professional, you can get trained on those things at a much, much larger scale. Then it's around workforce development. If you look at a lot of these automobile companies, it is so difficult for them to make a professional that they hire to do paint job, to help them understand how to do denting of the car. With the help of digital twins, could be of a car, could be of a workshop, could be of a factory, they are able to train them and tell them that, hey, these are the ways in which you can do. They are also able to monitor and understand what is the success they are able to grade the workers on that thing, which in real world, if you do it, not only you are spending a lot of money on paints and wastages, but you actually need those cars to play around with. And God forbid, if you do a practice on a customer's car, you will be in a soup out there. Then the other use cases I'll quickly walk through is worker safety, disaster response, how you can integrate thermal responses along with AR to help you understand these are AR-able masks with thermal activations. Then a very, very important use case around digital twins that we are seeing is across mental health, a very, very important topic in today's age. And because of wearing these devices, you are then able to solve a lot of these mental health problems that people are facing. In fact, a couple of months back, my grandmom wanted to visit a temple. And because of the mobility issues that she had, she was so disappointed that, hey, I'm not able to do something which probably I used to do every day. And she used to feel so sad. And then I came across this application which made her do the virtual darshan as if she was actually walking to that particular place. And she felt so happy that the joy on her face, I could not even describe in words. So these are the different kind of use cases. And then quickly shifting gears, what is happening is today if 11% of the GDP comes from digital economy. As per the research, what they are saying is by 2031, close to 3 trillion will come from the metaverse economy to the global GDP, which will roughly be around 208% of the global GDP. And in India alone, if the adoption starts as early as 2022, which has already started, the India contribution to the GDP of the metaverse economy will be around $148 billion, which will contribute to 2.4% of the India GDP. So such a massive opportunity that all of us are sitting on to contribute and build towards the GDP as well. And Meta is very, very committed towards the ecosystem, towards the space. Everyone knows we also changed our names, a couple of years back. And of course, to build the ecosystem in India to support the developers, startups, students. In India, we have been working on a bunch of programs from the last couple of months. One of the programs is the XR Startup Program, which is a $2 million program where we supported 120 startups on XR. We help them do the GTM, we help them do product support as well. Then the other thing which we are very, very proud of is the XROS Fellowship, which is a $1 million program where we supported 100 developers to contribute to open source in the XR space, so that a lot of people out there in the ecosystem are able to benefit from the open source contributions that they are doing. Last but not the least is our program with AICTE, where we are committed to educate, train around 100K developers in the field of AR, AI, XR, and around 20K educators in the space as well. Because we believe this is such an emerging technology at such a fast pace that everyone around us need to quickly learn about the dynamics of this and understand the use cases and start building on top of it. Last, I would love to invite Krupalu. So I talked about use cases, the different kind of elements that can, and with Krupalu, we'll go a little deep dive into the defense use cases and how he's able to solve a lot of those challenges which probably can't be solved physically. Rupalu? This one.
All right. Good afternoon, and thank you, Meta, Ojasvi, for inviting us to give this sort of idea on what use cases of XR could be, use cases of immersive digital twins could be rather. Definitely, Mr. Asthana and Ojasvi have said a very good, stage of what XR is, what metaverse is. But definitely touching upon the topic of digital twins, there is a massive potential of what digital twins can do. So if we are really talking about digital twins, let's talk about twins first. So I'm sure a lot of people have seen and known rather over here what XR can do in terms of training, what virtual reality, augmented reality, or rather these days, as we call it, the metaverse can do in terms of training. He has also already mentioned the impact of worker safety, emergency response. A lot of people are doing amazing things. In fact, I would like to touch upon one use case before I jump onto the next one, is that we are already seeing digital twins that don't look like they are physical brothers. Right? When I say digital twins, when I say this kind of an example, I'm talking about optometrics or vision diagnostics. You might or might not be aware that already immersive technologies like XR, your VR glasses, your AR glasses are already being used for eye diagnostics, and they do not even look 1% like your big machines that when you go to a eye doctor. So you can actually get yourself tested for, vision problems like stereo, phoria, accommodation, and those kind of things. People from vision background would know that. So that's one. And he also touched upon a very interesting thing about India and spirituality. It's a massive, market. No other country has as big as a ecosystem that India has in terms of spirituality. We go hand in hand. And I would love to share a use case that a couple of weeks ago we did a massive program with a trust in Gujarat for a launch of a Jain temple where we had 15,000 people come and physically experience the MetaQuest 3 and a spiritual journey in there of the concept of Jambu Dweep. So a lot of people who know Jainism or Hinduism over here would know what Jambu Dweep means. Coming back, let's compare our fundamental questions of what a simulator is, or rather a training related digital twin. So when we look at digital twins, the first use case that really can come up to our minds is, we talked about education, we talked about defense, we talked about worker safety, enterprise. What is that the digital twins can do that simulators didn't? Of course, the simulators were massive, they were big, they were physical. And these days you have completely digital twins, which are digital in nature, they are not physical in nature. So what advantage we can get and what are the key elements? I'll just touch upon that. But largely I wanted to separate these guys very explicitly, that your physical training simulators versus your digital twins are very different in nature and can give you a huge massive cost, I would say, footprint, maintainability, operability advantage over your physical, brothers, right? So, can anybody out of here guess what is this? Hanji? Flight. I know this is the last session, sir. अभी बस 10 मिनट में आपको कॉफी मिलेगी. This is a flight simulator, as lightly said. This is a full flight simulator. So let's take this as your Tata Sumo, or let's say Tata Harrier, okay, a big guy, which is a big, vehicle out there, right? And this is our virtual reality based helicopter simulator. This takes up a space of almost the half size of this room, whereas we can fit 20 of these in the same room with that kind of footprint and at a cost which is probably 20-25 times lesser than what a full flight simulator would cost. A full flight simulator in today's world, manufactured by a lot of companies outside India, largely Canada, would cost anywhere between 150 crores upwards per simulator, whereas the starter of your digital twins, if we talk about your completely digital twins that could be experienced in an immersive way through a MetaQuest device, would cost you only $500. Okay, I'm not comparing 150 crores and $500. There's a lot of other software that goes, and that's where we earn the money. But our whole proposition is that you can make it entirely. This was not possible before, few years. And that is why you didn't have terms like digital twins. Then you had things like simulators. And still people call it simulators. People who come from the simulator background still call virtual reality or digital twins as simulators, digital simulators or whatever, right? Of course, now this is your small, you have a completely digital twin, and this creates your middle segment. So you have this kind of, huge Tata Sumo, Tata Harrier, big car, and then you have your computer-based training, right, which you already had. You might say, "Arey, digital twin to pehle bhi tha, computer twin bhi ho raha tha." But now we're talking about immersive, smart digital twin that can communicate, not only represent in 3D, right? So in between the completely computer-based training or computer-based simulators and your physical, huge, massive simulators, you have created a segment for yourself, which we call as Jeep Compass. Right? It's a compact SUV, or maybe Hyundai Creta, right? So this is your another segment. So VR-based simulators or immersive digital twins of these aircrafts have made their own space. And believe me, last November I was at the world's largest simulation expo in the world. It happens in Orlando. It's called ITSEC, and every company, right from Lockheed Martin to Collins Aerospace, all these guys have tons of those big simulators as well. They're loaded with money. But still, their forefront was this approach and technology, because they know they are fighting for something else, and that something else is scalability, flexibility, people, scale with the amount of people that we can train. And we as a country, we have a lot of those kind of challenges to solve. I'm sure a lot of people here, when we touch upon defense, know what the Agniveer scheme is. How many of you know the Agniveers? I'm sure a lot of people know, right? We have so many people to deal with. We can't afford to get these. We have to go over here to train in scale, right? The effectiveness might not be as good as that, but it is amazing. It does the job, right? Now, touching upon the key elements of digital twin, I would like your involvement in telling me. I've just given some hints over here. What are the key elements to have a digital simulator? Anybody over here? What is the first one? Anybody? Sorry? 3D visualization, absolutely. Second one? Connectivity will come on. Sensor integration, right? Third one? Absolutely. Yeah, this is what happens when you are doing a session since 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. now. The next one, location. Yes, it is important, but this is not location. It's physics. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Okay. Oh, I thought this is the last session. Sorry. Physics, very critical in 3D, right? This is, of course, goes without saying. XR. And then you finally have communication, like somebody said. ये सारी चीज़ को combine करके what do we get? We get the digital twin, but why and what is the advantage? And this is our motive. What can we do with digital twins compared to traditional simulators? You can make them smart. They are smart, they are scalable, and of course they are meant for the masses, right? The first one is your predictive analysis, like Mr. Asthana. For some reason, मैं Dr. Asthana बोलता हूँ. This is the Munna Bhai effect, probably. Don't mind, sir. But the next one is the secure and safe environment that you create for your worker safety, or I mean the workers training, right, or for defense purposes, all right, and then scalability and flexibility, of course, right. Now we are going to touch upon some real use cases where we are going completely digital for training requirements, right. So we are creating completely digital, interactive, communicatable twin of certain solutions. I'll skip this one. This is a logistics simulator that we did with the Chennai government. It's there at the Logistics Skills Council in Chennai. Again, the Gaganyaan mission that we are going to have next year in 2025. We are going to send 4 astronauts, as we all know, very recent. They are actually opting for 2 types of simulators. One is a dynamic training simulator, which is huge, has the motion like the full flight simulator that you saw, and a completely digital one, which is very, very interactable, very, very receptive to your interactions, your inputs, right? So this is something that we are doing. I'm not allowed to share the pictures, but of course, this is what it would look from outside, where you have multiple astronauts sitting, and the entire crew module is interactive. You have zero gravity, you can interact with the console, real time of data is flowing in, flowing out, and the physics is also very, very accurate. All right. Last use case I would love to talk about is a very recent project that we delivered with HAL and for Air Force. Anybody recognizes the aircraft? Hrithik Roshan? Fighter? This is the Sukhoi. As somebody said, I think I heard Sukhoi. Yeah, this is the Sukhoi Su-30. It's the highest fleet that Indian Air Force has. We have developed a massive training platform entirely based with VR and powered by, of course, the MetaQuest devices. We have included almost 5,000 line replacement units inside this tool, where you can actually create your own training programs. The aircraft would work as the real aircraft should, in completely digital copy of the actual aircraft. And we took about more than 2 years to make this, thanks to HAL, who could open up their doors to us, thanks to the government, who could believe that a startup could actually do this. And just yesterday, we were felicitated. This is just fresh. I'm wearing the same jacket, you can see. The same jacket. This is just yesterday when Honorable Defense Minister felicitated us, because this was the first procurement under IDEX that HAL did ever. And of course, it was very quick that, how we could do it. But to end this, I have a live demo, all right, which will look something like this, all right. And as you can see over here, you could operate, the cranes. You could operate the cyclic controls, the rudder paddles. You can actually see the flaps moving. You can, go into inside the cockpit and have a view of it, and do the maintenance process, etc. So I don't know if just a quick view under a minute by Harsh, who has joined again this morning from Mumbai. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, इधर इसको कनेक्ट कर लो. So as you can see over here, could you just show the aircraft, and you could do certain operations, doing it live. This is on a MetaQuest 2 powered by a laptop that has a decent graphic card, and you have the entire library of, and when I say library, it's a digital library, it's a digital 3D library, basically a digital copy of how the aircraft is basically. So on the left side of the user, you see a complete step-by-step instruction as to what process needs to be done, and you can see the fidelity of the the control panels, the instrument panels. Each and every button is reactive, will respond to what you're doing, and of course, when you goof up, the machine will tell you that you're not doing it right. All right. So as he's moving, you can see these flaps moving, and maybe some here and there. If you could go under the belly of the aircraft and show the the landing gear and the torch part of it and stuff. They have interactive machines and then these, of course, these things are also quite reactable, and it's an entire learning platform that we have made there where you can create your own authoring processes. There's a different authoring tool that's available for you to work with. So the idea of this is that we could train technicians as well as people from HAL to work on these maintenance training processes, largely meant for maintenance and operation of the aircraft. Right. So just wanted to show you live. All right, and I think that could be it. Probably we could be here for about 30-40 more minutes in this room where you could experience this for hands-on. And again, yeah, thank you for the opportunity to Meta and DOT. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasvi and Kripalu. And thank you for the demo. And so as you know, you might be waiting for tea. And there were sessions, but Kripalu mentioned that there is tea, so we won't, contradict Kripalu's suggestion. So we'll have tea with a humble request to come back within 10 minutes. Just have your tea, come back within 10 minutes. And we have our last two sessions. They are the most awaited session that we have. So I would request to just go have tea and come back within 10 minutes. Thank you. connected Dr. Xavier and people outside, please come inside. So, okay, let's start with Dr. Xavier. So he'll be speaking on the global synergy, unveiling interconnected digital twins and international best practices. So give that international flavor to Sangam. To talk about Dr. Xavier, he's CTO in Angora IIoT, where he leads the company research and development and different departments of engineering, software, hardware, and data analytics towards industrial Internet of Things. Dr. Xavier has 20 years of industrial experiences working in different positions related to R&D. He holds a master's engineering degree in mechanical engineering and from University of Columbia in 2001 and an MSc degree in advanced manufacturing technology. He has obtained his PhD degree in AI from Polytechnical Universities, Madrid, Spain. So would request
Hello.
Dr. Xavier, are we audible? Could you hear us?
Okay. Thank you very much.
So you can start your presentation.
Sorry?
You can start with your presentation, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. So, thank you everyone. As introduced, my name is Javier Diaz. I'm the CTO of Angora, and I will present, let's say, some of the value that we are extracting from the data in order to be integrated into digital twins. So first of all, I will explain what we are, what is Angora IoT doing. We are part of the INSU group. We are near 25 employees. We are located in the digital part of the INSU group. It's mainly an industrial group, building CNC machines for the automotive sector. But then there is another, let's say, 3 companies that we are doing like special things within the group related with cybersecurity, with embedded electronics, and with data analytics. So we are the data analytics company that is using all this information within the group. So what we are doing, we are specialized in getting from the raw data, working on the extraction. Like 5 years ago, we were working like 90% of our time trying to guarantee the quality of the data. And after that, we start working on transportation, then storage optimization, as we are speaking about assets that are not, for example, allowed to send data to the cloud or to external devices, or because of security restrictions, such as in the automotive industry, or location issues, for example, bridges in the middle of nowhere. Okay, and then we also have transformation, which is our core business, where we are applying artificial intelligence in order to give this added value to the data. And the last part is the delivery, which is the, let's say, the important part here, that we are trying to send this to the potential digital twins that are building from the element that we are monitoring. So just to go to the, let's say, to the things that we are doing, our technology is based in edge computing devices, designed and built by ourselves, where we are able to get all the data coming from the elements, number of sensors, and many variables to analyze. We are introducing this data into the device. Actually, this is a device that is used for breach monitoring, health monitoring. And we also have this one, which is related to machine or other railway monitoring systems. And from here, the idea is that everything is done, what we are telling you is done inside this developing these edge computing devices. We are doing data acquisition, we are doing the pre-processing, we are doing the artificial intelligence part where we are, and from there we are providing a KPI. The important part here is the KPI is only one variable moving a long time, from where non-experienced user can get insights of what is happening with the system that we are monitoring. For example, if it's a breach and the KPI is going down, then it means that something is changing. So you can take all the decisions on this. Let me just one thing. So there are some examples on this. Just 1 second, because the communication is a little bit delayed. 1 second, I will just arrange this. I'm losing the connection now. I'm getting again. So I will explain some of the use cases that we are working with this type of technology. The first one is, for example, the railway monitoring. We are monitoring these crossings, which are really key elements on railway systems. All the crossings, the static one and the dynamic one. We are deploying all the systems. For example, here in Spain, we have around 6,000 of these railway crossings that can be monitored using our technology, which is deployed just near the device and can be followed by a digital twin in the railway management system, in the centralized railway management system. Actually, this is a public company which is managing all the railways in Spain. What we are getting the health of this crossing in order to avoid any problem on maintenance. So we are able to say that something has changed on the system, and maintenance inspectors can go over here and change the part. So everything is done in this way. We are using all the machine learning deployments in order to produce this KPI. As you can see here, this is one of the examples from more than 3,000 trains that have crossed this. We can see when the KPI drops, we are able to detect an anomaly in order to provide those insights and send people to inspect let's say the crossings. You can see here in the video, maybe with some delay, but at the end is the monitor crossing, which has the sensors over here, and the train is crossing, and we are able to get all the data. Actually, this video is one of the first deployments that we have done related with the rail. And this is the architecture of what we are doing. Well, the sensors is based on accelerometers, then the processing and the detection part, which is done by the edge device, which is an electrical cabinet just behind the crossing. And this is the dashboard that we are working with. As you can see here, the detection, it detects when the train crosses, and it gives an instantaneous health index of what is happening with the crossing. So we are able, from there, we are able to provide and to send a more advanced diagnosis system. This is an ultrasonic inspection device that can work with the system once we have detected the problem. So once we detect, we send this device, and you can continue doing the inspection of the railway. Okay. So we have another use case which is related with water management. Water management in terms of cooling systems. This is the cooling device for a supercomputer here in Spain, the Mare Nostrum 5, which is the Mare Nostrum 4, which is a really important supercomputer. And the critical element is the cooling system that needs to evacuate all the heat produced by the supercomputer. This is a actual picture of that supercomputer, and we are monitoring the pump. The other one is the monitoring of the water desalination plant, where we are getting information from we are monitoring the pumps, the high pressure pumps that are extracting the water from the sea in order to introduce them into the desalination plant to produce the pure water. Okay, so this is the structure of this. We have the pump. We have a non-intrusive sensors monitoring that pump, and from there we can produce, let's say, a baseline of the pump, which is based in machine learning algorithm. Actually, this one is semi-parametric Bayesian network approach, which can provide us the KPI. And how the KPI seems, this is an actual failure detected on the desalination plant, where you can see the KPIs go down, and then it recovers, they go down again, and then it recovers, and then the system just fails. Okay, so this is important because these droppings of the KPI can give us information for diagnosis, but also you have predictive properties over here, because you can detect that the pump is having problems just some hours before the failure. Okay, so we can start saying to the end user, okay, be careful because your pump is having problems, and you can maybe take the decision to work on a control stop of the system, which is better than unexpected. Okay. So we have another use case over here related with airports, with handling systems, baggage handling systems, and it's similar to the pumps. It's for the electromechanical devices, and we can provide health. In this case, well, this is an example shown on the check-in line. This is the check-in of the airport here in Spain, and all the inspection system. Using another machine learning algorithm, we are able to monitor the KPI along days or a long time. Okay, this has the resolution of 1 second, but we are represented here the value, the cumulative value per day, as we can see how the KPI evolves. In this case, we haven't captured any failure on the deployment, but this is the way it works. Okay. Then we have another example related with bridges. This is kind of different at the end, but we are deploying the same, at the end it's the same approach. We are working with these different variables. In this case, we are monitoring the dynamic response of the bridge, which is a really good indicator of problems that could have the structure internally or externally. So from here, the idea, we can deploy the system. The system is deployed over here with all the sensors. Well, you can see some sensors over here. This is when we were doing the deployment in this element, in this bridge. But at the end, there are some small accelerometers or some strain gauges that can give us or provide us the data that we need in order to produce. This is one example of a bridge. This is located in the US. In the northeast part of the US, that a bridge performing using our technology, as we are able to monitor, and here we have the KPI. We detected a really increase in the strange increase in the KPI that is marked over here. This has been done since the 2019, and the problem has been detected around the 2020. Okay. Sorry, the 2021, in September 2021. So we detected the problem, and we informed this to the bridge inspectors, and actually that bridge has been demolished because it was having some issues with the internal gliders, that were connected different elements between them. So they have to demolish the bridge and they just build a new one. But this is important because we are able to show that this type of monitoring has worked and can provide you with really useful insights of what is happening with the structure. Okay, so they have more time, and let's say by the end or the beginning of 2023, it has demolished. So you have time to take the decisions and to work on the bridge best management maintenance approach. Okay, so let's say that that's all from my side. I had just 20 minutes to speak with all of you, but I'm just really open to get your questions or any other comment that you can provide to.
Check. Thank you, Dr. Xavier.
Hello? Yes?
So if anybody has any questions from Dr. Xavier, they may ask. So before taking questions, I would like to thank you, Dr. Xavier, for giving success cases so that the Sangam initiative that DOT has taken gets an international aspect as well. So if anybody has any questions or, and also there is the time in Spain is around 1. So you must be feeling sleepy. But thank you so much. It was very insightful. And so yeah, we would proceed. Thank you once again. And we'll be logging you off from the VC. Thank you once again. A huge round of applause for Dr. Xavier, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. So up next, we have Shri Vikram Malhotra, Senior Specialist, Gen AI and DT. Vikram Malhotra is an experienced business manager with technology solution sales background across BI, ISV solutions, IoT, digital marketing, customer life cycle management, and generating value from data. He has a lot of specialities: data warehousing, relational and big data, digital marketing, BI, analytical, CRM, database, marketing, and much more. So without further ado, being the second last session, I know, sir, it would be very not so difficult, but yes, it would take some task to engage this audience. So over to you, Vikram, sir.
Good evening. Since morning, I think we have been hearing about multiple use cases. We have been talking about digital twins. We have been talking about AR, VR, and how it will change the future for us. So a simple question is what it takes to do that. Essentially, what we are trying to do is create a connected environment which today, if we look at, is around intelligent assets. Emerging is intelligent environments, and the future will be the entire ecosystem. I think that's what Project Sangam is all about. How do we create this connected ecosystem, which could be used not only for the policy decision making, but also at large for public good? And there are challenges around it. If you look at from any city perspective, there are multiple elements which needs to be brought together. And as an outcome, from services, we are looking at operational efficiency. From popular citizen perspective, we are looking at health and wellness, and also sustainability. So our approach till now through the Smart Cities initiative have been that let's try to solve the city problems in silos. Let's start looking at maybe public safety and security, smart meters, water, and so on and so forth. And there are a number of partners of ours who are delivering point solutions and enabling this entire ecosystem through Internet of Technologies. In the morning sessions, we heard about digital twins. So in short, a digital twin is a data integrator that combines complex data from variety of sources into a consistent model that covers. So it covers IoT data. It should have a structure. It should have geometry, which means the maps and others and location. It should have a behavior. It should have time series, because I am looking at real-time data flowing in and to take decision based upon that data. And it also need to mix with the existing structured data that we already have in our government ecosystem, which could be as simple as citizens' demographics to the local hierarchy that I have from maintaining and managing the services that I deliver as a city or as a nation. So typically, if you look at this, what Microsoft brings on the table is the entire digital twin platform. And the core of that platform is the data that is being ingested. And I need to start building those insights for my two key deliverables. One is policy decision making, and second is service to my citizens. So how do I do that? And how do I make it inclusive? When I'm saying inclusive, I need citizen partnership also. I need a citizen's feedback also. And it's a paradigm shift. Reason is because when we design systems, we look from what is desired as a product or a service. But do I bring in that element of feedback from my end users and bake that into that system so that effectiveness and the reach is well accepted? So what we typically try to do is, these are various capabilities that are on the platform that are being leveraged by various smart cities, by various partner ecosystem of our entire ecosystem in terms of building these intelligent solutions. In the morning, you saw Bentley and S3 presenting certain solutions. Those are live examples. Also, you saw what AR and VR can do, how they can bridge the gap, and how predictive maintenance can be done. And look from the service delivery for a citizen. How can I ensure that my time to repair for any public service being rendered through is done either through remote assistance, if I don't have skilled people, or by the citizens themselves. So it's an entire paradigm shift that we are trying to look from digital twin perspective. Okay. I'll just go fast on this. So there is a well-defined architecture which most of our partners use. It's plug and play. These are services available so that these can be rolled out faster. And if you also look at your digital twins maturity models, today maybe we are on first one, which is a virtual twin, and we are moving towards connected twins. Connected twins, I think the first grand implementation that you would see would be in a form of smart meters, where we are trying to control these digital meters from the back end and doing most of the operations through that, including maintenance. Then there are predictive twins, which can start predicting things. Prescriptive twins, they'll start telling you what to do. And last is autonomous, where we humans are not required. The ecosystem will start working on themselves. And all this is being enabled by few key technologies, which is machine learning, artificial intelligence, and now the new buzzword in the town is generative AI. Okay. So here is a small video which essentially talks about how the transformation is happening.
That transform this paper process into digital form. Today, our Orbit GT 3DM software is the most sophisticated on the market. It blends HERE Technologies' real-time 360 location and LiDAR data with application and client data to create a digital twin of our physical environment. Transport systems depend on thousands of miles of data. Lanes need widening, signals need changing. Using HERE location data, Orbit GT 3DM identifies the waterways, terrain, bridges, power lines, and the transport systems that could be affected by works. And when it comes to building structures, it helps us to make construction safer. New utilities, new lighting, changing road or rail conditions, no problem. With location technology from HERE in the mix, now we can help our customers to make significant cost savings, predict disasters, reduce risk, and refine workflow, making them.
So the idea right now is towards infrastructure development. How do I start using these digital twins for my infrastructures? So concepts like smart building and all have come in. How can I manage those? But there is more to it as we move forward. The layer which is most critical from insights perspective is analytics. How do I start making sense of data that I am ingesting every second, every minute from multiple such devices, such objects across? And now it's all about doing analytics using artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is nothing but matured, tried and tested, standardized machine learning models, which are well trained to do the job themselves. And if you look at this, we started with something called descriptive statistic, which told us what happened in the past. Then came predictive. The next best action we heard earlier during the day, that how telcos are trying to do and manage their network, customers, and the products by identifying and trying to understand what are the next best action, which is predictive. Last but not the least is, with generative AI coming in, now it's more of doing things and prescribing that if you do this, this is the best course of action for you. And if you look at the last stage of digital twin, which is autonomous, once this technology reaches that place where it is tried and tested, it will be all done as it happens. Also, with generative AI, another paradigm is shifting. All of us love conversation. We all love to speak. We all love to exchange notes. So this is being orchestrated by change in the technology and standardized machine learning prompt flows. And all these models can be trained on your data set, which means that whatever data I'm collating through my digital twins and trying to make sense of that data can be curated on your own data sets, and the right kind of questions and answers can be asked to them in a natural language. So as humans to consume this data, either I'm a policymaker or I'm a citizen, on either end, all I need to know is my language, nothing more than that. And this, of late, has been taking a lot of tractions, and it is also becoming a format which is called as a co-pilot or assistants. as we move forward. But having said that, I think the data cycle is virtuous, which means the more data I have, the more feedback I have, the better insights I will have at any given point in time. Therefore, it becomes important to engage with our biggest stakeholders in this entire journey, which is our citizens. I think the paradigm shift, which as a policymaker, while I have something on the top which I need to drive, quite essential today is also what is that my citizens want? How do I start incorporating their feedback into my design methodology? And I acknowledge the feedback acceptance, and how do I start changing the entire ecosystem as we start building it forward? Traditionally, what we have seen is we have used citizen engagement in customer service or customer voice, or trying to find what customer wants, but that has been more on enterprise side, the businesses side. The ad hoc mechanism of voice of the customer on the governance side has been ad hoc, unstructured. So the platform will also help bring this feedback together from the voice of the customer perspective through any channel of their choice, which is email, social, citizen reporting, or self-service portal, or a chat. And with generative AI, I think the chat platform and large language models has broken that barrier. Because what generative AI can do for you today is generate content, summarize the feedbacks, and also help citizens find the right service where and when, based upon the entire underlying data that is sitting there in and captured through my digital twins. Okay? And there are multiple use cases, right from sentiment analysis to entity extractions to hyper-personalized citizen support, and it can integrate both structured and this natural language data. Few examples, which is from the other side, which is more from a demand side, right? Here, citizens are seeking information on various topics. But if we just flip this around and say that it can also be leveraged for citizen feedback, then we have a multiplying factor in our feedback loop. So most of the use cases today are on social good. So one of that, we have picked on legal assistant for women. And it gives you choice of the language you want to speak on.
और उसी गुस्सा में मुझे मारता है। मैं उसे जेल नहीं भेजना चाहती हूँ, पर उसे थोड़ा डराने के लिए मैं कुछ कर सकती हूँ।
प्रदान की गई जानकारी के आधार पर ऐसा लगता है कि आप घरेलू हिंसा का अनुभव कर रहे हैं। आपको घरेलू हिंसा से महिलाओं की सुरक्षा अधिनियम 2005 के तहत घरेलू हिंसा के खिलाफ सुरक्षा और सहायता का दावा करने का अधिकार है।
Jagrit aims to help a person in such a situation.
So I'll stop here. So the idea is that language is no longer a barrier. To use these systems, it's not that you need to be a coder or a technician. Use your own common language, what you know. You can consume, provide feedback, and give it back to the system so that the entire ecosystem actually runs through smoothly. And as Microsoft, we saw about the security and everything a little while ago about privacy in the earlier session. I think AI is also built upon these same fundamentals. Okay? In summary, all I want to make a small statement is that to digitally transform anything, either we are looking at engaging with our citizen, optimizing our city operations, or transforming services delivery, or empowering our own workers, the digital feedback loop is very important. While digital twins will help me capture the data, I need to start building that data into intelligence for actionable insights. I need to start synthesizing that data to improve the outcomes. The outcomes can be either a policy decision making or policy enforcement, depending upon what the outcome I am looking at. And all of this is interconnected. And that was something which I thought in the end I'll try to bring out together, how the initiative can actually bring in the insights in the context of either a city or a specific siloed environment that we may be going ahead with. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'll take the conclusion, whatever you have said at the last. And because, as they say, save the best for the last, we have Priyadarshini from WhatsApp. And she is a public policy manager at WhatsApp. And also law and public policy specialist, an attorney with extensive experience in litigation, corporate laws, and in-house practice with a focus on risk compliance and strategy. Adding value to business by applying legal strategies to business problems. Demonstrated abilities to introduce strategy and management tools to streamline corporate in-house legal affairs. Valuable experience from courtroom practice and cross-functional policy. So with that litigation experience, I hope that we have delayed the process and we are not litigated. So Priyadarshini, over to you.
Check.
Yeah. Click on it. Good evening. I have my session as the last session for the day. I know everybody is tired. I also represent the app, which is the first app you wake up with, and the last app you go to sleep. So I think it's very well poised that you've put me as the last speaker for the day. The organization I represent needs no introduction, and the organization that we are here for, DOT, we are forever grateful to the partnerships that we've had with you and what we have been able to create with you in order to create a safe space. Sorry, I think this is the right time to have tech problems at the end of the day. So I want to start with thanking Asidji, Navinji for all the collaboration we've had and made possible through the efforts of DOT. We represent an app which perhaps everybody in this room uses, so it needs no introduction from a user perspective. We're all WhatsApp users, everything from your good morning messages to perhaps having citizen services being delivered on the platform. It's an app that's become so intrinsically a part of every Indian's life. So I'm a WhatsApp user, perhaps 500 other million users in this country use the app because it's simple, it's intuitive, and because it's just become so intrinsically a part of our daily lives. I always say that what makes WhatsApp so special is the way our engineers build the app, and the guidance that they build it with is that if your grandmother can understand it, you've got it right. So that's really the philosophy with which the app is built. It's meant to build a private connection. It's a messaging platform which is meant to build private messages, one-on-one, one-to-group, one-to-many. So today, it's everything from delivering a one-to-one conversation between you and your loved ones, or in a group, or in a business situation. All of this is delivered on a private messaging platform. Who would have imagined, say 20 years ago, that this would have been possible? Some speakers during the day talked about PCOs and what communication looked like even 2 decades ago, and there's a complete paradigm shift in the way communication happens today. So that's really the platform that I'm here to speak about. And I want to kind of take you all through what is possible in a messaging platform like WhatsApp in a country like India, which is so unique, with the kind of communities that we work with, literate, semi-literate, perhaps not literate at all, but are still able to use the app so intuitively in a multilingual fashion, audio, video formats, which are organic to the way people naturally use it in the most unique use cases, which we perhaps did not envisage when we were building out a platform such as this. So we've taken it to a next level where we've gone from private communication, one-on-one communication between citizens, to government delivering services on the platform. The API was the next game changer for us, and it actually took a moment like COVID to bring that change for us, where everything in the physical world had come to a standstill, and we had to move very quickly from the physical infrastructure to a digital infrastructure and provide life-saving opportunities to citizens in this country. That's where the government of India, in fact, I recall in 2020 when COVID happened, we were called in by the Indian government to a room to say, how do you transform what infrastructure we provide in a physical world onto a digital world? How can we use a messaging platform such as yours to be able to reach citizens at scale? That's when MyGov was launched. MyGov was the first time we had a COVID helpline desk, which taught citizens how to use digital infrastructure. Where do you find ambulance? Where do you find oxygen? It just brought all of those pieces together in a way which has transformed. And I think we've irreversibly kind of transformed the journey of the engagement of a citizen with the government and the government's engagement with the citizen. And I think that's where our partnership with DOT and all the government organizations has also kind of helped us mature that, mature delivery of citizen services to the last mile. So whether I am, in Tirunelveli in a small district collector who wants to reach out to my citizens to say, here's where you redress your grievances. You don't need to come to a DM's office. Or it's a state chief minister who wants to say, I want to have a centralized helpline for your citizens. Or it's the union government, like you all, are intending to be able to reach to your last mile citizen to give that last mile delivery of service, which is the intent of the government, right? That's where a platform like ours creates absolute magic. And I'm a big fan of the platform, and I'm sure all of us as individual citizens also take that away every day, the magic that it creates, just to be able to reach to millions of people across the world in real time to be able to create that. And I want to actually pause on that to say that when you look at the platform that you use and the diversity of conversations that you have, whether a one-on-one conversation or a business conversation. I just booked a ticket sitting here for a travel that I had to make, and I got my chatbot to give me the ticket on the chat. I got my Indigo boarding pass on the chatbot, right? So it creates this seamless movement from the physical world to a digital world. I remember 15 years ago having to drive to the Air India office in Safdar Enclave to pick up a ticket. We don't need to do that anymore. It all comes on your, including a check-in comes on your WhatsApp chatbot. That's really the journey that I think we should map and see how the whole concept of a digital twin, right? The physical world, the digital world, and how do you kind of harmonize that from a citizen's lens, who is the recipient of that service, and the government's lens, which is the delivery agent of that service. I want to take you to why WhatsApp is, what is it, first principles that we build on, which is a lot of speakers before me spoke about privacy, what it means to keep users safe, what is encryption, what are data practices, etc. So we are a global app. We are part of the Meta platforms. WhatsApp, Facebook, and Instagram are all part of the Meta platforms. We're built on a privacy first and safety first principle, which is why our apps are built in a way which is robust to be able to keep users safe at scale. I won't go into this, and I know we're at the fag end of the day. I want to go straight into the use cases that may perhaps be of value to DOT as you take the Sangam project forward. These are largely the three principles that we work on. One is encryption. It's an end-to-end encrypted platform. Two is we build out safety in-app. So we have a productized, platformized solution to what a user can look at from a safety lens. And lastly, like from a data compliance and regulatory lens where we stand. I want to come straight to the business API platform, which is our chatbots. Some of you may have engaged, you get your Amazon orders now on WhatsApp. You get your boarding passes on WhatsApp. My school gives me communication for both my children on WhatsApp. So the business API is a scaled enterprise solution for large enterprises, whether it's business houses or it's governments. So everything from Ministry of Education, which is now doing the Diksha Tara portal on WhatsApp, or the Health Ministry, which is sending nutritional supplement reminders to pregnant and lactating mothers on WhatsApp. The movement from IVR to a messaging platform such as WhatsApp is a phenomenal journey, and I think we've been able to reach audiences which would have been so hard to reach at scale in real time. This is where the platform is. It's an enterprise solution, very different from the one-to-one platform that you and I use. It's meant to be personalized, it's meant to be scalable, and that's where the integration with the WhatsApp API comes in. The platform is driven by back-end business service providers, where you can have a business service provider integrate with the WhatsApp API. The API is a WhatsApp architecture, the broader architecture within which you can fit in your use case specific to your organization's requirements, the government, delivery vehicle that you want to override upon the API, but it's the business service provider who does that integration for us. You can have a cloud hosting or on-prem hosting. Additionally, it's a chatbot feature which, and I won't go into it, it's very self-explanatory. It stays one-on-one, it stays within your private messaging platform. Within the app, you don't need to download a separate app, so it's all hosted. There is an app fatigue. All of us are facing it. There are endless number of apps that we're constantly downloading, but this houses all your conversations with many businesses, many government departments into one single WhatsApp interface, which is the app that you and I use. So it doesn't require an additional layer of app download that all citizens today are facing a fatigue with. I want to quickly touch upon some of the use cases. In health, we've done some phenomenal work, whether it's with non-profit organizations or with the health ministry itself, which has been able to deliver much of the citizen services from your Anganwadi worker to your ANM who wants to provide on-ground at village level health services. We've also been able to work on some phenomenal education use cases where education services have been delivered to schools, to children on the API. Very recently, now with the upcoming elections, we are also working with the Election Commission of India to be able to deliver very authoritative use cases on WhatsApp and information reporting, etc. I'm going to breeze through this very fast so that we are able to kind of quickly touch upon what are the impact use cases we've had. We've worked across departments, across municipalities, across state governments, and that's where our role comes in to be able to partner with the third-party BSP who will do that integration for you, give you the scalable solution within one app. And that's really where governments see value in it, to be able to onboard on the API using one of our BSP platforms to be able to deliver this. Now, I want to quickly come upon why it is useful to use an API integration for scaled government communication with citizens. One, you're able to reach out to your audience who's already using the app. You don't need to go and enroll a wholly new audience. Users on WhatsApp are already there on the platform, and a government just needs to tap into the existing audiences that use WhatsApp. In India, we are over 500 million users, And there you have an audience that is already there that you need to tap in. So that's where the marriage between the existing audience and your government service delivery comes in. It allows you to be able to provide real-time information, whether it's an FAQ, whether it's a grievance redressal, whether it's being able to connect users to services that government gives in real time. And three, you can have like a real-time delivery of the services that the citizens are looking for. Two parts to the way the WhatsApp API and the chatbot works. So the conversations can be either initiated by the user, or it can be initiated by the government or the business in this case. So during COVID times, if you remember, you were getting notifications from the government reminding you about your vaccination, where you can go and get your vaccination done. Today, you can access DigiLocker on your WhatsApp. You are able to use integrations with so many other WhatsApp government service deliveries on your WhatsApp interface. And that's why really the government-initiated conversations where you can give real-time alerts, where you are able to give confirmation of services, etc., and resolution of citizens' grievances can be taken place on the platform itself. Lastly, we're a privacy-first organization, so it allows the user to be able to opt into a service or opt out of a service. It is completely up to the user whether they want to opt in. It's not thrust upon them. We are very, very kind of cognizant of the user's initiative to be able to opt into a service. And with that, I just want to come to what is useful in our experience, what has worked with the government services, where have we been able to scale a citizen service-centric government chatbot from 0 to 100%. Why is it that it's able to reach the last mile citizen? It's because it is multilingual. It is reaching the audience in their languages. It is reaching conversations which are familiar with them. So that's where the beauty of the creativity of the platform comes. The communication that you want to send to your citizen can be in an audiovisual file, which is a sachet size or a small size communication which you send as a video, easy for the user to ingest, easy for you to communicate with your citizen, which otherwise in our scaled communication platforms perhaps we are not able to reach effectively. And then you can kind of propel the conversation from engaging with the citizen, re-engaging with the citizen, drawing them to the services, and finding the entire life cycle what of a citizen's engagement on the platforms looks like. Couple of do's and don'ts on what would be the best way to engage with a citizen once you are able to run your services on them. For sure, we make sure that you have the permissions of the citizens, that there is a privacy preserving feature that is there where the users opt in and the users can participate and set expectation as to what to expect from the platform. We are working already with the DOT on what it means to be the scams and spams on multiple platforms. That is our T0, like our priority one for the organization is to ensure that users are safe. It's good for our business, it's good for the users. You and I are all WhatsApp users, none of us enjoy it. So it is our priority to be able to keep unwanted messages and unwanted contact out of the platform. So that's where we also advise businesses not to spam users, not to kind of over-engage unless the user opts into it. So these are some of the do's and don'ts which we kind of would definitely guide every government agency that we work with on how to kind of scale communication without it becoming a pain point for users. I will leave you with this last slide. Our goal and aim is to foster a community. That's how we worked. Whether you're on an RWA conversation in your WhatsApp group, which is sending you good morning messages. I can tell you I'm a parent to 2 children. I get messages from both the classes, from all the groups, and I'm an Enthu mother. So I'm in my son's soccer group and my daughter's choir group. So everything from my life cycle, from morning to end, gets mapped on that one app, which takes care of everything from my delivery of my work within the organization at WhatsApp to be able to run that. As your last speaker, and with that last slide, I want to close and say, Sangam, as the word suggests, brings that amalgamation together of how our lives have transformed from being in the physical world onto the digital world and taking that to the next level. All the best to DOT for the initiative, and we are very happy to collaborate on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Priyadarshini. As you just mentioned that we are part of various groups on WhatsApp. We have various groups on WhatsApp, and everybody as a community is engaged on WhatsApp. And I'm happy to say now WhatsApp is part of the Sangam group. So thank you for that engaging session. Now I would request all the speakers to come on stage for a group photo and also take the questions as well. So I would like to call Rajesh Ranjan, Kesari Asthana, Shri Ojasvi Bhatia, Vikram Malhotra, and Priyadarshini. All, yeah. So those who are present. So first of all, a huge round of applause for all these speakers. They have waited all throughout. So next time we might have a photo in metaverse. The Sangam might happen in a metaverse next time. So if anybody has any questions to the speakers, yeah, Mike.
I have a question from Priyadarshini regarding WhatsApp. Suppose I am talking, I am having a good chat session with one of my friend, and chat is about how to improve the infrastructure in Delhi. Now I want to donate this chat or contribute this chat to the authority that you can use this as a data to summarize or to map it on to the digital twin. How can I do that? Means it is a conversation between two parties. And that conversation is good. But whether the consent of both the people is there or not, how they can contribute this chat for the development activities. Can it be done today or can it be done tomorrow?
So WhatsApp is always looking at a tomorrow. So for us, we build for tomorrow from today, which we've already begun building out. And to the analogy that you use, which is very interesting, there's a conversation between you and your friend, you have a very interesting idea, which you want to share with the government for its own benefit and betterment. If you have used the feature called polls, which we run, the idea is to crowdsource information. The idea is to get a sentiment analysis. That is a new feature which you see some governments are experimenting with when they engage with their citizens on the WhatsApp chatbot, where the government is running chatbots and they are running these polls to be able to get an assessment from the citizens. What are the services that they want to be engaged in? Whether it's a grievance redressal, whether you want to get your land records, whether you want to be able to pay your electricity bill. It is part of that integration where the user can give feedback back to the government, perhaps in the same chatbot. If you recall, I had mentioned there's a user-initiated conversation and a business-initiated conversation. So at this stage, perhaps it will lead to a deflection from the chatbot into the government's website to be able to give that. Though that is possible, we've built that out with many government solutions where you can give direct feedback into the government to drive traffic back to the government website. So we've used multiple ways depending on what the requirement of local governments have been. Whether you want feedback within a tool that we provide, say such as polls, or you want to deflect back to your website and to your grievance redressal handles to be able to receive intake from citizens. Does that answer your question, sir?
I think that that answers to some extent, and we need to discuss how we can demonstrate it. And next question is addressed to both Rajesh and to you. So if some survey is to be conducted in a residential society, but privacy is to be maintained, what was the output? So I want to conduct survey because I know the mobile numbers of the people. And at the same time, I don't want to reveal that what was mentioned by anybody. Means I want to aggregate the surveys at a city level. So surveys are happening in every society, and now that list may be available. Who is staying in that society may be available with the RWA president, or that may be available with one of the members of that society. And now you want to initiate some kind of a survey within the society, but outputs are to be combined in a manner that those individual society details are not revealed outside. So some element of the WhatsApp kind of a coding, and one kind of requirement is related to the preserving the privacy. How we can do that?
So I think during my presentation, sir, I have mentioned multiple ways to do it. One is, of course, the obfuscation method that is followed today. So you basically, what you do, you hide a part of data which you don't want anybody to be visible to. So if you want to hide the mobile number and still want to do the analysis, that's where I'm mentioning the new technologies, allow you to do it. The technology where I mentioned the analogy of the locked box, where you can go inside with both your hands, do the analogy, and only the person who needs to look at that data can look at that data with the permission. So in this case, maybe the users only can be given that permission to look at their personal details. So this is very much possible today, fully integrated, fully secured, protecting all privacy, and on top of that, having all the analysis that you want. In terms of WhatsApp's capability, maybe. Yeah.
So on WhatsApp, I want to actually do two separate platforms, right? Within the WhatsApp surface, we have the WhatsApp channels feature. If you've used that, most recently we've launched it, which is meant to be a broadcast channel, right? Which you could not previously do on small groups. So the channel feature actually was meant to bring larger audiences under one platform, which is now called as the WhatsApp channels. In the WhatsApp channel, if you go to your WhatsApp account right now, you will see that the numbers are masked, and they're completely blanked out. So the idea is to be able to give the user that phone number privacy unless they are already in your user book. Unless you're already in a contact book, the idea of not being able to establish one-to-one unwanted contact is already built out as a platform solution for us. And that was part of, like you said, sir, the privacy preserving feature for us, to be able to not establish the phone number contact with the user. So that's on the WhatsApp channel side. On the WhatsApp API, which is the large-scale enterprise solution, the data is what you have at your end as the government that you want to integrate into the API, where you draw your user base from. It could be for the local municipality, it could be with a particular department at the state level or at the union level. But that data flow is between you and the agency with which you have a partnership with. If you are solving for, say, payment of electricity bills, right? Then the tie-up will be with the local electricity department so that you know who are the users in a particular jurisdiction who you're targeting. So that data is where is housed with you in order to be able to use that in manners that you want. And the treatment of that data is also something that between you and your business service provider, you are able to establish those clear lines of protocol as to how that data has to be treated. So that's where WhatsApp provides the overall architecture, but the actual solution build out is something that you build out as a user or as a government or as an enterprise to the solution that you are looking for.
Good evening.
Sorry. Can I add to this? So in addition to that, I think another field which is there is confidential computing, which anonymizes the data to an extent and on the rules based upon the business wants it to do. And it has been done extensively in the healthcare sector in terms of anonymizing the patient records, just from a research perspective. So that is also available as a technology today. And in addition to that, with generative AI coming in, the synthetic data generation is also a possibility. If I were to broad base my samples based upon further analyzing what the sentiment is, can be done.
Good evening. I'm Colonel Santosh. I just retired from the Army. I was listening to this wonderful panel discussion as well as your presentations. I heard a lot of terms, and I'm really sorry to the audience. I'm from the armed forces. We push limits. I'm pushing the limits of your patience by asking a question now. I heard tactics, strategy, intelligence. All these terms are very familiar with us. In fact, they all evolved from the armed forces. Simulation, digital twinning, and a digital mock-up of a battlefield is a very, very real situation which requires, which enhances the survivability of a mission or the success of a mission to a very high capability. It might be a ground force going into a CI or a counter-insurgency scenario, or a Air Force evac, airborne early warning system mapping the complete country, or a naval fleet going in. And if the commanders at various levels are able to twin that complete situation and see it as a scenario where people are going in, that would be, and if that results in saving just one life or just one success, that will be a great, it will be a great force and multiplier and a great enhancer of morals for our soldiers. So are you working towards this in any way in collaborating with the defense forces for this?
I'll take that. So, fortunately, thank you. We are always thankful to the Army. You are protecting us, our borders, and you rightly push the limits. So, thankfully, we are already on it, right? I'll begin with the collaboration that we have with the US Armed Forces as Microsoft. There's a special headgear that we manufacture with them, which has all the capabilities that you need in the battlefield, including comms, including IR, including night vision, including 3D modeling capabilities, right? So these are all built into that headset that the soldier wears. And these headsets can be used for both the purposes in battlefield, as well as you said, in the training environments, and also creating a war room kind of a situation where a commander is sitting in the command and control center and looking at the real-time scenarios. It also has the capabilities of object detection, where it can give you the enemy signatures and who are the soldiers on your side versus who are the soldiers on other side. That is also possible. We also have within this Microsoft system the capabilities to add drone feeds to the data that is coming into that system, so that overall aerial picture is also presented and planning can be done. What we did recently, we did a detailed set of presentations to Navy, Air Force, and Indian Army after permission from the US Army, because the collaboration is increasing between US and India in the recent times. They were very interested. That discussion is still on. Part of it is, of course, confidential in terms of where it has reached. But what you wanted to know is that whether something like that is happening, it is happening, and very positively. Maybe very soon you will be able to see some development. Yeah.
I want to quickly add, I believe once a soldier, always a soldier. We recently did something with the DIAV, the Department of Indian Army Veterans. Might be an interesting use case for DOT to also look at, which is that while we don't work on the signal side with the Indian Army, we have enrolled the DIAV, the Army veterans, to be able to do their entire CRM-based system has now migrated to WhatsApp. So today, whether it's the next of kin of a soldier who is, injured in war or has passed away, their next in kin is receiving all of the benefits that the Indian Army provides to veterans on the WhatsApp chatbot in the local languages, to the last kin, to the widowed wife, and to the family. All of those are passing through, which was previously perhaps be on another CRM system to be able to reach live through the post office, is today reaching in real time to the next of kin of the soldier who's a veteran. So I think huge transformation. We've gone leaps and bounds in the way we have worked with the Indian Army in particular, but a long way to go yet.
Yeah. Thank you so much. So there's one more question.
Just last question.
Like I think how WhatsApp can be Twitter. Let me say something. Because in tweet I have to create account, then write whatever I want. No one going to stop me. WhatsApp is now you are saying 500 million Indians. I have some certain complaint to railway or anyone XYZ in the government. So even I don't know anything, I'm illiterate. But once I do certain either speak or write in my language, how can WhatsApp or maybe Facebook help a normal user that it goes to the government? Like in tweet also same. You simply say that railway and you write certain things, his address, then it goes. But at least I'm not aware of. I'm simply saying that I'm traveling in this train and I have this complaint, no one is listening to me. I have the WhatsApp. So I think this is your social responsibility, maybe Facebook also. So something, so how can you marry with something like Twitter? And one more, which will happen, I think in chat GPT, etc., that once I say something in Hindi, it types in English or maybe in so many languages. So I think this feature also will be more interesting because there are certain people, they just say that I can't write even happy birthday, so he or she will say that can you write happy birthday? But he or she should not bother, he will just say in local language and somewhere said that let it be in English to the recipient, which happens in chat, GPT, etc. So these are the, I think, essential features. I am sure that you may be working more than me, but this is my thought process, that I think this is also required, even in the Facebook also, and in WhatsApp also, which is, I think, in the hands of each, even one can say, more than person sits with our housewives, our ladies, or whoever is not working, they find a lot of useful things. So this is just a suggestion. I don't know. Maybe you may be working.
So WhatsApp is meant to be a private messaging platform. It is meant to be where your private and personal conversations happen. It's not meant to be a broadcast platform like other social media platforms, which is where WhatsApp is part of Meta, and we also have Facebook and Instagram, which provide those platforms and those opportunities for citizens to be able to speak to governments, speak to larger audiences, and the idea of being able to share your views and express them to a larger audience, that's where our other two platforms, Facebook and Instagram, come in. So we are a family of apps, the Meta platforms are. So all the three platforms serve different purposes and for audiences that can use it for their specific requirement in those situations.
Thank you, Priyadarshini. Maybe a collaboration with the AI Bhashini is happening, or with WhatsApp, that could, enable multilingual approach. So that is one
Absolutely.
thought process. Maybe it was happening or it has happened that you might be able to tell.
Absolutely. The AI space is a very evolving space, and we are very excited about what's coming next. But we will, formally, it will get launched. It's not yet launched in India. But the AI space is a very exciting. Speakers before me have spoken quite extensively. Ojasvi, who was here from the Meta platforms, also talked about what the infinite possibilities that we are seeing in Gen AI particularly. It's a space to watch out for.
Yeah.
I think the Bhashini collaboration that you're talking about, it's, I think, mostly running on the Azure platform. And we are working very closely with that. So that's the use case that's been discussed.
Thank you to all these speakers. A huge round of applause, please. So before we have a group photograph, I would like to call Asit Kadian sir to give his concluding remarks, because Sangam Delhi, we have come to an end to Sangam Delhi, and now we have Sangam Bangalore and Sangam Hyderabad upcoming. So, and also I would like to, before you give your concluding remarks, I forgot that I didn't introduce myself at the start. I am Vineet Malik. I am handling media and PR. I am ADG in DOT. Sir, so over to you, sir. Yes, please.
So we are at the end of the first outreach program. And we have listened to many of the speakers during the day. And I am confident, and I think all of you will also be confident, that the Sangam initiative is an ambitious project, but achievable. That is the thing what we have. We may conclude from the sessions what we had, that it is achievable. People have done a lot of work, they have the underlying capabilities, and they are ready to demonstrate their capabilities for the purpose of the better infrastructure or a future-ready infrastructure. And this digitally empowered ecosystem which we are planning, we are aiming to create, is not just to make future ready. It is also to align with the aspirations of the society. So we want to work, that we want to deliver, and I will request all of the participants to seriously consider the expression of, to submit expression of interest, and the deadline is on 15th of March. It is very close by, and there are no financial commitments and there are no risks involved. It is only an opportunity. It is an opportunity, and I think everybody should consider to seize this opportunity. And this was the first outreach program, and we have 2 more outreach programs, one at the Bangalore and one at the Hyderabad. And Bangalore will be on 9th of March, means just 2-3 days are there. And means I can announce that CEO of Niti Aayog will also join this event. So I will request everybody to join that event, and in case people are not able to join, just watch the YouTube link, what we will be sharing. So thank you very much for participation, and we are looking forward to towards you that you will participating in the EUI. Thank you very much.
So I would request the organizing team from DOT, TCOE to come on stage, and would specially request Rohit sir to come on stage, and so that we can have a group photograph with everybody. I would request all who are present here patiently since morning to please come on stage as well, so that we can have a group photo. If possible, I mean, it's too. Okay, so I understand. So thank you, everybody. Thank you once again for being patient, and looking forward for Sangam Bangalore and Sangam Hyderabad. Thank you.